Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Monster Vigilante? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. December 19th, 2249. The snow tapped against their shoulders with no clear sign of slowing down, blocking their view by only a few meters. It made them nervous, setting them on edge, but they forced themselves to be calm. Nothing bad was supposed to happen. It was a simple job to guard some storage. None of them knew what was inside but could guess from what their boss was paying. When the sun started to set, they started dropping like flies, none aware of the others. They just kept doing their job until it was their turn to disappear. Soon enough, all of them were tied up away from one another, each of them just outside the warehouse. A figure grew from the shadows as if they were one. The figure, standing over 6 foot, wore a slim fabric that covered his body, with plates of harder material around more vital areas like the chest and some around the forearms with what seemed like thin sheets of metal bent around its knuckles. Around the face there was separate holes which both had a single piercing orb of emerald green, giving nightmares to the receiver. Around the mouth seemed to be a bit more bulky with circles on each cheek, perhaps a gas mask or voice changer. This figure went over to the storage, checking it once, a disgusted escaping their lips. Inside it was full with drugs like cocaine, marijuana, even some pills were sat in some containers. It was completely full, leaving little to no room for anything else. The entire warehouse had containers like this, or it was filled with weapons, getting ready to be shipped around the country to people who didn't deserve it. After placing multiple pieces of machinery around the warehouse, the figure called a number and the figure began to leave. Please come to Muzutafood XXX, there is a bomb. The call ended without any warning and the figure started moving, scaling the closest wall, grappling onto cracks unseen from most professional eyes and started running across the building, and with a swift flick of his thumb to a button, a loud bang rang through the area creating panic as sirens were heard in the distance. Now only one remains, thought the figure. Stop! Someone shouted, sending what seemed to be fabric at them, with eyes glowing red, glaring at the figure. With a mere tilt of their head they dodged the incoming projectile and swiftly catched the fabric, not moving from their position. Eraserhead. A hoarse voice escaped the figure's throat, making Eraser double take. To what do I owe the pleasure? He kept a stone-cold face as he spoke back. You've done enough, and you need to be turned in. You are causing too much damage. While he might have said it, doesn't mean he believes it. In truth, the person in front of Eraserhead has done more than most heroes who have done double the time when working. You and I both know that you're lying, the twitch in your fingers, the speed of your breathing. I see everything. This caused Eraser to pause, eyes not leaving for a second, wondering what to say. You may be right, but all it took was for him to blink and he was gone, taking advantage of his tiredness and leaving without a trace. Eraser didn't even feel his scarf drop and after running to the edge of the building, looking over to make sure he wasn't too late, he left. Eraser was left clueless as to how he escaped, disappearing with a blink of an eye. But there was something about the figure he couldn't place. He shrugged his shoulders as he jumped to another building. Maybe I'll never know, he thought to himself. The figure POV. I've always wanted to meet the great Eraserhead. But it doesn't matter, I have work to do. After some more hours of helping people and taking another warehouse of the map, I returned back to my own rundown home, a warehouse abandoned years before I got here. I slipped my mask off, taking care as to not damage anything and let my eyes readjust. I grab a piece of cloth and wipe my face before focusing on a broken piece of mirror that stood on the wall. Lifeless emerald green eyes stared back, tracing along my features, going along the almost black hair, which was shaved around the back and sides, leaving only a few inches on the top, down to the diamond-shaped freckles spotted along my cheeks, almost faded from tears of battle. It was a face I had hoped to leave behind, along with the name Izuku Midoriya. After everything that happened, all I wanted to do was leave it behind me, hoping to forget, but I couldn't allow myself to, forcing myself to relive it every day as my own form of torture in a sick way of reminding myself everything I've learned. Growing up, I had always wanted to be a hero. No, I desired to become one, but after being announced as quirkless, my life soon became a living hell. People I used to call friends would beat and berate me, my own mother started to ignore me. So I had to learn to survive. I didn't take long to realize my disadvantage, the scars on my body still feeling fresh. In an effort of catching up to my peers, I did some light training. I was always able to pick things up quicker than people around me, allowing me to get some strength, but it was never enough to defend myself. People thought that was a quirk until the visit, the ability to learn, and I wish it was. Once I learned to do basic jobs around the house like cooking and cleaning for myself, sometimes even stitching my wounds together, I started doing jobs around the area I lived in hoping for some money and lied through my teeth about a quirk I didn't have just so I could get an odd job. I never fully understood why everyone acted like I was a disease, a view I made a vow to soon change. One that would shake the very society I live in to become something new, something better. After a few years I left at the age of 11 and found something to call home for the time being. Knowing no one would listen to some quirkless nobody, I trained harder and harder each day, mentally and physically to become strong and protect the weak, and after a year of training myself in any martial arts I could find and observe, leaving many gaps in my style and countless scars along my body. After time I learnt and soon found a teacher, another well-known vigilante at the time, but it didn't take long before we split, our ideals clashing together and breaking the bond we once had. I tried to stop him but I was too weak, my emotions controlling the way I moved. My vigilante career started soon after we split, and with each fight I improved, learning from each of them in order to become strong. The sunrise pierced my eyes, breaking my line of thoughts, and after changing into something more comfortable I started to eat while also leaving food out for a stray cat that visits, giving scratches around their ear. I quickly grabbed a dark pair of glasses, rectangle in shape, and hung them on my face, the bright light of day infecting my sight with every second that passed. Once I left I walked over to a nearby cafe, hoping for some peace and quiet after last night, and some coffee. I soon walk in and greeted the barista, and after ordering, I take a seat near the corner and waited for my drink. My eyes didn't rest as they scanned through the dark glasses around the room, analyzing any potential obstacles, even spotting a few newspapers with the headline, "Horu Strikes Again" and "What Lies Beneath Horu's Mask." Word seems to move faster than light around here. I mean, I did blow up 2 buildings, so lots of people were aware about it. The ring of the door brought my attention, a tall, dark-haired man with eyes wanting nothing but sleep, while on his left seemed to be a dark purple-haired woman standing confidently next to him, with most of the men's attention on her. Eraserhead and Midnight. My glasses sitting near the edge of my nose as my eyes squint from the bright light. After spending most of my time living in the night, you get familiar with the darkness, almost forgetting what it's like to see the light. Many years have taught me to stay calm, and with Eraserhead sitting right behind me I only reminding myself of the lessons as I listen. "Don't worry, I'm sure you'll catch him, just give it time," Midnight softly says. "That's the thing, Nem, I'm not sure if I even want to catch him. The only reason I'm trying to is because of Nizu, and you know what he's like when he puts his mind to something." I hear him heave a sigh, showing his exhaustion. "You don't even want to catch him? Why not?" Within the 2 years he's been around, he's made an impact. Sending ripples throughout the underworld, scaring some thugs to even think about going out, and even causing people in crime-ridden areas to believe they are able to walk alone at night. Eraserhead continues, his exhaustion washing away with every word. He's given more hope than people have been trying to do for years. Getting rid of him would only cause problems. I start to leave, not wanting to listen any longer. Having finished my drink, I see no reason to stay and head to the local dumping ground called Dagoba Beach. The idea of restoring the beach to its former glory but also to train my body was appealing. Moving the scrap for people to come visit, but also looking for any potential upgrades to my suit. Some time had passed before I started to feel a presence I seem to detect whenever I'm here, just staring at me, nothing less, nothing more. Looking back at them I feel it disappear, which I chose to ignore and continue cleaning. Not wanting to stop I kept moving, lifting the large pieces of scrap to the roadside before waiting for someone to come pick it up. A skinny man with a bald head arrived on giving me a handshake before loading the scrap into his truck. As I watched, a question plagued my mind. December 29th, 2249. The snow pounds against my shoulders as I make my way to the cafe. The rectangle glasses still on my nose as the snow started to blind my eyes, as if it's trying to reflect straight into me. The light was bright enough that when I went to close my eyes for a moment, letting my sense go to zero, someone bumped into me, causing them to fall backwards. My eyes snapped open and instincts took charge, grabbing onto them mid-fall before standing them upright while taking in their appearance. White hair matching the snow reaching just above her waist, ear muffs covering what seems to be rabbit ears, must be a quirk. Blue jeans, which seem to tuck into her big fur boots. A big gray jacket wrapped around her shoulders, covering her upper body entirely. My eyes stare down blankly into her ruby red eyes. If I didn't know any better, I would say she is over-prepared for this winter, but seeing her possible rabbit-related quirk could affect her reaction to temperature. Her ruby eyes stare up to me and a small blush forms on her cheeks, the cold likely affecting her fast. There is also a look of familiarity in her eyes, perhaps she has seen me cleaning the beach. Muttering out a quick apology, I try to walk away, but I allow myself to be caught by an arm grabbing me. Her gloved hands wrapped tightly around my wrist as I stood in place, before she realized how strong her grip was and relaxed slightly. You know, I would like to talk to the person who helped me, and the person cleaning the beach. The girl pouted as she spoke, while I tried to silently get out of her grip. I think to myself for a second before replying. Okay, that's it? Just okay, I only want to say thank you for the help. She persisted, stopping me from trying to get out of her hands. Why does this girl want to talk to me? I just want to be forgotten. It's no need, I just did what was right. Trying to get away is usually easy with most, but after trying to brush her away, she kept persisting until I brought her along to the cafe. The barista's smile seemed to be wider when she realized I was with someone else, and after ordering we had a brief but small argument on who was to pay. While she argued, I sneaked the cash to the barista without the girl knowing, upsetting her a bit further. Once we sat down, we started talking and finally told me her name. Rumi Yuyama. So, what's your name? Her soft-spoken voice was the only thing that allowed me to relax in the moment. I pondered, wondering what I should tell her. You can call me Izuku, no last name, Yuyama? I kept my voice monotone, wondering how long it would be before she left. You can call me Rumi, Yuyama is too long. Plus I have to call you by your first name, so it's only fair. She gave a sly smirk as she spoke, resting her elbows on the table. We ended up speaking for some hours, and I found comfort in her stories. She liked training, taking joy in fighting. Her parent passed a few years after she was born, and since then she had no fixed home or family. She had an infatuation with heroes and even wanted to be one herself. It even got to the point where I told her I was quirkless, and it showed me the kind of person she truly was. She told me, so what? Well, that's the watered-down version. Her actual phrasing was, so what if you're quirkless, you're trying to be a hero, and from what I can see, you've got quite some muscle on you? If it weren't for my training, a compliment like that would have crippled me and made me uncomfortable without a doubt. For the first time in a while, I had found someone who didn't care about my handicap and even cheered me on in some way. After some time, I had realized I was almost late for training. When she realized I had to leave, she gave me her number, and while I do live in an abandoned building, I still have enough money from odd jobs to afford a phone. I sometimes even take money from some gangs, small amounts but enough to live by. I don't like doing it too much. Once I promised to call her, I left to go train and take the out time in my day to sleep. But the strangest thing happened when I was training. All I could think about was her. No matter how hard I focused, she was at the front of my mind. This caused me to stop working and look towards my phone, the thought on whether or not I should call, or even send a text, bouncing around my mind without stopping. Maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I can't think about this right now, I need sleep. December 31st, 2249. The new year was close, and me and Rumi would be spending some of it together. She has some friend from middle school she is going to meet while I have work. Just because it's the new year doesn't mean crime will stop. After a few hours I had left to go patrol, saving the lives of many. Things started to become quiet as crime froze, allowing the fireworks to dance through the air, telling the world it was the start of the new year. I uttered a quick prayer under my breath at the sight and continued running across the city until I heard something. "You want me to do what?" The urgency in their voice caused me to turn my head. "We will begin to plan an attack on the symbol of peace and want you to join us along with others to bring the fall of All Might." This persona had a scratchy voice, a large amount of arrogance hiding under the surface. "And how do you plan to do this?" "The League of Villains have a secret weapon, and we have knowledge that All Might will be joining UA High School when the new year begins, which is when we'll attack." His raspy voice reaches out to the thug. Hearing enough, I quickly jump in and knock the thug out while the one with hands covering his face wasted not time and left through a portal. How much do they know about All Might? The only reason I know is from sheer luck in watching him deflate after a fight, but how much does this villain know? I can't think about this right now. I need to inform Eraserhead. Using a torch, I shined a light into the sky, hoping to gather his attention and quickly hid in the shadows, waiting for someone to arrive. Less than a minute passes and he ran onto the building. Making a quick glance towards any exits, I make my presence known. "I'm glad that worked." My voice took him by surprise, still as hoarse as last time. "What do you need?" "You are aware that I'm trying to arrest you, right?" Caution fills his voice. "It's understandable, but I have purpose." "Yes, but I know you wouldn't try, and besides, I think you can gain a lot more with me around." I took a moment to pause, watching him closely. "Either way, I have information regarding the place you teach." Not letting him finish, I continue. "A new villain group is rising, preparing an attack on UA within the next school year, hoping to end All Might." His eyes went wide a small amount. "So the group were right, All Might is becoming a teacher. Take whatever preparations you deem necessary, I'm sure you'll do the right thing, and if you need to talk again, use a light. I need to end this quickly, other heroes might be closing in, and the last thing I need is to repair a burnt suit from Endeavor." Eraser pinched the bridge of his nose, clearly thinking about this new information. "How are you sure you can trust me this much?" His exhaustion was reaching a new peak as I dumped everything into him. "'Cause I know the kind of work you do, you're not like other heroes, like All Might or Endeavor, you do what's logical and right for our country, helping from the shadows." My voice stayed level as I spoke. He still looked hesitant to do anything, but I didn't have any more time to waste. I start walking away, hearing a cry for help in the distance. As I leapt through the air to the next building, I hear him say one last thing. "I hope you know what you're doing." January 15th, 2250. Rumi was stood by my side talking about training, where to improve and how to do it. I offered to spar at the dumping ground, Dagoba Beach. It's still full of trash, but I've cleaned it up enough for there to have a friendly spar. Knowing her personality, I already knew it wouldn't be friendly, and it made me excited. But at the end of the day, I'm only trying to get a gauge of her strengths, find her weak points. On the way to the beach, I start thinking about my meeting with Eraserhead. After we first met, we've only met up twice, both times to get my help with some drug ring. I didn't need his help, but he needed mine, and the quicker they were gone the better. Once me and Rumi found a clear space, she got into her fighting position. I already see a few gaps in her defense, perfect for an attack by me. Standing still, I reach down and grab a small rock on the ground, throwing it high into the sky, representing a countdown. 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Before the rock hits the ground, I could see Rumi's smirk get wider with every inch it got closer to the ground. I slowly pulled my hands out of my pocket, getting ready. But as I moved my hands up, I was left with one question. What next? I dodge to the right, moving around her right leg as she tries to kick me. Before she can recover, I send an elbow into her stomach, knocking the air out of her and sending her a few feet away. Once she gets back up, she jumps into the air and brings her leg up before slamming it down into me. I move my arms up to block, the force from her hit digging myself into the ground ever so slightly. It could have been stronger, but she still lacks the correct experience. I observed her, seeing every muscle twitch, predicting when and where she was going to move before she even realized what direction she was moving. She might not know it yet, but she has already lost. Blocking each attack, striking at the right moment, dismantling her defense piece by piece. It was child's play. Being careful not to leave any sustained damage to her, it was as if I was dancing around her. It only took another minute before she fell to the ground bruised, while I simply stand a few feet away, not even a scratch laid on my body. She may have thought her attacks were strong, and they were, just not against me. When you spend your nights building your body to withstand any and all attacks makes even the strong attacks more bearable. The only reason this fight went on this long is because I let an effort to unravel what makes her who she is. Staring down at her, I felt a small sense of excitement. The thought that she could really become a powerhouse if she was trained properly was igniting something inside me. Thankfully, I am here to give her the right pointers, nudging her in the right direction. Once she collected her strength, she looked over at me with a strange look in her eyes. One was admiration, but the other I couldn't identify. How? Confusion crosses my mind. How are you so strong? After a quick pause, I reply. Because I fight to protect. I wonder what you fight for. The curiosity in my voice gave her enough of a notion to answer. I fight to become the strongest so that I never have to feel weak again. She grumbled under her breath slightly, a suppressed anger rising inside her. The teasing about her quirk was acting as a push to get stronger, an unending itch to scratch. Seeing what bullying has pushed me to do, it's not hard to believe. After thinking it over, I give her some advice on where to improve. I took her to the cafe, spending the rest of the afternoon talking. February 19th, 2250. The last month was quiet, only one other meeting with Eraserhead about shutting down a human trafficking ring, which went smoothly. His extra help has been helpful for getting information, and I've slowly been gathering knowledge about the new villain group. The League of Villains. So far they have only been gathering low-rank thugs, and from what I can tell, they've gotten around 50 members, not including whoever the leader is. After giving Eraser this info, I also gave him a device, a simple phone which can give each of our locations when we choose to send it with an extra button in case we are in danger. A fail-safe if you want to give it a name. Or it could be used to have a meeting, and Eraser just sent his location. Once arriving, I see him, with a small animal on his shoulder. Nizu. What might like him want with me? I see you've brought a friend. While both Eraser or Nizu make no sudden movement, I can see Nizu's surprise as they turn around. Nizu gained a pleased look in his face and chose to take the lead. You've been helping my colleague with information and helping civilians like no other hero has in the years I've been alive. So you could say it gathered my interest, and after quite some research I have found close to nothing about you, which only caused my interest to heighten. Even from Eraser's shoulder, he leaned forwards with little fear of falling. You are unlike anyone I've ever met before. Even right now, my instincts are screaming at me to run from you. This caught Eraser off guard. If I was being honest, it even caught me off guard. But unlike Eraser, I was able to hide it. No matter what, never show your emotions on patrol, not even to allies. One of the things I wish I never had the fortune of learning. So why do you want to meet me? I may be smart, but Nizu could possibly be the smartest mammal on the planet, and I have yet to test my intellect against someone like him. I need to be careful with what I say. One small detail could reveal my identity. I want to give you an offer. We make an official alliance and give each other knowledge about this League of Villains, and we call off all the heroes trying to hunt you. He gained a sly smirk as he explained. And what do you want in return? My caution was dignified, currently being in an experience I couldn't say I would have expected. As I said, knowledge of this group, but also to unmask you. If we are going to trust you, we need to know you're going to trust us. Interesting, I'll agree, but only if my face stays between us and nobody else. I'm still not sure. This is Nizu we're talking about. You dash. No, Nizu, I want to hear it from Eraserhead. That animal is one of a kind. He could lie through the skin of his teeth and I likely wouldn't even know about it. With all the discrimination in the world, how else could he have gotten such power to run a school without a simple lie or perhaps blackmail? It's not out of the question. You have our word, the moment you show your face, it stays between us and anyone you choose to tell. His tone doesn't falter, his breathing is regular, no twitching on his hands or body. He was telling the truth. Even the most seasoned of pros have a tell when they're lying. He's showing nothing. I slowly reach to the seam of my mask and pull up, brushing past my hair and revealing the dark circles around my eyes. You're a kid. Eraser's shock was obvious, even to the untrained eye. That doesn't matter. What does matter is that I am helping and we both know my skill. I remained unchanged as he spoke the obvious. That doesn't matter. You're still meant to be enjoying your childhood. And what childhood matters when you're quirkless? My voice stays calm, hiding my annoyance. People I used to consider friends pushed me aside like I was trash on the sidewalk. My own mother never looked me in the eye and acted like I was a stranger inside her house. All I know is that society failed me, and I won't let it fail someone else. If you wish to leave because I'm quirkless, go ahead, it wouldn't be the first time. Both seemed shocked. My declaration probably left a mark. They'll likely leave just like everyone else. My mind silently went to Rumi, remembering how she acted. She accepted me, maybe they will. We don't care that you're quirkless, kid. Eraser spoke up, filling me with joy, but I still didn't let it see the surface. We just think that you shouldn't be playing Vigilante so young. How old are you? Eraser's concern was obvious, a hidden underlay of anger in his eyes. I'm 15 and have applied to UA. Seeing how a villain group should be targeting it, I figured going undercover would get a better understanding of how events might pan out. This is the most logical course of action for the time being, and if things turn out well, maybe I'll stay. You're smart, not even my third years can think to your level. I'd imagine it's better than some pros I know. Eraser speaks up as he looks at me with a smirk. Nizu, however, seemed to be thinking, taking his time to speak up. We will keep working together, but I want to test your skill against Eraserhead. I know he says you're good, but I want to see for myself. Is there a place you would like to meet up for this? Meet me at Dagoba Beach. I've been cleaning it up recently, but there is still work to be done, plus it won't draw unwanted attention. I let out a sigh, getting ready to leave. We'll see you there. With that I started to run, finishing my patrol for the night. February 20th, 2250. Eraserhead was tough. He's been doing this longer than I have, perfecting his fighting style as far as he could progress. However, with only my body and technique to focus on, I have refined mine even further, leaving no other option for him, only defeat. Nizu watched as I stood over Eraser, his body laid out on the floor defeated. His own capture weapon was wrapped around his arms, keep them still and restricting any movement. Nizu's POV. He's good. I have been watching Eraser work on his fighting style for years, and to see this boy, to see this man dismantle with a couple well-placed punches and parries was magnificent. And the ability to use his own scarf with such proficiency that took Eraserhead years to accomplish, as if he wasn't even trying, made it seem like he created the style. Every punch was calculated to deal maximum damage with little effort. Every dodge or block he moved with little energy wasted. I was impressed. Eraserhead was a master of his craft, and to see him so easily defeated made it seem that maybe Izuku was the creator of said craft. He took his time to get off my friend, offering a hand to lift him up. Yes, this will be an amazing partnership. I can't wait to see what you'll do at my school, Izuku Midoriya, I state, pleased with the events. Where did you learn the name Midoriya? Izuku's eyes sharpened towards me, the need to override my instincts telling me to run at an all-time high. I'll admit, it took the whole of last night, but I found it in the end. I pause, gathering my thoughts. Why did your mother never report you as dead? And why was your father never mentioned in the reports? Eraser stood in silence as he watched the interaction, his own curiosity keeping him silent. I asked her to. I was treated as a stranger in my own home, but I was lucky enough that she understood what I wanted. The reason my father was never mentioned was because he was never around to begin with. Izuku remained unfazed as he explained, a show of strength to us. I never truly understood why humans treated their own kind with hatred, especially their own kin, and it always brings me to anger. Making me want to hurt those humans, to bring them down to a place they would never be found, but I always held back on these thoughts. I see. Perhaps I can pay her a visit? Last I checked she just got married and is expecting. She may have destroyed any remnants of my childhood, but I don't want to ruin whatever happiness she could have. If I have to, I'll take matters into my own hands if she chooses to destroy another's childhood. He paused, taking a moment to take a breather. I'll be taking my leave now. You know how to contact me. Izuku's POV. As I start to leave, I could feel both their eyes settle on me as I slowly leave their field of view. Maybe I should tell Rumi. As I'm walking, I have one question in my mind. March 12, 2250. Only one more month until the UA high school exam. During the day, me and Rumi have been training to our limits, while I spend my nights exchanging knowledge with the heroes. The League have been covering their tracks well, and if I'm correct, they should have close to 250 thugs when they choose to attack. Right now, I sat across from Rumi inside the busy cafe, taking comfort in the warm drink in my hands, and the person sat across from me. What do you think of that Vigilante? Her, I think the name was? I ask, wondering what her view was. Rumi pauses, thinking for a moment before she gives an answer. I think he's pretty cool. He seems really strong, just makes me want to fight him. She pauses, in deep thought about the man in question. Plus, he's done a lot of good for this city, can't help but admire him in a way. I stared at her in slight relief. Not many people are able to look past the illegal side of being a vigilante. It was refreshing to be around her. I have something I want to tell you. I start to speak, my eyes darting to the many people around the room, momentarily landing on the familiar barista's face. She leans in closer to me, a small blush on her face, almost excited like she's been waiting for something. I can't tell you here though. Too many people. Follow me. After walking for a few minutes, we reach an empty area. Perfect. I reach into my bag, pulling out a small piece of fabric. It was my mask. In my hands to show it to her. I'll keep this short. I am Horu. My tone staying plain, unchanging, trying to hide my nerves. She looks shocked and almost disappointed. But I couldn't focus on the face she was making, the thought I would lose my closest friend to something like this plaguing my mind. If you wish to leave, you can leave. You probably wouldn't want to be connected with some vigilante anyway. I close my eyes, waiting for her to leave. It's for the best if she does leave. I can't hurt her and possibly ruin her life because of this. After a few seconds, she rams herself into me, hugging me as tight as her arms could let her. I don't want to leave you, no matter what. I let my shock appear on my face, knowing she wouldn't try and hurt me. I know now, my feeling can't change about this. I want to be with her, no matter what. You can hate me later for this, but I don't know how to say it. She looks confused while I think for a moment before moving my face closer to hers, smashing my lips into hers, melting from her touch. She freezes, soon relaxing into the kiss. My hands roam closer to her face, holding her. I pull away. I'm sorry, she cuts me off with a kiss, pushing me back into Wonderland, and after a second she pulls back. Don't be sorry, I want this. Her hand laid on my face, her soft skin dancing across my own. My face softens into a smile at her words. She was the one for me. I knew that now, and nothing would change the way I felt about it. Holding her hand, we start walking around the city, no more secrets between us, even to the point where I showed her where I've been staying. To say she was surprised was an understatement. She even tried to convince me to move somewhere else, but I convinced her otherwise. I have everything I need here and it's sanitary. Even though it's an abandoned building, I still fixed it up pretty well. After she left, I sank onto my bed, thinking about her. The last thing on my mind before I slept. March 19, 2250. My relationship with Rumi has developed a lot. So much that I started to tell her about my life, how I had to run away when I was 11, how everyone turned against me. Several details were left out, like what I did the 2 years before my vigilante career, but I gave her a chance to understand a fraction of my story. She ended up hugging me for several minutes before she looked up to me. Her exact word being, "No matter what, I will never leave you, you are who I want to be with." She always says the right things to me, making my feelings even stronger for her. The League of Villains, however, have gone silent for the past week, and I knew it was pointing in a bad direction. They were planning something, and it set me on edge knowing there was nothing I could do about it. After revealing myself to Aizawa, we got close enough to call each other friends. He even knows where I live and cares for me in a sense. It's been nice. He even introduced me to one of his cats and his girlfriend, Midnight, for some reason. She still doesn't know I'm Horu, which I made clear to Aizawa to keep it that way. Right now, I'm on patrol. After following a lead on a new serial ender, Reports showed some kind of poison quirk, only hours after meeting said Ender the victim would be dead. The only problem was, they didn't even know they met the Ender. No known symptoms have been discovered, so they didn't even know they were poisoned, and the way they were poisoned is currently unknown. I've asked around in several underground workshops, hoping to find an answer, but there was never anything definite. Watching above a building, I felt a presence behind me, casting an eye behind me to show just who I was looking for. Muzutafu's poisoner. I hear you've been looking for me. His voice sounded deranged, high-pitched, like there was an edge of excitement in meeting me. I let myself stay silent, choosing to watch his every move. What's his motive? The silent treatment. You know, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, and you're not leaving a good impression on your biggest fan. His voice was full of disappointment. Whether he was faking it or not remained unknown. Why have you done this? I voiced my question, trying to gather as much information as possible. When I first saw you, I was immediately hooked, the way you swiftly took care of that robbery, not leaving a trace behind. And to have seen it with my own eyes, it was truly beautiful the way you moved. This time I could tell the awe in his voice was real, it sounded more genuine. But that didn't mean it changed how I was acting. But his words hooked me. He saw when I first went solo. My first time on patrol, a small alleyway where a young woman was getting robbed. I stepped in before anything could happen to her and made sure she got help and left when police were nearby. He saw me the first time I was out. Was this some kind of way to get my attention? Ending all these innocent people? My monotone voice seemed to fill him with delight. Innocent? No, they were far from innocent. You showed me that I should help this city in any way I can. It took me a while to be ready, training my quirk and researching on who would be next, while also watching you as much as possible. He stares into the distance. I never had the physical capability as someone like you, but I did have the brains to find and end those who did wrong, and I must say, I see why you do this every night. He got louder, excitement hoping into the night sky. He took steps closer to me, letting the light hit his body. A dark green boiler suit covered his body with black gloves on his hands. His head stayed within the shadows, only his seemingly scared neck showed. You need to stop this. Ending people is wrong. No matter how right it feels, someone always feels pain from your actions, which never ends well. He stared at me with a sense of wonder in his eyes. I always knew you were a good hero, caring not only for people's safety, but also the well-being of their mind. He paused, thinking something over for a moment. I will stop only if you give me two things. Number one, I wish to fight with you, no quirks of course. And number two, I want to work with you. I will do the research while you will be the brawn. I'm sure you are smart, but someone like me will be useful to someone of your power. I think it over. He could be useful, perhaps a mole into the League of Villains, but only if he is strong enough, but that would mean he could have to end a few more people to get their attention. Or maybe he could go a different approach to infiltrate them. I throw him a card and start talking. Meet me at this location at midday if you wish to join me. I will fight you, but first, what is your name and quirk? He steps closer to me, showing a grin. You may call me Dokuo, and my quirk is called Poison Tips. I can secrete a poison from tips of my fingers and inject it like a syringe. I stare for a few more seconds before I leave. Just as I leave, I hear him mutter one final thing. I look forward to joining your crusade, no matter what. March 20th, 2250. Dagoba Beach was still littered with trash, giving both me and Dokuo cover from any prying eyes. Both of us stood at either end of an opening, the same place I had a spar with Rumi. I still wore my Vigilante suit, while he was wearing some casual workout clothes, showing his weak stature. It showed the little muscle he held, giving him a small frame, and the short amount of dark hair he neatly kept. He charged without hesitation, multiple openings in his defense already seen. It took only a few seconds before he was on the floor, and even fewer seconds before he was up again, his thin fists at the ready. But one thing about his weak physique stood out. The determination that shined in his eyes. Just what I was looking for. After 10 minutes he was in the floor a total of 23 times, but he got back after each time. Why do you keep getting back up? I asked, testing his resolve. Because I know that working with you, I will be able to put away those that hurt society. I will be able to stop those that hurt others for their own pleasure. Being by your side, I know I will be able to accomplish this. He took heavy breaths as he spoke, but the determination never once backed down. It was admirable. But a lot of work needed to be done. This might probably be a stupid idea, one of the most irrational plans I've ever made, and I've done some stupid stuff. I don't want to put him in danger, but after hearing this declaration I couldn't help the smirk that found its way onto my face. My eyes glaze over him, overlooking his weak body and taking in where he needs to improve. His look of excitement overtook his exhaustion within a second. First things first, you will continue your work almost like we never met. His look of surprise came almost immediately as the words left my mouth, but all I can think of is... He stared at me, dumbfounded. But I thought you wanted me to stop? His confusion is evident and it's perfectly justified after what I asked. Let me finish. You will continue under my supervision and you will only scare the scum I approve of. A sigh escapes my lips as I thought over my plan. Lately, a new villain group has been rising and I need someone on the inside. Even though you're not ending, you should be able to make contact. I hope you'll be someone who I can trust. So, can I trust you? Using him like this is wrong, asking him to throw away his life for my own mission, but the League of Villains have been growing too much and his well-being might be the last of my worries. Yes, I won't let you down. He has a strong conviction. It should be enough to fool the League and hopefully the public when they become well-known. Do you have a safe place to gather information or not? I wouldn't say it's safe, but it works. He shrugged his shoulders. Meet me at XXXX Street. There is an abandoned warehouse. I usually used it as some sort of safe house when heroes hunted me, but I no longer have any need for it. Take whatever equipment you need and start searching for your next target. I handed him a piece of paper with the address, giving him a stern look. Remember to tell me everything about what you plan to do. April 2nd, 2250. Once Dokuo had set up everything, he began his hunt again and we have been meeting up to exchange information. He stopped ending just like I asked, only sending a message to the victim, and it has paid off. The League didn't want to take much time before making contact with him, offering a place for him in their group. He accepted and my man on the inside has been secured. Me and Rumi were currently hanging around the cafe and we've gotten much more comfortable around each other. My arm was draped around her shoulders while the other was holding my drink. One of her hands laid on my chest as she cuddled into me. I adjusted the glasses on my face, feeling the familiar pain from bright lights. Throughout the entire time we have been dating she keeps trying to tease me. I however just laugh at her and it gets thrown back into her face, but she does get my heart thumping. She makes me feel something I haven't felt in a long time. Alive. Before I met her, a happy life after my work always felt like long shot. As if I was never going to have one, it just simply wasn't made for me. But when she sat right next to me, holding each other, that happy ever after seems to be closer than ever. Walking down the street we stopped at my place, hand in hand. Walking in after me, she quickly jumps at me. Something common, trying to catch me off guard. She latches onto my back, grinning from ear to ear. She wrapped her legs around my waist, keeping a tight lock so I couldn't get her off me. Her arms gently lifted up to my neck, holding onto me for balance. Slowly walking to my bed, I drop onto the mattress, pulling her around my body so she's in front of me. My arms move from her legs to around her waist, exhaustion setting in. Her eyes have already been closed for a few minutes, deep into sleep. I bring my face closer to her forehead and give a gentle kiss. This is what I want to protect. The rest of the world can wait. This feeling is what I want right now. Nothing can change that. April 3rd, 2250. I let out a sigh, almost time to head back. Eraserhead sat beside me, looking over the information I just gave him. 250 people? He lets out a sigh. How are we going to be able to combat that? And whatever villains they already have? We won't. All we can do is hold off for as long as possible. I pause, looking over the quiet city. But we still have some advantages. Crime is low for now, and they're only street thugs. While they may be strong, they don't have proper training. It won't be much of a challenge. Eraser stares at me for a moment as stayed in deep thought. What's got you in such a good mood? At his question I froze, wondering what my answer should be. You're not the only one with something worth fighting for. April 9th, 2250. Your arm is moving in the wrong direction, it need to go like this? Rumi asked for training, all I'm doing is giving a few pointers. Like now, by moving her arms in a certain way she should be able to gain more momentum which would mean more power in her kicks. This is the sort of thing which is learnt through experience, but I want her to be prepared. There are a lot of strong people out there, some stronger than me, and I refuse to lose her simply because she doesn't have enough experience. I have also been training my reflexes. Although I can react to speeds faster than some planes, putting me on par with some of the top 10, they can still be faster. I was also practicing with a few new gadgets. I built a capture weapon, similar to Eraserhead but not as strong, a different alloy. I got the basics down when I fought Eraser, so now all I'm doing is refining my technique, and without him by my side to teach me, progress has been slow. Rumi stood multiple meters away, training a kick where she jumps up and propels herself down while slamming her foot downwards to give a powerful impact. She used it against me in our first spar and I gave her a few pointers to improve on. I may be stronger than her but I don't want to be caught in the shockwave of it while I'm training. The reason why I'm far away. After a few hours, she was climbing over me as I carried her, walking over to the cafe where one of the baristas greets us. Clara, she's close to our age, being around 5 years older. We both see this girl most of the time we're here and know each other on basic terms. I set Rumi down on one of the chairs as I go order our regulars. Clara stares at me, already knowing what we want. She's done you a lot of good, you know, she starts, staring at the almost asleep Rumi. I don't think I've ever seen you smile this much in such a short time. I always thought about coming over and talking to you to hopefully make your day better and give you something to smile about, but it seems she beat me to it. She gives a kind smile. I'm glad she found you. I stare at Rumi, missing Clara's eyes on me. I'm glad I met her too. I never got to say thank you, not properly at least. I thought the same thing sometimes, going up to you to talk. I gave her a knowing look as I said that. I just wish I had a way to pay you back. What Rumi doesn't know is that Clara knows who I am at night. She helped stitch me up when I was too damaged to help myself. She gave me a place to sleep when I was too tired to get back to the warehouse. This was when I first started, so I was messing up a lot more. She always helped and I have no way to pay her back other than meet up with her now and then. If you want, you can join me and Rumi for a movie after your shift, although Rumi will probably fall asleep. She lets out a chuckle at that, giving me a smile I've seen so many times. That would be nice, thank you. April 15th, 2250. Exam day, the day that I've been waiting for, the day I will be able to join UA and hopefully stop another group of villains before they grow too much. It didn't take long before I heard a voice, barely a couple meters into the school grounds. Deku? Deku? A name I hadn't heard in many years, coming from the one person I should have expected to recognize me. Taking in his appearance, I couldn't help but wonder. Deku? His voice sounds surprised, confused maybe, and a lot quieter than I imagined. I turn my head, ash blonde hair with dark red eyes gently looking at me. Katsuki Bakugo. Unlike my mother, I never bothered to keep tabs on him, so I know only assumptions about how he could act. At best, those assumptions meant nothing. Bakugo. My voice stayed calm. I still don't know how he's changed, if at all. He flinches, clearly from how I'm not calling him his childhood nickname, Kakin. Over the last couple years I've had the opportunity to leave behind my past feelings, my pain and anger that he caused me. But none of that will matter depending on how he acts. But, he stumbles over his words. Auntie said you dash. I think it's best we talk after the exams, seeing as they are about to begin. I cut him off and turn around. I need to focus. After a few minutes, I'm sat down. I could see Rumi a few feet ahead of me and send a quick wave, watching as she waves back. A smile sets on my lips, quickly disappearing when I notice Bakugo sat beside me, only to stare at me as if I had come back from the dead. Even after the presentation begins, his gaze doesn't leave me. I also notice Eraser's gaze on me from the corner of the room. Once Present Mike had finished his speech about the written exam, we began. I took my time, don't want people to think I'm too smart. I'm still not too sure whether I should hide my abilities, or if I'll stay in UA after I've finished my mission. Since I was a child I've wanted to become a pro hero, to save people, but I've realized I don't need to go pro to do that, and after all the information I've gathered about most heroes, I'm not sure if I want to work alongside people who are worse than the people they put away. But right now, all I need to think about is the exam, making sure I finish 15 minutes before the end and shutting my eyes. Extending my senses, I hear pens and pencils rush along paper. I open one eye to see how Rumi is going and see her head already lying on the desk. I decide to close my eye again and try to rest, although it seems I rested too long as some blue-haired kid was standing and pointing towards me. And you, what do you think you are doing? If you're not going to take the exam seriously, then why are you even here? He shouts. Is that a robot? The way he moved his arms was much like one. His movements were rigid, really rigid, and it made me question his humanity. Look, I already know everything I need to know from the pamphlet, so sit down and stop disturbing others. He looks down in shame and seems to stiffen even more before sitting down again. After sitting down, Present Mike continues while I zone out again. I still feel both Katsuki's and Eraser's eyes on me, but after I just shouted, I think most people's eyes are on me. A few minutes later, we had all gotten to our exam areas where I noticed the blue-haired boy coming over to me. Well, now, I feel my irritation grow with each step he takes. I would like to apologize for my actions. I shouldn't have called you out like I did, and I hope you can forgive me. He bows a perfect 90 degrees, once again making me question how humane he was. It's fine, you just need to loosen up, a lot. I looked over his body, seeing almost every muscle he had tense. Not everything is as black and white as it seems. Everything has its reason. My irritation slowly dissipated after his apology. I'll see you around. I walk away, done trying to understand why he's so robotic. I'm worried I'll pour water on him and he'll start sparking and malfunction. After another quick look, I realize Rumi isn't in the same area. Too bad, I won't get comfort away from Robot Boy. I realize I still didn't learn his name, but it doesn't matter unless he makes it in. The moment I see the door start to crack open enough for me to fit through, I start sprinting. No countdown in a real battle. A metal pipe was connected on the outside of one of the building, and I made a dash for it, ripping it of the wall and start swinging. In the distance, I could hear other examiners complaining about me, still stood by the door, probably waiting for a countdown before Present Mike shouts through the mic. What are you waiting for? The doors are open. Go, go, go. By the time they started moving, I had already destroyed a 2 and a couple 1-pointers, bringing me to 4 points. I dive deeper into the city, hoping to find a higher density of robots while destroying as many as possible along the way. With a pipe in hand, I prepared to finish this exam without mercy. In the teacher's room. Third POV. All the teachers gathered together, chatting amongst themselves about potential students. One teacher stood out though, a tall, skinny, blonde-haired man, who sat silent while observing the screen in front of him, about to speak up. This young man here, what's his name? Pointing to the screen showing a boy with dark green hair. The way he was fighting seemed familiar to him. Izuku. No last name. Nizu replies. I've met him before and he is quite promising. This shocked the room. Nizu just praised someone. He must have one hell of a quirk if you've praised him. One of the members said. He's quirkless. Aizawa jumps in before Nizu can, surprising the room. The blonde-haired man looked up in surprise. Quirkless? Are you sure he should be here? It can be quite dangerous without a quirk. The blonde exclaimed. I think you're forgetting something. All Might, Nizu. Starts, giving the blonde man a name. He is placing first in the physical exam so far just based off villain points, and judging from the theoretical exam, he could also be the smartest. This took the room by surprise. Quirkless? And first place? But it doesn't matter if he is quirkless, what matters now is how he reacts. Nizu said while moving his paw towards a red button. The blind sat in silence as Nizu firmly pressed down on the button. He brought his hand to his chin and stared deeply at the boy he mentioned. Maybe it's him, that strength and speed is something I have only seen in one individual. The blonde thought, his eyes not leaving the screen for a second. Exam arena. Izuku's POV. I just finished of another robot. After all this time I must be around 80 points. At some point I gave up on counting, choosing to take down as many as possible rather than keep count. Before I could continue charge at another robot, a rumble was felt around the city, startling the examiners. The 0-pointer. Everyone started running the opposite direction, little to no care for those around them. I was about to follow them, walk away in hopes of finding some other robots worth my time, but I heard I scream, a cry for help. I started to run towards the plea, seeing her trapped under a piece of cement. Once I reach her, I hooked my hand under an edge of the slab and pulled, lifting the block enough for her to crawl out. I tell her to move as far as possible and start running towards the 0-pointer, making as much noise as possible to draw its attention. One of its fists comes flying towards me and slams into the ground. As it lands, I slip between one of its fingers and start to crawl up the hand and onto the arm, keeping a steady running pace. I soon reached its shoulders as its other hand tries to slap me away, but like before, I jump through one of the fingers and make it to the base of its neck. I looked around, soon finding a panel and rip it off. The panel was filled with wires upon wires, so I plunge my hand in and start pulling, taking little to no care about what color does what. I don't have enough time to figure out which wire controls its movements. After a few seconds of unplugging the wires, the 0-pointer starts to shut down, causing the shoulders to suddenly bend forward, making me slip and lose balance. As I fell through the air, I quickly kick of what would be the collarbone to regain my balance, landing back on the arm and running down the metal, having no way or need to slow myself down. I approach a building from the arm and jump off to reach the ceiling and roll to lessen the blow to my body. Once I landed, an alarm sounded and Present Mike made an announcement. That's the exams. If you're injured, please visit the nurse. If not, you are free to go home. His voice boomed around the city, causing everyone to look for where his voice was coming from. I looked around me until I found a door to the stairs and made my way down. It seems the girl I saved was waiting for me to get down. Oh, that was so cool. You were like swoosh and bang. When you saved me, thanks. Her bubbly personality beamed through. I start to walk away and she follows. It's no problem, I only did what any hero would have done. I'm Achiko Uraraka, it's nice to meet you. She leaves a bright smile when she finishes, shaking my hand as a way of thanks. Call me Izuku. Sorry, but I need to get going, my girlfriend is waiting for me. I need to get away, her personality is draining me. While she may be nice, people like her always tend to bug me. When I could see Rumi looking at me in the distance, I felt myself gain some energy. Once I walked away and reached her, all she did was stare at me. So, who was she? Someone I saved in the exam, why? I asked back, maybe she's jealous? No reason. She turned away from me, getting ready to leave. Are you jealous? I ask, teasing her. No. She stares at me, like I had grown a second head. Why would you think that? You are, aren't you? You are. She tried to deny it, but I see through her and start tickling her stomach. Just admit it. She's laughing uncontrollably by now. Say it. Never. Still laughing almost on the floor. Seeing her resilience, I let go. Fine. I stare at her as she stands straight, a light smile on my face until a voice calls out to me. Deku, I thinks it's time we talked. His voice rings through my ears, stopping me from taking to Rumi. As I turned around to face him, all I could think about was, Deku, I think it's time we talk. I turned to face him, my face emotionless. I turned back to Rumi and quickly spoke to her. I'll meet you back at the entrance. I send a sweet smile and hear her mutter in agreement as I turn to walk towards him. What does he want to say? What do I want to say? Has he changed? Questions filled my mind as I followed him to the side of a building, resting against a bench. Izuku. He froze for a moment. Why has he called me that? I know that I have done a lot of wrong, but how are you alive? I send him a questioning gaze. He catches on and speaks up. Auntie, she said that you had died years ago when we were both 11. We had a funeral for you. So how the hell are you still alive? His voice growing louder by the word, angrier by the word, as if accusing me that I'm not me. I never died, I simply ran away. I pause, wondering how he would respond. I knew that being there, living with her, I wouldn't be able to live. I wouldn't be able to become a hero. It didn't help that everyone I knew turned their backs on me when I needed it. He flinches. Maybe he does feel bad, but nothing changes until I hear it from him. I see. His eyes soften. I only got to start living once I got a new life, once I found people who looked after me, once I found her. I felt myself glare at him, preparing for the worst. And I won't let anyone ruin what I've got, not even you. He looks shaken up, not used to what I've become, what I am. He slowly bends down, getting on his knees with his head near the floor. I might not deserve your forgiveness, but I hope one day you'll forgive me and accept my apology so that one day, you can count on me to help look after you. His eyes start tearing up but he quickly wipes them away. I'm sorry. Okay. I turn away. I said to myself that nothing would change, nothing would happen between us unless I've seen you change and ask for forgiveness. And you have, so I forgive you. Katsuki lays still on the ground as I walk away and hear a single thank you as a tear hits the floor. April 15, 2250. I'm currently at Rumi's house, sitting on her bed, waiting for the UA letter. The place I live is too run down for pro heroes to know about, and if they knew it wouldn't be long before they kick me out to keep me safe, as they would say, so I said I live at Rumi's. Soon the doorbell rings and I go to grab the letter. Once I open the door I see Eraser with 2 letters and grab them once he passes them over and mutter a quick thanks and see you on patrol before shutting the door, turning back towards Rumi, and once I hand her the letter she bolts back to her room while I stood in silence, wondering what I should do as I took a seat in the living room. Quickly ripping open the letter, a projection falls out, revealing a pre-recorded message from Nizu. Congratulations Izuku, you have passed the theoretical exam by 98% and got 86 villion points in the physical exam, leaving you in first place. However, you also got another 50 hero points from saving other examiners, giving you 136 points in total. This means that you will be the student year rep and will have to give speeches at events such as the sports festival. Good luck, and welcome to your hero academia. Nizu finishes with his paws in the air as the projection ends. I read the letter and found out I was in class 1A and that my teacher was Shota Aizawa. It didn't take long before Rumi came rushing into the room, bouncing with joy. I got in. I got in. Her bright smile placed a small smile on mine. She probably already knew I got in. Based on the scoreboards, she got second from a few hero points, scoring just above Bakugo. Even though I've passed, her smile is all I need though. April 22nd, 2250. Rumi and I have been spending some more time together along with Clara sometimes even spending time with her alone, sitting around her house when she gets lonely or feeding her cat when she leaves too early and forgets. We have also been preparing for UA and are currently dressed in uniform while Clara gives us our usual drinks as a send-off to high school. I hope you have fun you guys. I never got to go to high school, so enjoy your time there. For me? Clara stares at me. Since she knows what I do, she also knows that I might not stay at the school. I send her a nod as we both grab our drinks and walked out. After a train ride the entrance was in sight. Rumi was bouncing in place as we walked, entering the school hand in hand, trying to navigate the large building, getting lost along the way. Once I know we were lost, I would look into the security camera and see which way the camera would spin in, knowing that the rat was watching. My presence alone sets him on edge, so I'm sure he wouldn't want to test it, and I was right. The camera turns in the direction of our class and we find the entrance to our class. Opening the door to 1A was underwhelming, most students already establishing groups of friends while some like Katsuki and Robot Boy sat down in silence, choosing to sit in whatever piece they could find. Robot Boy notices me and stands up and walks towards me, bending his arms 90 degrees. My name is Ida Tenya. I once again apologize for my actions and hope to work well together. Just as I'm about to respond, Rumi beats me to it. What's RoboCop on about? Do you mean the presentation? She squinted his eyes at him, squaring him up as she does. I nodded my head at her question and focused back on Ida. Once again, it's fine, you need to chill out. Loosen up a little bit. I start to move away to a seat, behind Bakugo, with Rumi to my right. After a few minutes I turn to Rumi and say, "Calm down, the teacher's at the door." Just loud enough for her to hear. Katsuki heard and looked at the door in confusion. Rumi, however, trusted me and turned to face forwards. Not even 10 seconds later the door opened to reveal a caterpillar? Some students jump at this. I could only chuckle and remember how he would complain about not being near his sleeping bag. 8 seconds, that's how long it took for you all to settle down. We're gonna need to cut that down. He looked over the class in disapproval, taking in everyone's appearance. My name is Shota Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher. He pulls out some uniforms. Put these on and meet me at Training Ground Gamma. He wasted no time in sliding back out the door towards the training ground. I followed suit and grabbed my uniform he provided, Rumi following after me until the rest of the class followed. I had arrived early to the training ground. My Vigilante gear was a lot harder to put on and that only took a minute at most. This didn't surprise a racer. Rumi arrived a minute after me until the rest of the class arrived a few minutes after us. 5 minutes. Only Izuku and Yuyama arrived early. You need to be quicker for the hero world. He glares at the class, causing most to stiffen. Today we will be performing the standard fitness assessment to test your abilities. Izuku, you placed first in the exam. What was your furthest through in middle school? I didn't go to middle school, sir. I was homeschooled, but at that age I believe it was around 83 meters. I would say use your quirk, but you can just do what you want. Just stay inside the circle and throw as far as possible. Murmurs filled the class at this. What did he mean by that? I stepped inside the circle, gripping the ball with one hand and pulled back, calculating the perfect angle before moving a few steps and throwing the ball as far as possible. A small gust of wind erupted from the ball as it left my hand, just enough to move some of the dirt around my feet. After a few seconds, a beep sounded from his phone. 345 meters. This is what you shall be doing, testing your bodies and quirks to their limits. We can use our quirks. Cool. This'll be so fun. Several of my classmates started shouting out in joy, and I could help but cringe as Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Fun? You say? Well, let's make this fun. I look to see the rest of the class confused on what he'll say. Having been with Eraser for a few months, I already have an idea about what's going to happen. The person in last place will be expelled. The class gasps and starts to shout things like, "That's unfair," and "It's only our first day." All of them coming from my classmates. My eyes narrow at this but make it no point to speak up, knowing Eraser will do it for me. Not fair? Are natural disasters fair? Villain attacks? It'll be your job as heroes to fight against unfair odds. Any villain will take whatever advantage to win, even if it's your first day as a pro. The class froze. The side of heroes they overlooked being thrown at them for the first time. What you need to do is push past this, go plus ultra, as the saying goes. The class were deep in thought, the last few words causing a fire deep inside to start burning, causing a raging inferno of determination. Maybe this class will be able to survive the next few years. Aizawa begins to speak once more and I can only think of one thing. Throughout the tests I was observing the others, trying to figure out their quirks and their strengths. I was strong enough to make people believe I had a quirk, but I let them wonder, they'll know sooner or later. I placed first in flexibility, endurance, push-ups and sit-ups. I usually went on for too long, they had to stop me. In the other tests I placed around 3rd and 5th including the ball throw. Aizawa walked to the front and presented the scores. I soared a quick glance, taking in each of our scores. I was first, Rumi was 3rd, Katsuki was 4th. Someone named Todoroki took 2nd. Katsuki's face scrunched up in anger at where he placed, but he didn't act like he would have years ago. He took a deep breath and collected himself. Last place was a guy named Minor Mineta. He used his quirk smartly during the side-to-side steps. His eyes start to water and before he can pop off, Aizawa speaks to the class. Oh, and the expulsion was a lie. It was a logical ruse to make you do your best. He then showed the class his best sheet-eating grin, which creeped out most of the class. I ignore the rest of class's reaction and walk towards Rumi and hold her hand while muttering a "good job," ignoring the looks from other classmates. For the rest of the day we had normal lessons like maths, English and science. Once the day ended I went to Niza's office, a simple meeting about the league. We also have a game of chess while we talk. How are preparations coming for the league? I place another figure. Niza looks over. They're coming along, only a few more days and power loader should be done with the drones. He places another figurine. When do you think they'll begin? At this rate, they might start soon. I place another statue. Nizu moves again before responding. It'll most likely be at an off-site activity, like the USJ, or when we begin the training camp unless they decide to attack the sports festival, but that would be illogical, too many heroes. With fewer pros to stop them, and with 250 thugs by their side, we'll be overwhelmed off campus unlike the sports festival. During the speech we both moved another figurine. Moving another, I say. You should be careful of who you trust. They got information about how All Might was working here before most teachers knew, I imagine, and before you know it, you'll be in a checkmate you can't avoid. I stand up, leaving him to look over the board. I win. Nizu could only smile as I walked away. As a being who is as smart as him, I don't believe he has lost many times, and he is a tough opponent. April 24, 2250. I was sat with Rumi for lunch along with Katsuki. Since the exams, Katsuki and I have been meeting to catch up, to reconnect what we used to have. Best friends. There is still a way to go before that label though, and he doesn't even know what I do during the night. Right? No, my instincts were telling me something was about to happen. The drones hadn't been put out yet, so our defenses would be low. My eyes were drawn towards the gate. Years as Vigilante has taught me to trust my instincts, and right now, I know something will happen. I notice the edge of the door start to crumble and say to the table, "Something's happening, stay near me." Just as I finish, alarms ring through the building. The intercom announces, "This is a level 3 alarm. Please head back to your homerooms calmly." Nobody listened and ran for the exit, crawling over each other to get there. Soon enough I notice Rumi and Katsuki get dragged in, bumping into arms and legs until Katsuki bumps into the window and says to me, "It's the press." I crawl up a nearby pole and make my way to the exit sign and start waving my arms. "Calm down," I shout over everyone, gaining their attention, my anger flowing into the room. Once I calmed down and everyone was listening, I continued, "It is just the press. Walk back to your homerooms calmly and bring any injured to the nurse. We are meant to be the next generation. How will we do that if all we do is run around like headless chickens?" I take a breath and crawl back down. Idiots. Once everyone had left, I make it down to the entrance gate and see Nizu and Aizawa talking. What could have caused this? Aizawa asks in disbelief. This was supposed to be one of the best defenses they had, and it was tore down like a piece of paper. It was disintegrated or decayed, I saw from the lunchroom. I get their attention, casually walking up to them. Must have been a quirk. No other piece of technology can do this kind of damage. I notice some parts of the gate on the ground. Rusty, more than anything can get unless it was 100 years old. Must have been decay or something that speeds up an object's life until destruction. Quite dangerous if used on a person. This was an act of war, and they just revealed one of the main players in their group. I pause. We'll need a new gate, something to combat against decay, but since we don't know how the quirk works, we can't build against it. Nizu nods while Aizawa looks over the gate. We all start to walk away until I stop and realize something. Since no press could do this damage and they didn't attack directly, this was a distraction. You need to get to the staff room and check for anything missing, even if it's a mug. Getting a person's DNA could be dangerous in this world. Aizawa starts running with Nizu on his shoulder. I let out a sigh, staring back at the dust behind me. This was the beginning of whatever attack they might launch. I continue to walk back to class and see everyone sat back down. After waiting a few minutes, Aizawa walks back in, must have left the search to Nizu. "Thank you all for staying calm and getting back here." His voice sounds as tired as ever. But we still have one more class activity to do before we move on. The class tense. The chance it was a pop quiz was freaking them out. Almost everyone was panicked. You all have to pick a class president and vice president. He ends with another sheet-eating grin, knowing he scared the class. Everyone put up their hands, shouting how it should be them, until Ida stands up and shouts, "Everyone calm down, let's do a vote. Whoever gets the most will be president. But we've only known each other for a few days, we'll just vote for ourselves." "Ribbit?" The frog girl says. "Tsuyu Azui, I believe. Then vote for anybody but yourself." I start talking. A simple rule to stop people from voting themselves. I stare at them in disbelief, wondering how they didn't think of that. Everyone seems to agree, and paper was passed around for people to write their vote down, and it was placed in a basket and counted at the front with a rally next to the name of each vote. Soon enough, all the votes had been counted. Izuku 13. Momo Yaoyorozu 6. Ida Tenuan. Why would people want me for president? I took slow steps up to the stand, still confused why people wanted me, and spoke to the class. I'm not sure why you voted for me, but I'll do my best. I hope you'll count on me from now on. I can go with this. Did you see how he stopped the crowd? It was so manly. The spiky red head shouted, giving me a big thumbs up as he did. Ejiro Kirishima. I looked over to Yaoyorozu and motioned for her to say something. Once we were both sat down, class begun. Heroics 101. Soon the teacher made his appearance, running through the door. His blue cape followed the bright red suit, and he stood at full height showing his wide stature. All Might had arrived. The class shouted in excitement. Even I could say I was excited to meet him. While most heroes had dirt on them, I couldn't find any on him, the almighty symbol of peace. One of the few heroes I respect, one of the few who didn't try to catch me. I have only worked with All Might once, and it has been several months into my vigilante career. June 25, 2247. I was running along the top of a building, the sound of a scream leading me to an alleyway. As I arrive, I quickly dispatch of the criminal, making sure the victim was all right. Once I made it to the rooftop, I felt the need to dodge a punch, just moments before a fist was sent flying right by my face, blowing a large gust of wind. I jumped back a few meters, hoping to catch my breath and look at my opponent. My breath hitched as I saw who tried to attack me. All Might. I know I'm strong, but I know my limits, and I stood no chance against him. You're fast. Sorry for the attack. I simply wanted to test you, and I must say, the way you fought was quite incredible. I only know one man who could fight at such skill, but even then I don't think they stand much chance against you. He let out his usual hearty laugh. Is All Might praising me? I have been looking for you. I need some help to track down someone by the name of Kill Switch. He's been terrorizing the local area and is well known in the underground, so please find him for me. In return, all I can give is some money and put in the good word to other heroes. He gave a small thumbs up and a bright smile. I felt a bit confused when his tooth sparkled in the darkness. I think it over before accepting. I threw him a device that will show the location of where we will meet up again when I press a button. Go to the location when it shows and I will give you the information. My voice changer was on, making it sound much more deeper so he knew I wasn't a child. Once I left, I began my search. It only took a day to find where he lived, and I handed over the information in an unknown warehouse. I had cameras around the building, so I knew he was alone, and he paid me before asking for my help again to help take him down. Present day. Once everything had finished, we never met again. The money he gave was enough to live on for a few months, so I was quite thankful to run into him. Right now, though, his eyes seemed to linger on me before he began. He either knows who I am or it's because I'm quirkless. I'll have to find some time to ask Nizu later. Hello, students, to Heroics 101. And before we begin, I believe the suit makes the hero, so please grab your costumes and get changed and meet me at Training Ground Alpha. Once finished, he presses a button and the walls seem to part, revealing a case for everyone's suit. All Might his pose with his typical smile before dashing out the room, leaving us to grab our cases and walk to the changing room. Once I was changed, I met up with All Might again at the training ground, earlier than the rest of my class. He stares at me and all I can think of is April 24, 2250. All Might stared at me, his keen blue eyes trying to size me up. My suit was simple black jumpsuit, similar to Eraserhead, except the cloth was around my forearms and I had a hood that would turn into a mask when pulled over. The fabric was a light and malleable material that allows me to move quickly but also has a fairly high resistance to fire and insulated some electricity. My knuckles and knees were surrounded by a harder material to give a harder hit to opponents. The same material also covered anywhere vital, like the forearms and chest area. I also had a belt around my waist that I always wore, which held essentials like smoke bombs and a few devices of my own, such as a beeper which would gather attention so I could distract people. Next to my belt held a sheathed katana with black and red fabric laced along the handle, a weapon I tried to avoid using due to how lethal it could be, but I make sure to work around it. My shoes were covered in a thin sheet of metal that matched the rest of the costume. This metal was extremely lightweight but was rather tough, so it still packed a punch. Overall, I wish I had found these materials for my vigilante outfit. Since the rest of the class had yet to show, All Might started talking. "You're Izuku?" "Correct." I nodded my head, staring at him carefully as he spoke. "I must say, you interest me. Many like you have tried what you are doing now, but none have succeeded. I look forward to what you achieve as a hero." He gave me one of his usual smiles, but I could tell there was something behind it, the cogs in his brain clearly turning. "Just some insight to the class. You will be pitted against each other to know your limits against a person. If you can't keep up, you could get hurt, but since you got first in the exam, I think it's the other that might get hurt. Am I right, Haru?" I felt myself tense, before I let out a chuckle, making him confused. "He's not all muscle, it seems. I guess you can't be an idiot if you're the #1 hero." Since he knows, I saw an opportunity to let him know why Haru is a name to be feared. "You're smarter than you let on. I imagine most of the public thinks you're all brawn." I took a couple steps towards him, staring deep into his eyes. "But I must ask, how is your wound? I can't imagine one for all is working well with it." I see him flinch in fear before I continue. "It doesn't matter if he figured out who I am. In times like this, I need to assert myself to a position so that he knows who he's up against. He may be the #1 hero, but this information is valuable, much more valuable than my identity. Either way, they put a target on our heads, but his puts the public into panic. The #1 hero no longer indestructible. No longer a natural-born hero. You may have figured out my identity, but you shouldn't underestimate the extent of my knowledge. Don't take this as a threat, for now I'm on your side, and I have no need to release this information. Ask Eraser or Nizu for information as to why I'm here." His eyes held trace amounts of fear. While I may respect him, I'd rather him fear me than like me. He may not fear me much, but that sliver is all I need. Soon my actions will only make it grow. I suggest we forget this happened. The class is arriving. I see him look over my shoulder while I take a seat near the building. Once everyone arrived, I stood up and made my way to Rumi while All Might starts the lesson. A 2 versus 2 and the teams will be decided by lottery. I looked up when my name was mentioned, finding out that I'm in a team with Uraraka, the girl I saved. After a few seconds the matches were decided. We would be going up against Katsuki and Ida as the heroes while they are the villains. Since we were the first match, we stayed by the building while the other team went inside to prepare and the rest of the class went to the observation deck. Having thought of a plan, I relay it to Uraraka, making sure she remembered it well. She would be floating to the roof to get to the bomb while I distract and defeat Katsuki, who will be coming down to defeat us. Ida will be waiting in the bomb room, so I give her a few smoke pellets and tell her to throw them on the ground when Ida runs at her and jump out the way before making a run to the bomb. When the match starts, she floats to the roof, out of sight. Once she's gone, I make it inside by climbing through a window and start running, making little to no noise as I do. After climbing to the 3rd floor, I heard Katsuki, his steps and breathing giving him away. I wait at the end of the corridor and wait for him to fly around the corner, using his explosions to boost his way towards me and swinging his right hook. Once I ducked underneath it, I delivered a swift jab to his stomach, making him buckle. I took hold of his head and slammed it into the ground, careful to not break anything. Once on the ground, I grabbed both his arms and put the capture tape around them, signifying he's out. "Sorry, Katsuki." I mutter out. Observation deck. 3rd POV. "Whoa, he took him down in seconds?" One of the students shouted, surprised at how quick Izuku is. Do not mistake it, students. Izuku has clearly trained hard to get to this point. All Might spoke clearly to each of the students, making sure they heard him. His technique and precision is possibly better than your homeroom teacher, and from what I've seen on his exams, he's also the smartest person in this class. So if you're ever up against him, physically or mentally, you'll need to come up with something unique and unpredictable that he simply wouldn't be able to think of it. He let out a chuckle, thinking about the words they exchanged earlier. He must have one hell of a quirk to be at this level. One student said to the rest, everyone else nodding in agreement. The teacher could only stare in silence, a silent thought to himself as everyone spoke around him. If only you knew. All Might thought. Izuku POV. Once Katsuki was tied down, I ran up to the 5th floor and walked into a room filled with smoke. Ida flied out the smoke and saw me's eyes, noticing me the second he got out the smoke. Once he was locked onto me, he sprints as fast as he can to stop me, already losing sight of Uraraka. He starts off with a roundhouse kick, which I took a large step back to dodge and ran towards him when he overspins. I jumped and grabbed onto one of the pipes on the ceiling and push, digging my feet into his back as I held on. All this happened while he had his back turned to me, causing him to fall onto the floor. Before I could continue, the buzzer sounds the end of the fight. I turned to see Uraraka looking towards me in awe, one hand on bomb. By now the smoke had dissipated, showing Ida on the floor, almost defeated. She ran up to me, overflowing with excitement. "Whoa, you're so fast. You made it look so easy." Her eyes seem to sparkle as she talks. "You stay with Ida, I have to go to Katsuki." She nods as I walk away. Once I reach him, I notice something in his eyes, like he misses something. "What's wrong?" I ask to my friend. Even after everything he's out me through, I've been through enough to know that he's changed, and I want to be his friend again, to know the boy I used to. "You look like you miss something." "I stood no chance, not against you. When you fought, it was like I was fighting something else, something that I didn't know even back at the entrance exam." He let out a sigh, looking down into his lap. "I know you're no longer Izuku Midoriya, but I'm still having trouble accepting it. I just think I need a few days to myself." "I see." I walk over to him, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. "You can have your space, I won't force you to be near me. But for now, let me be your friend." I send him a small smile down to him and stand up with him in tow. Once I walked back to the observation deck, I was bombarded with questions. "How are you so fast? How did you beat them so quick? How long have you been training?" All Might stopped the questions and gathered everyone's attention by coughing. "All right everyone, who do you think is our MVP of this round?" Yayorozu put her hand up. "It was Izuku, sir. He came up with a plan and followed it through quickly and effectively. He also caused little to no damage to the surroundings or his opponents and stopped them before they could do any damage, which would be good if there was civilians nearby." Everyone stared at her. It was a good analysis. A bit in-depth for an overview, but good analysis overall. She'll be very useful in the future as a pro with that knowledge. That was a bit too in-depth, but you are completely correct. Good job. Izuku is the MVP of this round. The rest of the rounds continued, allowing me to get a better understanding of their quirks. During Rumi's fight, all I could do was stare at was her smile from enjoying the fight, her proficiency when fighting. She was in her element and she was beautiful. Once I was sat back down at my desk, everyone started walking over, questioning me about my skills and quirk. To answer their question, I simply put up my hand, motioning them to quiet down for me to speak. "I am quirkless. I have no quirk. But that doesn't mean I haven't worked hard to get to where I am today." The class sat in shock until Kirishima shouted, "That's so manly. You're quirkless and you're that strong. Don't worry, Izubro, I'm not going anywhere." Now it was my turn to be shocked. He doesn't care? After everything I've seen and heard from All Might, there is no way I can underestimate you. The girl with earjack says. Kyokujiro. People nod in agreement. "Yeah. You're like totally awesome. I bet you get all the girls. I'm so jealous." The small purple child with balls on his head exclaims. "Minoru Mineta." The girls just glare at him and move on. I stared at everyone in the room, a grateful look in my eyes. Thank you everyone. After everything had calmed down, it was time to go home. Me and Rumi were sat at the train together, my arm around her shoulders with her head on mine, staring as she falls asleep. A peaceful smile was on her lips as she takes one last breath before falling asleep. I pushed a strand of her past her ear, staring deeply into her. "I love you," I say to her, aware she didn't hear. Slowly I close my eyes, trying to get some form of rest, and all I can think about is April 25th, 2250. I need to get this information to Eraser. I turn quickly and press a button just as a group of thugs surrounded me. I didn't take much time to berate myself, already thinking I could have seen this coming. How did this happen? How could I make such a mistake? A few minutes earlier, The moon shone through the window, revealing a figure with a hand on his face, scars scattering his neck and crazed eyes peeking through the fingers. A man made of purple mist stood next to him, only a suit shone below his neck. "I hope everything is ready, Kurogiri?" The figure asks, turning towards the mist known as Kurogiri. "Yes, Tamura, all the members are on standby waiting for your command." His voice sounded distorted, like there was more than one person talking. I stood in the corner, unknown to the people talking. "Kurogiri and Tamura, I still don't know enough to leave or stop them. Has the informant got what we want?" Tamura starts. "We shall see, Tamura." As he says this, a portal opens and a person walks through wearing a purple suit and a cigar in his mouth. A teleportation quirk, it seems. I felt a small sense of exhaustion at the realization. "Shigaraki, how have you been?" he asks, the playful tone dancing on his tongue. "Just give us the information so we can leave this place." His irritation was painfully obvious to those around him. "The information about a vigilante? Horror." He sighs. "It's hard to find information about a man such as him. Most of the stuff I could find was basic info known to the public. He's good enough to leave no trace back to him. However, I'm certain that he used to have a connection to another vigilante used to be known as Stendhal. Now he goes by Stain, the hero ender. I suggest you start there." My eyes narrow. How did they find that out? "Stain used to be my mentor. He taught me as much about fighting as he could for a few months, but he started to try and end heroes, something about purging the world of fakes. I tried to stop him, but I was too weak back then, so I trained harder and harder so the day I face him I could beat him." Tamura seemed angry and walks over to the table and places 5 fingers on top. The table starts to decay, like the gate at UA. He must have been the one to start the attack while Kurogiri got the information. It was easy to put the information together. These were the ones who declared war. Soon enough they each walk back through a portal. I need to get this information to Eraser. Just as I dropped down and pressed the button, a group of 20 thugs surrounded me. I let out a grunt of annoyance. They must have known I would be here. No one made a move to attack, only on guard for a possible attack. I can't wait for Eraser to get here. Something bad could happen. I lock eyes with one of the thugs and start sprinting towards him. After making a quick plan, I slowly dispatch of the thugs. I jump up and do the same move against Ida and slam him into the ground before turning to grab a punch from my side before slamming my fist into his jaw, knocking him out. Before he can fall over, I jump on him and leap onto the next thug, wrapping my legs around his neck and swinging my body so he lands his back on the floor with me on top, slamming my elbow into his head. 2 down. To go. I place my hands on his stomach and launch off and slam both feet into another, knocking the air out of him. Before I can finish him, a girl comes swinging. I dodge each one before grabbing one of her fists and headbutt her head, dazing her and giving a swift jab to her face before shoving my knee into her stomach. The guy I kicked was back, trying to kick me. I grab his leg after dodging to the side and sweep his other leg so he's on the ground and give a quick jab to the face, knocking him out. For down, only 15 seconds had passed since I locked eyes with the first. Another runs at me and I slide under his hook and grab one of his legs, making him trip. Before he can get up, I notice 2 thugs run from each side. Using his back as a platform, I lift myself up and do the splits, kicking both in the head and knocking them both out. I bring my legs back down and slam the one under me into the ground, using him as a spring pad. Another 2 run at me side by side. One of them swings, causing me to block the punch into the other and block him from moving. Delivering a swift jab to the first and grabbing the other and pulling him towards means slamming my knee into his head, knocking both of them out. 9 down. Only 11 more to go. A minute later, Eraser arrives to see me standing above 20 unconscious thugs, my back to him, watching as my shoulders move up and down slowly as I breathe. "When did this happen?" he asks. He knows I wouldn't call if there was only some thugs. "They jumped me right after I called you." I take another deep breath and turn towards him. 20 thugs in just over a minute. Eraser thought over. It takes seasoned pros at least 3 to take out 20. I think my fasted time against 20 was just over 2 minutes, and that was because they were uncooperative with each other. I just learned some information about the ones who attacked the gate. Eraser peeked up and started listening about their quirks and, worst of all, how they are ready to attack. I'll tell Nizu straight away. Eraser seems deep in thought. By the way, All Might was asking about you, saying he knew you were Horu. What happened? I think it over shortly. He spoke with me during our first lesson, probably saw how I fought and made a wild guess and landed correctly. I told him to talk to you and Nizu for more information. Are you sure you can trust him with your identity? He may have know about me, but I know a lot more about him than he does. Information that could plummet society into panic, and after some digging, information about his quirk. Eraser's attention was gained. Nobody knew anything about his quirk, not even the rest of the staff. So you know about his form? Eraser asks, unsure. After stumbling on him deflate, I did some digging, found things about him and his quirk. Quite the history lesson. You just need to know where to look. I'll leave it at that, not wanting to uncover too much about the symbol of peace. Hand in the information to Nizu. I'm heading home. I leave before he say anything else. After a few minutes of running along rooftops, I make it back to the warehouse. Opening the door, I see Rumi laying down, eyes closed, asleep. I slowly crouch down and leave a kiss on her forehead and go to get a drink. As I walk away, one of her hands grip my arm. I hear her mutter, "Please don't leave." A small smile invaded my face as I heard her speak. A cup of water can wait. I'll still be thirsty in the morning, but I don't want to miss these moments with her. I slowly slide under the covers and wrap my arm around her waist and close my eyes. "Good night," I mutter before drifting into unconsciousness. "I love you." A few hours later. "Today you'll be doing." He pauses before putting a board onto the table. "Rescue training." The class erupts into cheers before Aizawa activates his quirk, causing his eyes to glow red and glares at the class. It didn't take long for the class to quiet down. "We recommend you wear your hero costumes so you're used to it, but if you wish to wear the P uniform, go ahead." The class quickly left to go get changed, getting out of the changing rooms as fast as they could to start the lesson. We came outside to find Aizawa stood next to a bus, and after quickly looking inside, I started speaking with the class. "All right everyone, single file line. Sit where you wish. The bus seats don't accommodate our class arrangements." I say this so Ida doesn't start. Once everyone was on, I sat near the front to talk to Aizawa. "I hope you told Nizu?" All I got was a nod in response. "What preparations are we taking?" All Might and 13 were originally planned to help, so we have some extra help like Snipe and a third year from the Big Three. I've heard of the Big Three. I hope whoever it is lives up to their name. I lean back to my seat and listen to my classmates chatter before someone calls out my name. "Izuku." I've always been blunt, so I'll ask this straight out. Azui starts. "Go ahead, Azui. Please call me Tsu." I nod. "What exactly is your relationship with Rumi?" This gathers most of the class's attention while I send a glance to Rumi. I see her shrug, so I give my answer. "She is my girlfriend." My eyes stay on Rumi to see her blush. "We met a couple months before UA, and what can I say? She's perfect." Some of the class mostly from the pink girl, Mina Ishido. Before they can ask any more questions, Aizawa stands up and announces that we have arrived. Outside is a large dome at least a kilometer wide with 4 figures standing next to the door. As we walk closer, the figures become known. "Haha, welcome students, to the USJ." All Might exclaimed loudly for all students to hear with a mighty laugh. 13 stood next to Snipe while a blonde was stood the other side of All Might. The third year. His resemblance to All Might was strange to look at, diverting my eyes, so I didn't stare at him for long. Maybe he is the successor. 13 walked forwards and started talking. "Hello class. During the first test Aizawa gave you all gained an understanding on how far your quirks can push themselves, and during Heroics 101 you learned how to control them to not hurt someone. Today you'll be learning how to use your quirks to save people." Everyone looks over in determination, so 13 continues. "Some people have quirks that could really hurt someone and maybe even end. Take mine for example. I create black holes, and if I'm not careful I could rip someone apart. In the USJ there are multiple areas with different terrains to gain a better understanding of your powers so you don't cause an accident in the real world." As she finishes, she walks to the door and give a big push, swinging it wide open. The class walk in and could only look in awe. Fire, snow, water, mountainside, and a damaged city. So many possibilities. UA really thought of everything to prepare their students. The others were introduced, Snipe and Mirio Togata. From past sports festivals, I think his quirk is permeation. I also remember him being naked a lot. Let's just hope his suit doesn't fall off. As everything is being introduced, I make my way to Aizawa, who was still standing with the class, and got on guard. The lights start to flicker and a purple mist forms in the center. Soon the mist grew and covered the diameter of the floor and opened. 230 thugs walk out. There would have been 250, but they wasted 20 this morning on me. Shigaraki and Kurogiri walk out the center along with a large bird person following about the same size as All Might, probably larger, and Dokuo's smaller frame. Stood next to them. I felt my body get lighter as I prepared for the fight, the persona of Izuku slowly washing away. With the upcoming fight, I could only question myself one thing. Whoa, you even have fake villains? Kirishima shouts. Those are real villains, we are being attacked. Aizawa shouts back. 13, protect the students and get them out of here. He stopped for a moment, taking a short second to stare at me. Izuku, come with me. Before I left with Aizawa, I shouted to the class. Ida, you need to get back to campus, you're the fastest, so warn the teachers. Before I can hear a response, I start running down the stairs, catching up with Mirio and All Might. Mirio sends a confused glance towards me but continues, seeing that no one else was questioning it. We could all hear Shigaraki shout to us, his anger and childish attitude already coming to the surface. All Might, today is your last day alive, be prepared. Once we reach the bottom, Aizawa erases some quirks so that we can dispatch of them, and after 10 minutes I had defeated just over 90, All Might and Mirio, and defeated the last 140 between them, while Snipe and Aizawa provided backup by shooting and erasing quirks. Once all the villains had been defeated, only 3 remained. We were close enough that we could hear Kurogiri speak to Shigaraki. I managed to separate them, but one of them escaped. His voice came out just as monotone as this morning. I stare back up to the stairs before realizing half the class weren't there. Snipe had stopped shooting from the top halfway through, likely to protect the students. If you weren't our escape, I would have ended you, he states, scratching his neck violently. Think about this logically, Shigaraki. Dokuo starts to speak, the only one to stay near him. We are outnumbered, we need to use the Nomu now or save it for later until we are stronger. Shigaraki didn't take much time to think it over. We have come too far to simple pull out now. He stares at the Nomu. Nomu, deal with Eraserhead. My eyes widen when it starts moving, my body nowhere near fast enough to react, as all I can do is watch as the Nomu runs towards Aizawa. All Might and Mirio were still dealing with some thugs, too absorbed in the fight to help us, so it was up to me to save him. When I start running, the Nomu was already pulling back its arm to swing. Eraser reacts just in time to move, but its other arm grabs him and slams him into the ground. Once I get there, it had already broken his arms, making a loud snap ring through the building. I jump onto his back and reach into my belt and pull out a small disc-shaped device. It was a type battery meant to discharge all its energy into a small but powerful blast of electricity. Once I'm on its shoulders, I place the disc on its exposed brain and activate, shocking it enough to stun it and release Aizawa for me to grab. When I dragged him far enough away, I ran back to the Nomu, who had just gained back its movement. Just as it starts to move again, I slide between its legs just as I grab small knives from my belt and leave gashes along its tendons, causing it to fall over. I grab onto its back and start climbing again and leave a knife in its brain before jumping off. Once I get back off, I notice Mirio had started fighting Shigaraki while All Might was trying to subdue Kurogiri. I hear a shout and look towards Rumi to see her running towards me. I start running towards her, telling her to get out. Nomu has regeneration and shock absorption, you can't beat it. Shigaraki shouts across the building, laughing. My eyes widen as I see the Nomu standing again and run towards Rumi. Nomu, attack. I see the Nomu start running towards her. Make it. You better make it. Everything started to slow down as I jumped towards her and push. In the corner of my eye, the Nomu speeding towards me. Just as she moves out the way, I move my forearms into a cross against my chest and block the incoming punch, the force sending me flying towards the wall. Katsuki ran up to her from one of the sectors. How did you dodge that? He asks in disbelief. I didn't, she says, just as confused. They both turn to see me stuck inside the wall with both my arms in a cross, the fabric long gone from the blast showing my arms. A scowl was placed on my face as I pull myself out the wall. You bastard! My anger was fueling me as I took slow steps towards the Nomu. My hand took a strong grip on the handle of my blade, slowly pulling out my katana from my sheath, revealing a long black blade. You won't hurt the person I love, and as long as I still breathe, you never will. My pace didn't slow down as I walked towards the Nomu, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The walk slowly starts accelerating into a sprint until I'm running as fast as I can towards it. It swings its fist towards me as I dodge and swing my sword, cutting through its arm instantly. Before it can heal, I cut through its tendons again, causing it to fall. As it falls, I cut through its other arm at the elbow and jump onto its chest while bringing my sword through its chin and grab two small discs and attach it to both sides of my sword, sending thousands of bolts through its brain. The high voltage cauterized any wounds it made within seconds, causing the Nomu to fall onto the ground limp. I land on the floor, sword still in hand. Slowly, I took the sword out of its head and watch as its body fell to the ground. I turn and face Shigaraki. A heavy glare on my face caused him to freeze in place as I point the tip of my sword in his direction. You're next. Kurajiri, get us out of here. He shouts as a portal envelopes him and Dokuo. Everyone stares at me while I calm down, taking a deep breath and sheathing my katana before walking towards Aizawa and lifting him up. The door soon slams open and I could hear the voice of Ida shouting. Help has arrived. Pros ran in after him. They made sure everyone was safe and uninjured. Some of the pros left with the ambulances to check on the students. I meet up with Rumi again and ask if she's okay. Did you mean it? I send her a confused glance. Did you mean when you said you loved me? Tears start to fill her eyes. Always. I took a moment to look deep into her eyes. Every word I say, I mean. My voice is soft, trying to soothe her. Don't feel the need to say it back due to the Sidu dash. I'm cut off by her lips, softly kissing me and shutting me up. I love you. She mutters. I love you too. I give her another kiss before walking away. I'm sorry, I need to talk with some detective. I'll meet you at UA. I see her nod before she starts walking to the class. I turn to the detective and start walking with him. Let's get this over with. A deep sigh escaped my lips as I stared at the detective. I know what I must do. An hour later. My name used to be Izuku Midoriya. I now go by Izuku and I am quirkless. I have lived in an abandoned warehouse in Muzudafu XXXX for the last 2 years. During those 2 years, I have been training to be a hero and spending my nights as the vigilante known as Horu. I stare back to the detective and chief of police, a look of shock adorning their faces. You wanted to know why Aizawa trusted me. It was because I have been working with him for the past couple months while giving him and Nizu information about the League of Villains. He looks shocked, probably not expecting Japan's #1 vigilante to reveal himself. I have also been working with Nizu to deal with this and I will continue doing so until it is dealt with. He sits back, shocked at this revelation. He lets out a sigh and slouches down, thinking. Being smarter than Nizu, I have already predicted what will happen. All I have to do is play it out and wait. The chief speaks up. How about we make a deal? Bingo. Since you are quirkless and you technically never started a fight, we can't arrest you for vigilantism. Besides, from what I'm told by the student and some teachers, you're good, too good to be arrested. So what we'll do is extend your partnership to the police, we'll give each other information and you'll help with some cases which concern the League when outside of school. You can't be serious, sir. The detective pipes up. Detective Nomu, I think. He's the one that has been trying to capture me for the last year before Nizu called it off. The chief lifts his hand to stop him. Deal? I say with little hesitation. The detective looks shocked. Only if you give me the files for me to work on in my own time. I'm not coming down to the station every day. Deal? A few hours later. After I met up with Rumi, we made our way back to her house. I had a few case files under my right arm with my left hand holding hers. Once I lay down the files, I get ready to lie down with Rumi until a beep sounds. I look down and sigh. Aizawa was calling from the hospital. I look towards Rumi and sigh. It's okay, you can go. It's probably important. I give her a quick kiss. I'm sorry, this won't take long. Wait for me? I place a cloth around my head. Since I don't have my vigilante outfit, I have to improvise. I'll try, don't take too long. She sends a playful smile as I open the window. Besides, if you're quick enough, I might give you a little present for saving me today. She sends a seductive wink while my eyes widen and hurry my pace. I'll be back. I soon made it to the hospital and climb through his room's window and take a seat. What's this about? I ask, impatient from being taken away from Rumi. I look over him and see both his arms in slings with bandages around his forehead. The League made their move, but there was one person we weren't warned about. I didn't catch his name, but he seemed to be guiding Shigaraki to think properly. So I have to ask, do you know anything about this third member? Aizawa stares at me. You should know. He's my man on the inside, Dokuo. I had him infiltrate the League so I could gather information. He used to be known as Muzutafu's poisoner. Once I found him, he asked to join me and I agreed as long as he stopped ending and got him to join the League. You recruited Ender? Have you lost your mind? I haven't, I say, coming out harsher than intended after seeing him flinch. He stopped his ways, and after seeing how useful he was, I asked him to do it, and we wouldn't have had the information about the League without him. I shook my head at how useless this meeting was. I'm not going to regret my actions about this. I continue to speak, my voice slowly rising as I spoke. I did what I needed to do in the effort of putting this League to an end, and if you can't do what needs to be done, then why did you become a pro? This may seem harsh, but he needs to hear it. Do not question my ways again, or this partnership is over and I will deal with the League on my own. You can tell Nizu about Dokuo, but this doesn't change anything. Aizawa sat in silence, looking at his lap. I'm sorry, but I cannot go back from my actions. By the time he looks back up, I'm gone. Once I get back, I see Rumi, laying in bed staring at the window with a light blush on her cheeks. All she was wearing was some dark green lingerie. I hope you're ready for your reward? She stares deep in my eyes, causing me to get lost in her deep red orbs. I slowly nod before walking towards her and smash my lips against hers as she slowly undresses me. Her touch against me made me forget all the trauma I've felt this past day, even making me forget to ask myself the most important question in my life. April 28, 2250. After the attack, we were given 2 days rest. During those 2 days, I spent my time with Clara and Rumi. Katsuki still wants some space, so I've given it to him. The League hasn't made any moves, no one's been recruited, and they haven't attacked anywhere. It's as if they popped out of existence. Walking back into school was calm, no one recognized me or Rumi, and after that night we've been closer than ever, not wanting to leave each other's touch, so people didn't want to bother our moment. Once our train arrived at the train station, we started walking towards UA hand in hand once again. When we arrived, our classmates all stared at me with admiration and a touch of fear. I motioned for Rumi to sit down while I walked to the podium. I would like to apologize for how I acted in the USJ. If any of you have any fears about me as president, I understand and will step down from my position and someone else can take it. I wait for them to respond. If anything, I think you're the best person for this class to be president. I look up, Katsuki. I send a soft smile at him. A few seconds pass, and more classmates agree. Yeah man, what you did was to protect us. There's not a better quality for a class president. Some nod at Kirishima in agreement. While what you did was scary, you will forever have our thanks for protecting us. The usually silent Tokoyami had spoken out to me. I feel a small smile invade my face before I speak. Thank you everybody for trusting me to be your class president. After a few minutes, Aizawa walks in, bandages around his arms and legs. I notice his eyes roll over everyone in the room before lingering on me for a few extra seconds, showing regret in his actions. Mr. Aizawa? Are you sure you're okay to be back so early? Tsu exclaims, most of the class asking the same thing. My well-being doesn't matter. What matters is that the fight isn't over. He pauses, causing most of the class to tense. More villains? The UA Sports Festival is arriving and it is being held in 2 weeks. So it's still being held. What is Nizu thinking? Not only could they attack, which would be highly unlikely due to the amount of pros, but this gives time for the villains to analyze their quirks for future attacks. Once a year, 3 times at your school life, this isn't a chance you want to miss. But sir, we were just attacked. Are you sure it's still safe? Kaminari Denki starts, getting a few shouts of agreement. Apparently Nizu sees this as a moment to show the world we are still strong and that a villain attack won't keep us down. He lets out a sigh, probably having the same thoughts as me. Before we continue, Izuku, can we talk outside? Murmurs erupt in the class. Once outside I stare at him with bored eyes, already knowing what he wanted to say. A minute had passed and he still hadn't said anything. Are you gonna say anything? My bored tone matches my eyes. He seems to flinch. Yes, I wanted to say sorry. I shouldn't have questioned you. After thinking it over in the hospital, I realized how important your actions were. So for that I am sorry. He stares me in the eyes. In truth, I consider you a friend and I don't want to lose our partnership over something so trivial. I accept your apology, just don't question me again. I took a moment to think, staring at Aizawa with slight fondness. I do consider you a friend, you know? Not many people have heard I was quirkless and stayed around when I met you, so thank you. I didn't take any time to hear a response before walking back into the class. All right class, get ready for first period. I shout, since Aizawa hadn't walked back in. May 12, 2250. During the 2 weeks me and Rumi have been training apart. So we don't have an advantage over the other. While spending less time with her has sucked, I have also been spending more time as Horu and the league still haven't made a move. They must be planning something. Aizawa had been inviting me over more often to meet with him and his girlfriend, Midnight, and it's been nice. After saying to each other that we are friends, it brought us closer as more than colleagues. Everyone in the waiting room was either nervous, excited, or both. No one was sat still except me. I've dealt with much more stressful situations than a sports festival. Even though I wore my tinted glasses, my eyes were closed as I listened to my classmates around me, picking up a pair of footsteps coming towards me. Soon the whole room turned silent, seeing someone walk over to me. I opened my eyes to see a boy with red and white hair, split down the middle. Shoto Todoroki. Izuku, you may be the strongest person in this class, but today I will defeat you. Kirishima tries to butt in and calm him down, but I held my hand up to him, stopping him in place and speaking to the class. Everyone here will be fighting against each other. This declaration of war goes out to everyone in this class. Fight to win, or you have no chance. I take a deep breath and stare Todoroki in the eyes. I hope you can back up your claim, or else you'll just be another child who is all talk. I've dealt with a lot of people claiming to beat me, but Todoroki has much more power than feeble thugs. I know what happened in the Todoroki household, one of the many pieces of dirt I found on Endeavor, the number 2 hero. I already have plans in place, but I'll need to talk with Shoto when he tells me himself. Get ready class, the festival is about to begin. I tell before leading my class to the entrance. Walking out in front of the class, leading them to the stadium as our class is announced by Present Mike. And here come the class that survived the villain attack. It's Class 1A. Cheers rang out through the stadium as we took a moment while walking to take it all in. I hope you're watching Shigaraki, for I will show you why I'm feared in the underworld. Sadly, I won't be able to show everything. I took the glasses off my nose and tucked them into a safe pocket, squinting as my eyes were assaulted by the sun. If I truly showed everything, people I don't want to know about Horu would begin to question, which is something I, or Nizu, would want to deal with. After leading the class to the front, the others were introduced. Mike left a small impression on the others, leaving them in our shadows. I could only sigh at the hate Present Mike has caused to our class. Midnight walks out to the podium, causing multiple men in the crowd to blush, while some like Mineta got a nosebleed. I look over to Rumi and see her staring at me with a jealous face. I send a quick smile at her before turning back to Midnight. Can Izuku please come to the stage for the student rep speech? While I'm walking up, I hear the other courses mutter curses towards me. Of course it's a hero student. I bet he's an arrogant ass from placing first. I let out a chuckle at that one. Once I reach the stage, I take a deep breath while staring at Rumi. Today we will be fighting each other in a battle royale. If any of you hold back, you won't win, so give it your all and go beyond. I pause as the crowd joins me. Plus Ultra. The crowd cheers as the festival begins and the first round is chosen. Midnight spins the wheel and on the screen appears Obstacle Course. In the obstacle course you will run 5 kilometers around the stadium in a race. Only the top 42 students will place in the next round. If you will please go to the start of the race, we may then begin. Every student was placed in a large tunnel with only a light at the end. The first obstacle. Everyone will shove against each other to get to the exit and most won't realize that it's even the first stage. Just as the race is about to begin, the temperature decreases. It was minuscule and most didn't feel it, but it dropped fast. Todoroki. I jump into the air and step onto the shoulders of the person in front of me and watch as the ground beneath me becomes frozen. I took jumps from shoulder to shoulder before reaching the exit and catching up to Todoroki. I see him in the distance, facing off multiple 0-pointers. The next obstacle. As he starts to slow down, he brought one of his arms up, resulting in a glacier of ice to appear and freeze the robot. As he runs beneath its legs, I manage to do the same before it falls over on some unlucky students. I manage to see Kirishima among them, so they should be fine. Just as I'm about to catch up to him, the third obstacle appears, the drop. It was a canyon that had multiple ropes strung across each platform. Not wasting a minute, I speed up and pass Todoroki just as he stops to think. I run along the rope at full speed, not stopping. These ropes are nothing compared to some telephone wires that swung in the wind, a moment in my life I wish I could forget. Once I get to the other side, I hear Todoroki's ice grow, throwing him across the canyon. After running for a few more minutes, I hear the buzz of a propeller. Soon enough, a drone comes flying towards me, causing me to slide down. I don't stop and hundreds more drones appear in my vision. This must be the next obstacle. Dodge the drones while they fly at you at speeds of 50 kilometers per hour. I continue to run, letting my instincts take charge, and continue to dodge until I reach the end of them and run to the next obstacle. The minefield. I don't stop and continue to run at full speed. I place my feet in the right areas before pouncing off into the next. Since the mines were slightly visible, I could dodge by slightly moving my feet to the side or jumping to an area with no mines. Since the mines caused me to move around them, it slowed me down and I could hear Todoroki and Katsuki's quirks at work. Once I reached the end, they weren't too far behind and they kept gaining distance from their quirks. When I reached the finish line, I stopped. They were only a few meters behind me and they flew by, getting first and second while I got third. Todoroki looked angry and stomped his way towards me, grabbing my collar when he reached me. "Why did you throw the win?" I stay silent, knowing my intention will soon be known. "Tell me, god damn it." He glares at me and before he continues, Midnight cracks her whip and tell him to move away. I send him a smirk as he lets go and walks away. Katsuki walks towards me and asks, "Why did you do it?" Calmly I respond, "My intention will soon be known in the next round." I say, smirking. Katsuki has spent enough time with me to know a sliver of my intellect and has learnt to trust it. Soon everyone else had finished, with Rumi following after us in fourth, and once she's next to me I grab her hand and kiss her cheek. If the student didn't finish in the top 42, they went to the stadium and took a seat while Midnight began to spin the wheel. With the next test being a mystery, all I could think about was the cavalry battle. Midnight starts. Everyone's attention on her. Whether it was for the right reasons or not. Each group will have 3 to 4 people with one of the players on top of the others while holding their points. Now you may be wondering, how are the points given? Well, 42nd place is given 5 points. And 41st is given 10 points all the way up to second place, who has 210, while first place has 10 million points. I see Todoroki and Katsuki stare at me while I smirk. Just as planned. "Please start to pick your teams." Once she finished, everyone went to either me or Katsuki, everyone keeping a good distance away from Todoroki. I managed to get away from the crowd and make my way towards a man with a beak for a mouth. Fumikage Tokoyami. "Join me, I already have a plan and with you we can win." He doesn't take long before he agrees and I search for our next teammate until I find him. Purple hair standing on end. Shinso Hitoshi. He isn't in 1A or the hero course for that matter, but I have faith after that watching him in the first round. "Shinso, right?" He nods. Join us, I know you have the power to help us reach first, so join us. He looked shocked. You want me to join you? Are you aware of my quirk? Yes, I saw you use it, it's a shame you couldn't get into the hero course. You could have been a great hero with it. I pause. So let's prove them why you should be in the hero course. I extend my hand, hoping he shakes it back. After getting out his shock, he reaches out and gives a firm grip to my hand. I'm in. One left. Where is he? I wasted no time when my eyes caught him, walking towards a giant man with an abundant amount of limbs. Mizo Shoji. Shoji, I hope you will join me to victory. Just like Tokoyami, he joins quickly. The class knows how strong I am, probably why only Shinso hesitated, or it was from past bullying. Alright, Shinso, can you explain your quirk? I know what it does, but I must know how it activates. Brainwash, if someone responds verbally, I can control them. He closes his eyes, waiting for backlash, but Shoji cuts in. That is quite a useful quirk, you could defuse many situations without trouble. I hope you make it into the hero course. Tokoyami agrees. Okay, you and Shoji will be in the back. Shoji will warn us about attacks from the back and sides, while Shinso will stop any and command them to give their points. I will be on the top, defending from any attacks that may get through. Tokoyami, you will be in the front giving defense from any frontal attacks while stealing any points as possible. Can I trust you, Dark Shadow? I looked at Tokoyami's shadow, carefully watching his movements. Dark Shadow seems to like the direct attention and pops out giving a thumbs up, surprising Shinso, shouting a yes. I smile and give a quick pat on its head before he retracts into Tokoyami. After a few minutes the round begins and all the teams charge towards Todoroki. Where are we going? Tokoyami asks. To the 10 million? No. Everyone stares at me, confused. Everyone will be focused on them while we will go for the smaller points. Todoroki would be able to keep us at arm's length while the smaller, weaker teams won't stand a chance, so we can get a firm second place. Everyone nods and runs towards the slower teams. Throughout the round we were only attacked a few times, easily defending against them with Shoji's awareness and Shinso's mind control, and soon the round ends with us in second. Team Todoroki in first. Kaminari, Yaoyorozu and Ida. Team Rumi in third. Katsuki, Siro and Kirishima. Team Tetsu Testu. Uraraka, Shiozaki and Ishido. The third round. The 1v1 tournament. Izuku vs Shinso. Todoroki vs Siro. Kaminari vs Shiozaki. Rumi vs Ida. Shoji vs Ishido. Tokoyami vs Yaoyorozu. Kirishima vs Tetsu. Bakugo vs Uraraka. The matches had been decided and I walked towards Shinso. What do you say, quirkless battle? He looked surprised. Why don't you want to show off and use your quirk? I'll let you in on a secret, Shinso. I am quirkless. At this I walk away, already knowing how shocked he is. Why wouldn't he? After a few minutes of waiting, the first match began. I walk to the edge of the battle area as Shinso arrives at the other side. I stare at him as he stares back. Perhaps I will do what I did with Rumi when we had our first spar, to test his strength. The truth was, he intrigued me. His quirk has quite a lot of possibilities and I have no doubt he could be a hero. I simply need to know if he thinks he can. He runs towards me as I start to walk, gradually turning into a light jog. When he arrived, he started with a sloppy hook, which I ducked under easily. He tried a jab and I stepped to the side and threw my knee into his stomach, causing him to fly back a few meters. I put my right foot in front of the other with my left hand behind my back while my right was in front with the palm faced upwards. I shake my fingers in a come here motion and he starts running, using only my right to dodge and block any attacks until he starts to tire out. Why won't you attack back? Take me like I'm your enemy. My eyes narrow, as does my classmates. Only Rumi knew what I was doing during the fight. I start to run forward and grab a jab from him before head-butting him and continued with an uppercut to the stomach, lifting him in the air, knocking the air out of him. When he landed, he didn't bother getting up. I never stood a chance, did I? All you need is a bit of training. I stare down at him. I really meant it, you know. You could become a great hero. I see. I concede. Izuku wins the first battle, moving to the next round. I pick Shinso up by his arm and wrap it around my shoulder, carrying him to the nurse, hearing the crowd cheer as we walk out. Once I made it back to the stands, my classmates congratulated me on the win and sat down to watch the next match. I stared down the dark glasses, allowing my eyes to rest for a moment. But that didn't mean I wasn't carefully watching for any potential weaknesses. Todoroki versus Zero was quick. The latter being left in a block of ice, meaning Todoroki will be my next opponent. Kaminari versus Shiozaki was also quick. A bad matchup for Kaminari. Rumi won against Ida in a quick burst of speed to surpass Ida. Shoji beat Ishido due to his size and power. Tokoyami beat Yaoyorozu before she could start an offense. She looked sad before she left. This will be a big hit to her confidence, especially as a recommendation student. Kirishima versus Tetsu was a draw after a long battle, ending in an arm wrestle causing Tetsu to lose. Katsuki won against Uraraka. The crowd wasn't happy about this after it looked like he bullied her. Only a few people, including Aizawa, knew that he was taking her seriously. Once the matches had finished, we all took an hour-long lunch, and it was during this time that Todoroki took me into one of the hallways. I could sense Katsuki at the end of the hallway but said nothing as Todoroki started. "I won't break my promise against you." I send him a confused glance towards him. "Do you know what a quirk marriage is?" I nod, already knowing his story. "My father bought my mother so he could have the perfect children. Fire and ice." He discarded my siblings and focused on me, beating me, or as he called it, training his perfect creation. He drove my mother crazy until she poured boiling hot water across my eye, which caused him to send her to a mental hospital, saying, "She hurt my perfect creation." After that I vowed to never use his quirk again, and I won't break it to beat you. He turns to leave before I start talking. "If you're only going to use half your strength, you should just drop out." He pauses before turning back to me. "Everyone is giving it their all, and if you can't respect that, then you have no right to be a hero. What will you do when your ice isn't enough to save someone?" To the victim, "Sorry, I can't use it because of some grudge against someone who hurt me from my childhood." I stopped speaking, taking in his gaze. "I must ask, does he control your quirk? How you use your quirk?" "He doesn't. It's your quirk. Get over it." "Hell, I don't even have a quirk, and you won't even use half of yours." His eyes widen. I stay for a few seconds as I watch him leave, and I walk behind the wall to see Katsuki. He looks shocked that I see him. "You should keep this to yourself," I say before leaving. After a few minutes I walk into the arena, staring into Todoroki's eyes as I do. "Are both contestants ready?" We both nod, not leaving each other's gaze. "Fight." I run towards him as he readies his ice, doing the same move against me as he did Zero. I jump to the side, just dodging the side before jumping over another glacier sent after me. I land in the ice and start to slide down, gaining speed as I close into him. As I get close I dodge some more ice before drop kicking him backwards. "Use your fire, Todoroki." He trembles as he gets up. "I won't use his quirk." He starts running towards me, gathering ice around his fist before trying to punch me. I dodge and shatter the ice around his fist with my elbow and send a hook into his jaw, knocking him down a few meters away. "You're trembling." I start, seeing his muscles spasm to get back up. Quirks are physical properties affecting how the body works. Your fire would balance this, but you refuse to use it, causing your muscles to freeze, slowing you down. He takes a deep breath, showing the cold air creep out his mouth in a cloud. "I won't use his quirk." "God damn it, Todoroki. It's your quirk, not his." I shout back at him, letting my annoyance show. He freezes again as his eyes widen. I notice an ember fly off his uniform and a smirk placed itself on my face. It isn't long before an inferno lights up before my eyes. I trace each flame, admiring the beauty. Memories of my past fill my head, but it only lasted a second, the thrill of the fight brining me back. "Let it be known that you could have won," Todoroki starts, gathering my attention. "But now victory is mine." I prepare myself as he shoots more ice towards me. "Yes, Shoto, use my blood as it pumps through your veins and win this." We both ignore endeavor as I jump onto his ice and slide towards him. He prepares his fire as cement walls fly into the sky to stop him. I happen to have been where one of the walls was erected, launching me into the sky. "Todoroki, unaware of this, shoots his fire towards the wall while I dive towards him. When the fire hits the wall, a huge explosion takes place, causing me to fly off course and land behind him. Once the smoke dissipates, Todoroki looks for me, the teachers doing the same. Before midnight could stop the match, I jump onto Todoroki, catching him and the teachers by surprise and get him in a chokehold. Since he was already tired, it didn't take long before he was out and I had won the match. Izuku wins this match, taking us all by surprise. The crowd breaks into cheers once again as I grab Todoroki in my arms and carry him to the infirmary. I lay him down on one of the beds and sit in the chair beside him, watching as recovery girl checks up on him. I sat in silence, thinking about who my next opponent could be, a single question circling my mind. I met up with Rumi, giving her a short kiss, embracing her in my arms. "How you doing? I haven't had time to talk to you since lunch," I ask. Rumi had just finished her fight with Shiozaki. Obviously Rumi won, but it was long and it tired her out. "I just need some rest. Don't worry, when it's out match you'll be tasting the floor." She lets a giggle at her own words. I let out a soft chuckle and let her leave to the waiting room to rest before our match. As I walk towards my waiting room, I walk past someone. Endeavor. His large size causing me to move to the side. "You are the one to beat my son, correct?" I nod. "That was an excellent fight, and I'm glad you finally got him to use my flames. It would seem he has finally ended his rebellious phase and has moved on. Tell me, what is your son's name?" I wait for his response. "Shoto." Before he can accuse me of forgetting, I cut in. "Exactly, not Endeavor, not NG." His eyes narrow. "He is his own person with his own ideals, and if you continue the path you're walking on, you'll lose another child to your negligence and desire to be number one." I walk away, not wanting to hear him talk, and once I reach the waiting room I let out a sigh and gather my energy for the next battle. Can Izuku and Yuyama please make their way to the arena? I take one more deep breath before standing up and walking towards the arena. As I walk up the stairs, I remember training with Rumi. How we would help each other, how we would spar with each other, how we knew every move we could perform. This was the reason we split up for training the last 2 weeks, and I can't wait to see what she has come up with. My chest bubbles with excitement, wondering exactly how far she has come without me. As I walk up the stairs, I lock eyes with Rumi across the arena, both of us holding smiles. Are both contestants ready? Once we both nod, midnight shout begin and we sprint towards each other. She starts with a roundhouse kick, which I slide under while grabbing her grounded leg and pull from underneath her. Once she's on the ground, she tries kicking me, but I dodge to the side before grabbing her extended leg and dragging her, trying to throw her out of bounds. In the air, she stabilizes and lands before she crosses out of bounds. She starts sprinting towards me again and kicks up a piece of concrete. She broke the ground into several smaller pieces and started kicking them like a Gatling gun. I duck down to dodge and push myself forwards and up, dodging another. I kept gaining on her while she keeps shooting at me before running out of ammo. I soon reach her and she throws a hook which I block and jam my elbow into her stomach, knocking the air out of her. I send a quick uppercut to her jaw, lifting her in the air and spin to prepare a kick which sends her a few meters. She gets up holding her side, the same grin of excitement she gets when fighting. I start running at her and deliver a jab which is blocked to the side but left her open, which I noticed, and gave a swift kick to her ribs, sending her flying again. This goes on for another few minutes, her running at me, either trying to use her strong legs or quick arms to get a hit before I send her back a few meters. Although this time, she can't stabilize mid-air and lands roughly on the ground. She gets up again with a softer smile on her face. "I know I might not stand a chance against you, but this feeling I get when fighting you, I never want it to stop." She smiles brighter towards me. "I think I only have enough energy to perform my strongest technique." My eyes narrow. This is what I've been waiting for. Her masterpiece that she's been preparing. She jumps high above me and swings her leg upwards and prepares to move. Luna fall. She swings her legs and arms to gain momentum and flings herself towards me with one leg above her head, preparing to deliver an axe kick. I smile as she comes to me. Amazing, just as I taught her, and refined even further than I thought in such a small amount of time. I bring my arms up to block as it's too late to move out the way. As her legs hit my arms, I feel them creak under the pressure as my feet dig into the ground. I just need to hold on for a moment longer. The wind begins to pick up in speed around us from the power of her attack, and all I can do is wait it out and admire the beauty of such attack. One of my knees soon buckle under the pressure, but I stand still. After waiting another second for her attack to weaken, I grip onto her ankle and swing her into the ground, leaving a shockwave and kicking up dust. After a few seconds, she jumps at me through the smoke and tries to tackle me to the ground, but doesn't have enough energy to do so and falls before she can reach me. I walk up to her and kneel down and whisper into her ear. "It's okay, you did great and I couldn't be prouder. You can rest now." My voice is laced with pride as I feel my forearms give a dull ache. The smoke soon leaves and reveals myself standing over Rumi. And the match goes to Izuku once again. The crowd cheers again. I pick her up bridal style and walk over to the infirmary. I sit in the chair beside her as she gets checked over. Once done, I ask recovery girl to have a look at my arms, and she reveals that there is a small fracture along the forearm, one that could be healed in one go. At this, I stare at Rumi full of pride. I can't wait to see how strong she'll get. I hold her hand as she sleeps, the desire to shut my eyes for some rest growing with every second. It doesn't take long for Aizawa to enter, ruining my rest. There has been some bad news. He took a deep breath, a stressed look in his eyes. Ida's brother, Ingenium, has been attacked by the hero Ender in Hosu. He's alive, but he most likely won't be able to stay as a hero. The hero Ender? Ida will most likely go after him in revenge. He may follow the rules to the T, but I know he admires and loves his brother much more than some rules. It's time I stop the hero Ender. I've studied his pattern and he should stay within Hosu for another week, looking for another hero. A scowl lays on my face. I'll intern with you and we can look in Hosu together for him. It's time the hero Ender is put down. My scowl stays. Aizawa stares at me, obviously confused as to why I seem so agitated. Something about this is bothering you. I've never seen you so agitated about a criminal. It seems personal, correct? I hesitated for a moment, wondering how I should tell him. During my training, I had entered an underground fighting ring run by the men I've devoted myself to hunting. In my time down there, I ran into a man. He was a vigilante, and after proving myself to him in a fight, I was taken under his wing and he taught me everything I knew. The only father figure I've had in my life, but soon he changed. Someone he loved was ended in a villain attack by a hero's mistake. That vigilante was Stendhal, now known as Stain. Tears sting my eyes as I quickly wipe them away, forcing my face to be emotionless again. I tried to stop him, to change his ways, but I was too weak and he left me. Aizawa closes his eyes to think before he sighs. Don't worry, you're strong, stronger than you were back then, and I have no doubt you could beat him. Thank you. I took a moment to stare at Rumi, collecting myself. I need to get to my waiting room, one more fight. He nods before walking out. I look over to Rumi, giving a kiss to her forehead and walking away. I'll be back. I hope you'll be able to watch my fight. My eyes watched her from the doorway, but the speakers stopped me from waiting anymore. Can Izuku and Bakugo please come to the arena? Just when I thought I could rest for a couple minutes, I made my way to the stairs and walked up into the arena. Welcome everyone to the final battle of the sports festival. Present Mick's voice booms through the arena as the crowd cheers in excitement at seeing both of us. Once we come to a stop, I lock eyes with him and bring my hand perpendicular with my face and lift my first two fingers with my last two down and my thumb over the top of them. Katsuki's eyes widen before lets out a smile. March 21st, 2238. It'll only be a few months until I get to find out my quirk. I can't wait. Me and Katsuki have been friends since birth and nothing will stop that. We were currently sat at the swings when I remembered something I read up on. Kaken, I just remembered something. I get his attention from a butterfly on the chain. What's up? I read about an ancient symbol people used to do before they fight. I think it's what's it called again? Martial arts. It's some martial arts thing before they fight. Their hands go like this. I show him my hand and bring it towards my face. My first two fingers were lifted while the last two were down with my thumb across the last two. That's pretty cool. He pauses, thinking of something. I'll tell you what, if we ever end up fighting, let's do that symbol. I let out a smile. That's cool, but what makes you think we'll end up fighting each other? We both laugh, quickly moving on to a different subject. May 12, 2250. Katsuki lets out a chuckle and brought his hand up to do the same symbol. Midnight doesn't ask if we're ready after seeing us. Begin. We both start sprinting towards each other, Katsuki's explosions boosting him to get to me. Once he reaches me, he swings his leg, still in the air. I duck under and jab my arm into a pressure point under his leg, causing him to flinch. When he lands, he has a small limp. I run at him and throw a hook, which he blocks, so I follow with an uppercut through his arms and into his jaw, making him fly back. He catches himself with his quirk and starts running towards me again. Smoke bomb. Smoke erupts from his hands, blinding me. Using the smoke, he keeps trying to come at me from different angles to catch me off guard, but I kept dodging and hitting a small pressure point along the arm. This goes on for a minute before I get tired of his attacks and start speaking. You think blinding me will help? I was born in darkness. I lived in it for the years I have been alive, heightening my senses to the point beyond what could possibly count as a quirk. What gave you the idea this was the best approach? I know your every move. Another one of his arms reached through trying to cause an explosion, but I grab his wrist and pull him down into the ground, cracking the ground slightly. Still holding his wrist, I pull him before spinning and flinging him across the arena. He tries to stabilize mid-air, but the hit I just gave him left him discombobulated, causing him to only slow down and land on his back. I live on more than just my eyes, Katsuki. I hope you realize that now. I let out a smirk. I'm enjoying this fight. He looks down, thinking, before he boosts himself into the air and uses his explosions to spin himself and launch himself towards me. I watched in excitement as he gained more and more speed as time went on, preparing myself for the attack. Just as he's about to reach me, I grab his wrist and bring it behind me, effectively dodging the heat, but not the shockwave. Before it blows me away, I ran my knee into his chin and start to stabilize myself as I flew away. When I landed, I started to slide and stop myself before I reach out of bounds. I look at the aftermath and see smoke. That was strong. It's good I didn't let that hit me, or I would have been done for. Even the shockwave was enough to throw me across the arena. Amazing. I start to run back into the smoke and quickly find Katsuki before doing something similar to what he did to me. I kept running at him from different angles and leaving quick hits. Unlike me, he couldn't dodge or counter mine. Was soon on his knees as the smoke started to dissipate. You're gonna have to knock me out before I accept defeat. He stares at me, eyes burning in bright determination. I'll break myself, even if I'm only a drop of blood. I will never accept defeat until I'm dead. He gets up and runs at me. His steps are rugged and his arms are barely keeping up. His conviction is strong. Just as he gets halfway, one of his legs collapses under him and he falls. I walk up to him and deliver a swift chop to the neck, knocking him out. You did good, Katsuki. You've become strong. I smile. And Izuku is our champion. The crowd cheers louder than before. I let myself relax before picking up Katsuki, and as I walk back to the infirmary. Once I was sat down, I finally let myself rest, taking a deep breath. The sports festival was finished, and I won it. At the realization, I couldn't help but ask myself, All Might will present the awards. I am here. Midnight and All Might talk over each other as they arrive to present the awards. On the podium, I stood at the top. First place. Katsuki stood next to me at second, a proud look in his eyes, while Rumi stood at third. Once our fight was finished, Tokoyami and Rumi had another battle to find out who was third, and Rumi won the battle with slight difficulty. Almost anyone could tell she was already tired during the fight, something Tokoyami didn't have to worry about when letting Dark Shadow do most of the work. But even though the odds were stacked against her, she still won, and I couldn't be prouder of her determination. All Might handed out the medals while giving each of us a hug, and when he reached me, he whispered in my ear, "We've just gotten intel about the Nomu. Nizu has asked you to join us at our next staff meeting." He held me for a second longer, and I was wondering what he would say next. Also, good job on coming first. I knew you were going to go far. I let out a smile at the last statement. The next staff meeting should be in a few days and I would have to dress as Horu so they don't question why one of the students are there. May 15, 2250. Since I had a few days to spare, I spent my time with Rumi and sometimes Katsuki. He caught up to me after the festival, saying he didn't want to lose me again. The friendship we used to have might be gone forever, but he hopes it can be close. I've also been visiting Clara every now and then. I also got to meet her cat again, mostly defeat her. But now I was in a room full of pro heroes, all while dressed as Japan's most wanted vigilante. Almost every teacher except from Aizawa, All Might and Nizu were staring at me. Why is a vigilante in the teacher's lounge? Someone spoke up, voicing the question in everyone's head. Nizu asked me to be here. My voice caught them by surprise. I don't care how much Nizu has role you, but I've been working with him and Eraser for the past few months because of the league. They all still stare at me until I give up and send an annoyed glare. Let's just get this meeting over with. And before you try to arrest me, I've made a deal with the chief of police so I would just be let out again. I walked to the meeting room, leaving everyone in shock. It didn't take long before everyone piled into the room and started the meeting. Okay everyone. Nizu starts. Detective Nomu should be calling to leave information about the recent attack any moment now, but before that, I'm sure most of you have some questions? He looked at his teachers expectantly, until Present Mike lifts his hand, his gaze not leaving me, spoke up. Why is there a vigilante sat in the meeting room? His eyes still didn't move an inch as he spoke. I couldn't help but feel a pinch of annoyance as the question was asked again. I had been working with him to provide each other information about the league. He was the one to inform us of an attack and gave accurate numbers as to how many people would be there. So I think it's only fair as to hold up our end of the deal and give him information. Everyone nodded at this before Snipe perked up and said, Is this why the search for him was called off? That is correct. Couldn't have our best informant get put behind bars now, could we? Nizu looked around the room, wondering if anyone would choose to go against him. Are we allowed to know what's behind his mask? I'm sure you trust him, but I know that most of us don't. Midnight says. If he wishes to show himself to you, he will. We made a deal that should he show his face, it will stay between us. I know who he is, and so does Aizawa and All Might, but don't try to force them to tell. When he finished, everyone looks at me expectantly as I only sigh and shake my head to tell them no. Soon my torment ended and Nizu's phone started ringing, silencing everyone before he picked it up. We've just gotten information about the Nomu's genetics, and we've gotten a match from 5 different people, as if they were just put into a blender and mixed. It was probably to handle the multiple quirks at once. Since it was dead, we couldn't get an understanding of its behavior unless any of you can say anything. All Might starts to respond to the question. It was mostly unresponsive to anybody except the leader. It wouldn't listen to anyone else. It was basically the perfect ending machine. Everyone sat in silence at the information, some shivering in the corner of my eyes. Who would create such a thing? I notice that All Might seems to shiver as if he realizes something. Is there something that you would like to share, All Might? The teachers look at me accusingly before he starts speaking again. I'm worried that he is back. The teachers look confused. All for one. The merchant of quirks? I stare at him intently, the situation getting a lot more serious than I originally expected. I found his name when I was looking through your history, All Might. The power to give and take quirks forcefully is quite powerful. The teachers are all staring at me again while I'm in deep thought. You fought him, All Might? A few years ago, correct? He gives a small nod, slightly rubbing his wound as he does. Could you tell us how he acted? If you are right and we are to come up against him, it could be useful if we knew how he acted. He tries to get under your skin, to make you lash out, or feel weak, and since he's been around since the dawn of quirks, he has plenty of experience to manipulate the ones around him. He paused again. He was the one to give me my injury after antagonizing me. I got angry and made a mistake, but I thought I had ended him in that fight, that I had finished what he started. He looks down in disappointment. Some teachers shiver whereas 13 starts talking, a hint of arrogance in her tone. So most of his advantage is his knowledge? He probably just manipulates some facts so that we get distracted enough so that he can land a hit. All Might bit his lip, shaking his head silently. It's not just his knowledge, his power is beyond what's humanly possible. He's able to hold back my full power, the only way I won was catching him off guard. He lets out a small sigh as he looks down in contempt. And even then, it was simply a fluke. Nobody knew what to say, a threatening pit inside each of us until Nizu spoke up. Thank you for the information, Detective. We shall talk again soon. Yes, I'll inform the chief about what you've said. He finishes before hanging up. Since the information about the League had been released, I decided to take my leave. Come to Nizu at a later date about possible defenses. After arriving back home, I greet Rumi, wrapping my arms around her instantly. You want to do something? Rumi spoke from my chest, causing me to pull away and look down to her. What do you have in mind? I ask, needing something to do after what I've just been told. I saw a poster about an amusement park not too far away. Do you want to stop by the cafe and walk down? That'll be nice. I send a smile at her. I'm so lucky to have met you, always finding a way to make me smile. She blushes at this, pushing me and turning away, causing me to chuckle. I walk up behind her and give another hug. Thank you. After getting ready, we head to the cafe to grab our drinks and begin walking to the park. There were rides reaching over 100 meters tall with plenty of food stands plotted around. The park was set next to a huge lake that already had multiple rowboats floating along. We first start on a roller coaster, only a few seconds long, but it reached speeds of 105 miles per hour. To any normal person this was fast, but me and Rumi, we were sat at the front barely reacting. We ended up laughing about it after and made our way to a food stand to get some cotton candy and walked around to find another ride. Let's go in there, she says, jumping up and down in excitement like a child hooked up on sugar. Her large smile infected me and all I could do was agree. I looked to where she was pointing and seat the tunnel of love. I only sweat drop and continue to walk. We both sit in a swan and start floating inside the tunnel. It isn't long until we're all over each other, a fight for dominance. Neither of us backed down, and by the time we saw a shimmer of light we were a mess. I could feel my hair be even more messy than usual, and by the looks of it she was doing no better. She supported a bright red blush as we stepped out the swan, fixing up our looks before going to another ride. Since we were training to be heroes, many of the rides were quite boring, but soon the sun started to set and we took a rowboat into the middle of the water to watch a fireworks show. After sitting about and talking about the park, we sat next to each other and watched as the show began. An abundance of colors invaded the sky in a loud bang. It's beautiful, Rumi said softly. Yeah, it really is. I stare at her as I talk, admiring her. She looks so very to me, seeing my eyes locked onto her, and blushes. I lean in and give her a soft kiss. It may have only lasted a few seconds, but for us it never stopped. I poured all my emotions into the kiss. The fear, anxiety, and pressure inside me from all for one's possible appearance had dissipated. All I felt was my love for her. Once we parted, the world seemed to black out and all I could focus on was her, as if she was the only star in a dark void. I love you. My voice dripped with emotion as I looked at her. I love you too. The fireworks soon ended and we rowed back to shore, walking away hand in hand. Her thumb rubbed the back of my hand, calming my heart as much as it could. But it didn't stop the fear and anxiety I felt. There was a man currently alive that is capable of ending the #1 hero. The thought of a possible attack was likely, and there was only one question for me to ask. May 17th, 2250. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you have enjoyed your rest. Aizawa greets the class. Today you will do something that determines your hero career. The class began to get anxious, the thought about something so important setting them on edge. You'll be picking out hero names. Aizawa gave another one of his sheet-eating grin, happy to scare the class. Everyone let out a sigh and started cheering before Aizawa gave a glare, his quirk making his eyes glow menacingly, which scared everyone back into their seats. I let out a silent chuckle at the class's antics and start thinking of a name. Since I'm no good at this kind of stuff, we'll be having a guest to help pick out your names and approve them. Aizawa lets out a sigh, probably remembering how his name was chosen. I hope you're ready, boys. Midnight comes strolling through the door, getting most the boys to blush while Mineta starts having a nosebleed, much like how he got one at the festival. I simply stare as I feel Rumi's gaze on me. I feel a smirk on my lips and turn towards Rumi and mouth, "You'd look better in it." She blushes and turns back towards the board, causing me to laugh, which gathers some attention from classmates. "I will be helping approve your hero names. You will write down the name on the whiteboard and present it to the class, then I will either approve it or you'll get denied." Throughout the talk, Midnight was posing to show off her assets, which caused Rumi to stare at me jealous again. I was still thinking of a name until Aoyama had walked up to the front and announced his name to the class. I cannot stop twinkling. Everyone stares in disbelief as Midnight approves it, only changing cannots to can't. Next it was Ashido, who started to walk up and present. Alien Queen. Everyone thought it was a good name until Midnight disapproved it, saying it was too scary. Sue walked up next and showed her board and said Froppy. Everyone mentally thanked her for the normal name and carried on presenting their names. Everyone got their turn to present their name, but I was still stuck. I couldn't go with Haru. It's my Vigilante name and I'd prefer if the class didn't know who I was. Rumi had chosen Mirko, and even Katsuki had a good name, Ground Zero. I thought and thought until something came to mind. I stood up and presented my name, Deku, the god of darkness or blackness. I plan to become an underground hero, like Mr. Aizawa, so what better than be named after the god of darkness, Deku? Midnight looks pleased and says, "I love it, the meaning behind it is great. I approve." I move back to my seat and wait for class to be over, and Aizawa goes to the chalkboard and talks. "Next week you will be going on internships. The sports festival was a way to advertise yourself, and the pros could send an invitation for an internship over the last week. The numbers have been more spread out in other years, but it's more focused on the main winners." On the board a hologram appears and presents the amount of student with invitations and how many each got. I was at the top with 3,687, with Rumi at second with 3,207 and Katsuki in fourth at 2,502. Shoto was third with 2,905. It's too bad I was already going with Aizawa because I would have looked through them with more care. Only a few names took any interest in me, which was Edge Shot and Gang Orca. I focus on Rumi and ask her who she'll work with, and she responds with the kangaroo hero, Hops. Since she focuses her attacks around her legs and so does Hops, she thinks she'll learn something, which I agree. She asks who I chose and respond with Eraserhead, which gathers the attention on some of the classmates. Mr. Aizawa sent an invite? I didn't know the teachers could send them. Teachers usually can't, but since I've made it known that I want to be an underground hero, Aizawa offered one. It's also the fact that no one knows much about underground heroes, so I wouldn't know if they would be a good choice for me or not. The class seems to nod at this and carries on. I look over and see Ida silent, staring at his form before writing something down, and starts walking out the class. I turn to Rumi and say, "I'll be back," and following Ida. "Hey, wait up," I shout to him, getting his attention. "I wanted to talk with you. I know you are hurting from your brother, but please think this through. I'm your class president, so please come to me with any problems you may have, even if they are personal." Ida looks shocked for a moment before he puts on a fake smile and speaks. "You don't have to worry about me. I've thought through what I'm going to do." He kept the smile up, shutting his eyes. I released a sigh at his stubbornness. "You clearly haven't, have you?" My eyes narrow to see the hero manual written on his form. "You're going to Hosu to look for him, aren't you?" He flinches. "You aren't even a pro hero yet, and this is thinking it through? Who do you think you are? Some hardened vigilante? Because you're not." I felt my voice rise slightly, knowing exactly how revenge turns out. "Well, what do you know? My brother is in the hospital due to that murdering psychopath, and you're telling me I can't do anything about it?" He lashes out, showing his true emotions. "You know nothing of the pain I feel. I bet you know nothing about how I feel. I may not know about your pain, but do not accuse me of not knowing any pain." I start, narrowing my eyes at him. "Your brother may have been injured, but he wasn't ended." My eyes look down, tears threatening my eyes as I remembering the form of brother I used to have. I shake away my thoughts as my eyes clear and look back to Ida. His eyes were wide from my revelation, and he quickly apologized. "Please, think this through clearly before you do something stupid." He looks down before walking back into class to rethink his options. I stood outside the door, waiting several seconds, trying to pull myself together. When I walked back in, I sat back down next to Rumi, eyes still holding some pain from past thoughts. Barely noticeable, but Rumi always sees it. "What's wrong?" she asks with eyes full of concern. I talked with Ida about his brother and a bad memory came up. Tears threatened to spill again before I pushed them back. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shook my head. "After class." She stares at me. "Please." My voice shakes when I say this. She seems to hesitate before she turned back to see her internship invites. She may have chosen someone, but we were meant to have a backup. After class had finished, I looked for Ida and see him talking with Uraraka and Tsu. Good, he's at least thinking properly, I think. I turn to Rumi and grab her hand and start walking out with Katsuki. Along the way I hear my name being called and turn to see Shoto. "Todoroki? Is there something I can help you with?" We all stare at him expectantly as he begins. "I was wondering if I could join you on the train back?" I send a quick smile before tempering something. "But I thought you lived the other way?" "I do, but I want to be away from the old man for a bit." I smile and said he can come along. On the train ride he said little but contributed to some conversation while we were trying to involve him. He even walked around town with us until we reached out homes. As I sat down, Rumi came up to me and asked what was bothering me after my talk with Ida. I sigh when I recall the memory. When I was announced quirkless, everyone I knew backed away from me like I was some disease. Everyone except this boy I met. He was only a few years older than me and his name was Haru Tanaka. He was the only person at the time who stayed by me and was the closest thing to family I had. He protected me from everyone as much as he could, and I always looked up to him like he was my big brother. I paused as my eyes started to sting. One day he didn't meet up with me after school. I thought nothing of it until it kept happening and I would rarely see him anymore, so the next time I saw him I asked, and it turned out he had cancer in his left lung. Rumi gasped next to me. I was devastated. Nothing worse could have happened in that situation, and it was only a few months after he passed I had run away. Tears were streaming down my eyes at this point. His family never invited me to his funeral, probably didn't know I existed. I watched from a distance and mourned his loss without anyone else to lean on. I've kept tabs on his family and sent some money every now and then from gangs I stole from since they could barely afford his funeral. Rumi threw her body onto me and wrapped her arms around me, hugging me as tight as possible as tears streamed down my face. "Would you like to visit him?" Rumi starts. "You could introduce me," she adds, trying to lighten the mood. My mouth moves into a small smile and agree. "That would be nice." I go change clothes and start to walk out with Rumi. It was a long walk, but we soon reached our destination. We walk around the cemetery giving prayers to those around us until I found his name. "Here lies Haru Tanaka. Loving son." I knelt down as Rumi stood a few feet away, watching me place a few flowers on his grave. I feel a few tears sting my eyes. "It's been a long time, Haru-chan. I've missed you a lot. I hope you're doing well, wherever you ended up. I'm sure they were grateful to have you." I've been doing somewhat well the past few years. It only got better when I met Rumi, my girlfriend. I really love her. I bet you two would have fought each other over multiple small little things. I wish you could have met her. I pause as a tear drops from my eyes. "Do you want to say something?" I ask Rumi. After seeing her nod, I walk back as she kneels in the same position as I was and leaves a prayer. "Thank you for helping Izuku, staying by him when everyone else left him. I think you were the reason he survived for so long, and I couldn't be more thankful that you found each other." She pauses. "I promise you that I will always protect him as much as you have during his childhood, so you can rest without worrying about him." She stands back up and walks beside me. "Thank you. Go on without me. I want to leave something behind." I see she nods and starts to walk away. I walk back up to the grave and place my hand on the top before reaching into my pocket and pulling out a pendulum with a picture inside. A picture of me and Haru when I was 7. "You always told me to hold this whenever you weren't around, and I was scared. I remember running my finger along the edge every night I went out before patrol. But now I'm with Rumi and I feel like I'm wasting what you have given me." I slowly bring my hand down to the ground and place it underneath a rock. "Keep this safe for me. I'll be back when I need your guidance." I stand up and stare at the grave, a single thought running around my mind. May 20th, 2250. The internships have begun and I'm currently sat next to Eraser on a tall skyscraper in Hosu. I hope you're ready, Haru, or should I say Deku-kun? Eraser stares at me as I recall a memory. Dokuo had made contact with me a few days ago, saying the League are trying to make contact with the hero Ender and are currently searching for him. Keep it to Haru. Let's start searching, we can't allow them to find him. I jump away and start running across the building with Eraser not too far behind, and after hours of searching we came up with nothing. All we did was stop some crimes like theft and a murder attempt. It might be a long shot, but the hero Ender might not even join them. I stare at Aizawa as he looks confused. Their ideals are conflicting. The League wants to end all IT while Stain thinks he is the only true hero, so if he knows their objective, he might not even think about joining. Aizawa stood in silence, thinking about our odds. But we can't take that chance, no matter how small. I continue to speak, already agreeing with him. It all depends on how much Shigaraki has matured since the USJ. I let out a sigh. There is too much unknown. I told Dokuo to not interfere with Shigaraki when recruiting Stain. Hopefully he hasn't matured much since then and he'll mess up himself. May 28, 2250. In the last week Aizawa has been giving me pointers on how he uses his capture weapon and I have improved greatly. I can now do some of the more complex moves and can gladly say I'm ready to use it in battle. I have also been patrolling as Haru alone a few nights to keep up an appearance, hopefully to draw Stain out to come search for me since he knows I'm Haru. Dokuo has told me they made contact with the League and he did as I told and didn't interfere with the ordeal, letting Shigaraki mess it up himself. He also told me they were preparing Nomus for something, but he didn't have enough intel about it, which is why me and Eraser were currently waiting on top a building for something to happen. It was quiet, too quiet. No crime is happening and it was annoying. Perhaps the news of Haru had scared most of the criminals in the area. Or they are preparing something. Maybe one day, every night will be as quiet as tonight. My thoughts were interrupted when a loud bang rang through the city. Flames reached into the sky as me and Eraser start running towards the incident. It must be the Nomus. I shout to Eraser. As we arrive I jump of the building and unsheath my katana and land on top of a Nomu. It was similar size to the one in the USJ and I do the same move as last time. Digging my blade through its brain through the other side, sending thousands of volts through its body. I can't take any risks if they could be as strong, which is why I took out my blade. As it falls I jump of its shoulders and stop myself with a roll. As I stop the Nomu lands behind me on its face. I continue running through the city with Aizawa following. As we are running we help some civilians who got stuck in torn down buildings until I hear a hero shout out. Ida! Where are you? Ida! I turn and see the pro Lightning. A pro with a quirk that boosts his speed. His max is probably just faster than Ida Reciproburst, but he can't hold it long due to incredible demand for stamina. I guess he did think clearly, but he didn't think too clearly. I turn to Aizawa and shout. I'll look for Ida, you continue helping. I don't wait or hear a reply and run off to the tops of building around the alleyways. The hero Ender's reports show most of his targets in dark alleyways closer to rural areas. I soon hear a scream, and I knew who it was instantly. As I reach him I see him standing over a downed hero. Native, I think his name was. Get out the way, child, this has nothing to do with you. His voice has changed, so much that I barely recognize him. I may hate you, but I can't let you hurt Native. I couldn't help the smile at this and let myself be known. I placed multiple small speakers around the alleyway and start speaking. That enough, Ida. Take Native out of here while I deal with Stain. They look around for the source of my voice, but the speakers make it sound like I'm coming from each direction. When Stain was looking the wrong direction I jump down and deliver a kick to his head, knocking him down. I try to swing another kick but he dodged and moves back. Go Ida! You've done well. I send him a smile as I see him pick up Native and walk away. I see Stain reach for some small throwing knives and throw them towards Ida, but I catch each of them and throw them back at faster speeds, causing one to graze his cheek while he dodges the others. Stain, what have you become? He looks at me in confusion until it connects. Izuku! I hear him whisper. I've already told you that I won't stop what I'm doing. It would be best if you just leave. I felt a bubble of anger and pain rose within me. No! I shout back at him, my eyes glaring at him for the pain he caused. You have caused enough pain in this world. It's time your mission is put to an end. I yell before sprinting at him. He tries to throw another knife, but I grab it again and threw back into the ground and throw down a smoke bomb. Since the speakers were still connected to me, any noise I made came from each direction and made him confused. I do the same move against Katsuki and start attacking from each direction. To his credit, he managed to dodge some of the attacks, but I still hit him many times. The smoke was about to dissipate, so I took out a beeper and threw it on the other side of him so he looked the wrong direction and delivered a drop kick to his back. Once he was back up, he came back at me with speed and tried stabbing me with his sword in a downward slash. I grab the sword with both hands and move it to the side before breaking the blade with my forearm. He looks shocked, which I take advantage of by throwing my elbow into his face. As his head flies back, I move behind him and wrap my arms around his waist and bring him backwards in a German suplex. As he's on the ground, he tries to reach for another knife and stab it onto my arms, causing me to jump backwards. You've gotten stronger. He starts as he gets back up. My only wish was for you to join me, to purge this world of fakes. By my side as my son. I glare at him. You don't get to call me that anymore. You should know that no matter how much it feels right, ending someone will always bring someone pain, whoever it may be. I recite the words I once told Dokuo. I wanted nothing more than to be your son, fighting side by side, but you changed, and I understand why you changed, but that doesn't excuse what you've done. My voice was becoming sore from the shouting. Stain looks down at my words. We were meant to save people, to inspire hope, not fear, not chaos. I glare at him as he looks down. I've come too far to stop what I've started, and I refuse to let anyone stop me, not even you. He starts running at me, his eyes wide with his mask falling off. I shake my head as he closes in on me. His bloodlust was strong, something that used to make me freeze in place. But I'm stronger than I used to be. He threw one of his blades again, causing me to grab it out the air and hold it in a reverse grip, waiting for him to approach. I took a few swipes at him, watching him dodge with ease. With one final swipe, he retaliated, trying to place a punch on my face. My head flinches back at the hit, but it didn't slow me down as I grabbed his extended arm and pulled him closer, managing to land a cut on his chest. He threw his leg up and missed my head by an inch, allowing me to place another cut on his leg before he was grounded. He jumped back slightly, putting some space between us, but I kept the intensity and charged. I threw the knife at his leg, watching him sidestep. As he moved, I sped up and jumped, kicking the side of his head. His body hit the wall with a thud, and I could tell he was slowing down as he tried to get back up. Once he threw a wild haymaker, causing me to duck to the left and delivering a quick right hook to his stomach. He bends down and I deliver a swift left hook to his face with enough power for him to fall on the floor. I walk over to him as he tries to crawl away. He braces his arms and pushes himself towards me, leg first, trying to kick me. I grab his ankle before his foot lands on my face and throw it to the side, throwing him off balance. I continue to walk over to him as he makes any desperate attempt at escaping my, trying anything to harm my. Any hidden knife he had was either caught and thrown to the side or dodged. He backs up into a wall and stares into my eyes with fear and pride. In a last-ditch attempt to get away, he tried to throw one more desperate punch, but I caught it with my left hand and used my right to grab his neck and lift him up against the wall. His limbs flail as he tries to escape my grip. It's over, Stain. I stare deep into his eyes and watch as his limbs give up trying and lump to the side. I've beaten you. You won't be able to hurt anyone else, not anymore. His eyes start to soften as he stares back into mine. Even though you didn't join me, I couldn't be prouder with man you've grown up to be. My eyes don't change. I give up. I bring him down and tie him up in the capture gear around my forearms. I'm glad I was able to see you one more time before my journey came to an end. And I couldn't be happier that it was you that ended it. I hear fast steps start to approach us and turn to see Shoto turn around the corner with his fire and ice at the ready. His eyes linger over to me and he powers down. I see I wasn't needed? Thanks for coming. But yeah, I had this handled on my own. He takes a sigh in relief and walks over to help carry Stain. You can rest, I'll carry Stain out to the street. I let out a small smile towards him and let my thanks be known to him. As we exit the alleyway, I see a multitude of heroes waiting, about to enter. Seems Ida managed to get a lot of help. I feel a small smile grace my lips at this thought. I walk up to Ida and bring my hand up to shake his. You did the right thing, Ida. I'm glad you listened to me. His eyes cast down. I'm sorry. I stare at him, confused. But still I got you in trouble and you could have gotten hurt because of me. He bows down and before I can respond a loud screech catches everyone by surprise. I look to the source and see a winged Nomu making its way to Ida, but before it can reach I push him out the way and take his place. I hear him shout out my name as its claws grip onto my shoulders and lift me into the air. The heroes couldn't do anything due to the speed the Nomu moved and we were too high up for them to do anything now. I hear one of them shout to Endeavor, who had just arrived, but I was too focused on my own situation to listen. I struggle in its grip and pry myself free. I grip onto its ankle and pull myself onto its back and pull out my katana and bring it down into its brain in one swift movement. As we begin to fall I grip onto its back before pushing it down into the ground. I keep falling and land without injury from the fall. One of the things I've learned was how to land from great heights and I've jumped from larger drops. As I roll, all the built-up energy I've gained from the drop is transferred into the ground in a safe manner, allowing me to walk back to the heroes. I see them stare in amazement and all I can think of is, May 29, 2250. Due to your actions you would be punished, woof? I see through the corner of my eye that Shoto was about to stand up before I motion for him to stay seated. However, due to you being quirkless you have not broken any laws regarding your fight with Stain, woof. Besides this, as the chief of police I must extend my thanks towards you, woof. His head bows towards me as I stare. After the fight with Stain, we were sent to the hospital for the rest of the night. Even though I wasn't injured I followed since the Nomus had been dealt with. But before I went to the hospital, I left a small gift for Shigaraki. May 28, 2250. You've got to get to the hospital. A random hero shouted at me. You just took on the hero Ender, you must have some injury. I stared incredulously at them before saying something back. Fine, I'll go. But before that, I need to leave one last thing. Before he could talk back I had already turned and scaled up the side of the wall and started running. During my fight with Stain I noticed something, or more like someone. Above a water tower, there was a purple mist and a lone figure. As I approached, Izuku washed away and Horu rose. My footsteps became non-existent and my breathing calmed down as every muscle relaxed and tensed slightly as if getting ready to fight. My eyes went cold as I stared on and listened in. Maybe this will move their attention towards us? Shigaraki moved his hand towards his chin and held on, leaving out his pinky. Perhaps Tamura, but I believe it would be best to leave before a hero spots us. As Kirigiri prepares to make a portal I make my presence known and jump towards him, slamming my hand into his neck brace and bringing it to the ground. After temporarily disabling him, I start a dash towards Shigaraki while throwing 4 of my hidden knives. The first was sent towards his head so he would turn his body away from me while the second was aimed at his center of mass, causing him to lose balance. Now the third and fourth were both sent towards his hand. Since he was off balance and no longer facing towards me I aimed while his arm was in the air above him, trying to regain balance. As he wasn't looking he didn't see either knife coming. Before he can register the pain I tackle him to the ground, off the water tower. As we fall I grab onto him and send a few quick jabs to his stomach and reposition my body so that I land on him. On impact with the ground I roll slightly away, like I did with the Noma earlier. I hear him wheezing behind me as I slowly turn to face him. He tries to put one hand on the ground to push himself up but the pain from both blades caused him to flinch and fall back down. After learning that lesson he relied on his elbows to get up. We both stare at each other as I let out a breath. The cold shows as a frost exits my mouth. I quickly reach into my pocket for a smoke pellet and throw it at his feet. I need to keep him outside of Kirigiri's sight and neutralize both of them. I run at him and duck under a wild haymaker and uppercut him halfway between his hip and armpit. The perfect place to crack a rib with the right strength. I hear him let out a hiss of pain as his steps indicate he limps slightly away. Using my hearing and senses to my advantage, I swiftly run behind him and wrap my arms around his waist before pulling him over my head and slamming his head into the ground behind me. I quickly jump a few feet away, avoiding a stray hand ready to decay me. "You a-hole," he hissed at me. "We don't have a healer, you know." I tilted my head as he whined. Before I could continue, I noticed a stray Nomu that hadn't been caught and dodged backwards from a few punches before unsheathing my katana, and in one efficient swing, I cleaved through its head, ending it instantly. As I turned back to my enemy, I noticed the slight tinge on purple mist starting to disappear. They got away. Damn it. I slammed my fist into a nearby wall, glaring at the air in front of me. How could you let this happen again? As my anger starts to boil, I notice someone sneaking up on their right hand closing in on my right shoulder. I clasp onto it with an iron grip from my left and swing underneath their arm, still holding onto their hand, and flip them over my shoulder. I prepare a punch to their head but stop myself as I realize who it was. The racer. My eyes soften as he brings himself back up, dusting his clothing. "Sorry, they got away again. It's my fault." I stare down as he reaches over and slowly pats my head. "Don't worry about it, I'm sure we'll have many chances to catch them again. Besides, I bet you dealt quite a number on them before I arrived." I hear him let out a small chuckle. I stare back up to him and give a small smile. I know I said Stain was like a father figure to me, but he never really showed how much he cared until tonight. I pause as I think of what to say. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm glad I ran into you. I think you may have been one of the best things to happen to me. His face burrows into his scarf as he tries to hide his blush, and I couldn't help but chuckle. "Now then, let's go." Some hero was shouting at me to go to the hospital. May 29th, 2250. During the chaos, I saw an opportunity that could cut everything short, so I took that opportunity. But I failed, and while I may still be angry about losing the league again, I'm glad Izuku came to talk to me. As I was leaving the hospital lobby, I received a phone call from Rumi. I stare at the caller ID for a second before picking up and saying, "Hey beautiful." I can hear her shock over the phone. "Why, since when did you start calling me that?" "Since I know you're worried about me, and confusion is a great distraction. It's why I offer sand to people having panic or anxiety attacks. I reminisce over the past few interactions, and every time it has worked. The moment they get confused, they get distracted from whatever that made them worry. After that, I'm able to help them as much as I can. Does that really work? Anyway, I wanted to know that you're all right. I know you're strong, but I can't help but worry about you sometimes, you know." "Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm probably the least injured person in Hosu right now." I hear her sigh of relief before she responds. "That's good. Now for making me worry, you'll have hell to pay once you get back from your internship, mister." Before I could reply, she ends the call, and all I could do was stare at my phone. I shrug and start walking again before meeting up again with Izuku. We walk for a few minutes and join a train back to Mizudafu, where Izuku is located. Since we finished our mission in taking down Stain, it's time we focused on training my body and even learning some new skills. June 4th, 2250. Over the last week, me and Izuku perfected my skills with the capture weapon, and the only way to get better is through experience. I also started to learn how to use 2 more weapons. First was a bow and arrow, which thankfully only took a few hours with my experience. The other was twin batons, which could extend and connect to create a bow staff. I'm still learning how to use the bow staff part of the weapon, but it's still not ready for field use. The twin batons are ready, however. I met up with Rumi on the way back to UA, and after a long earful of why I shouldn't worry her, we walked back into class and joined the rest of our class. It wasn't long before the class went in a circle and said what they did throughout their internship. I lifted my head and saw everyone looking at me expecting a story. I sigh and make it quick. Me and Izuku-sensei mostly patrolled around and stopped some petty crimes. Luckily, I was there in Hosu to help. I send a quick glance to Ida as everyone started talking between themselves again. "Phew, I was so worried when I heard what happened," Mina cried out. "I heard even the hero Ender Stain made an appearance. In fact, I think it's all the media can talk about." Ojiro began before Kaminari continued. Yeah, a new video about him pops up seconds after it gets taken down. If you actually watch through the whole thing, he does seem kinda cool. His goofy smile was soon knocked off when Mina nudged him towards Ida. Right, sorry ma dash. Before he could continue, Ida cut him off. It's alright Kaminari, I understand that in some perspective he may seem cool, but he is still a serial ender. However, I think I learnt an invaluable lesson from him and the help I received from my friends. He starts to smile and I can see a small twitch in the smile which can only mean one thing. He's about to shout at the class to do with class starting. I cut him off before he begins and shout to the class before he does. Okay everyone, let's settle down and get ready for class to begin before Ida goes on another rant about UA tardiness. The class lets out a small chuckle and goes to their seats. As I move to my seat I send Ida a small smile and got ready for the class to begin. Before long, All Might jumps into the room and shouts at us to get in out hero costumes for rescue training. Once we reach the training ground All Might begins his speech. Welcome students. Back already from your internships, I can't wait to see how far you've grown. And to do that we will be doing a rescue race. Before he can continue Ida cuts him off. If this is rescue training, shouldn't we be at the USJ? As I said, this is a rescue race. The USJ is used specifically for rescue training but we will be using the training grounds unpredictably to race towards an objective. He lets out another hearty laugh. 5 of your classmates will be spread along the training ground and will race towards me. Whoever gets there first wins. Throughout the speech I have been stood next to Rumi, holding her hand as All Might explained the objective. The first team will be Izuku, Mina Ishido, Tenya Ida, Antasiro, Mishiro Ojiro. Get to your starting positions and good luck. I give a quick kiss on Rumi's cheek before walking into the training ground while the rest of the class turned to the observation deck. Once I made it to my starting point I readied myself for the buzzer. 3, 2, 1, go. I positioned myself with my right leg bent in front of my left while my left was moved further back. I moved my hands to grab nothing but air and burst forward in an eruption of speed. This would count as an ultimate move but the full thing involves my katana. As I burst through the air I calculate where I would land and acted accordingly, positioning my legs to stop the fall and extend my legs again to carry on moving. Since the camera focused on who's in first nobody noticed where I was until I passed him. Siro, unsuspectingly swinging from tube to tube. I throw my capture rope towards a pipe just past him and yank myself. I catapult past him, taking him by surprise. I land on top a building and start running towards the edge before dive bombing over the bars. The class gasp and lean forwards as I put myself in even more danger. As I fall I extend my capture rope to another pipe and use my momentum to boost my speed forward, putting a greater distance between me and Siro. After swinging for another minute, All Might enters my line of sight and I dash towards him. I land on another building and scale over a barrier and adjust my footing to land on a pipe. I make sure not to slip and keep sprinting towards him. When I reach the end of the pipe I jump. As I was midair I realized my jump wasn't going to make it the platform. I reach to my side and pull out one of my batons and wrap it around some wire above me and glide along it like a zip wire. The batons had a simple design. A black handle with a small amount of rubber to help with grip while the tip of the baton was made of metal for harder hits. There's also a small button that gives the metal a small current of electricity. Also for harder hits. Just before I reach him I let get and throw my capture weapon from my wrists to a metal pole behind him and yank myself towards him. I zip past him and gracefully stick my landing. I turn my head towards All Might and say, I guess I win. He lets out a laugh and gives me a thumbs up. That's right young Izuku, now let's wait for the others to arrive. It doesn't take long for Siro to arrive and soon the rest start piling towards us. And with the first match over, Izuku wins. The class start to clap as I hear All Might mutter under his breath. Something has changed in you, meet me after class? As the class clap I can only wonder. That was quite a show you put on there. All Might begins. There was something the rest of your class missed though, something deep in your eyes. As if you've gained something you lost years ago. He stares at me expectantly. I guess I did find something. A moment of clarification from the only man I've considered a father. something that has been missing since the day I was born. I pause as he looks at me confused. But that still doesn't explain how you moved during the race. You moved differently, more flamboyant, whereas Horu moves swiftly and without any energy wasted. I noticed it during the sports festival also, but I never had the chance to talk to you. I pause as I think on what to say. That's simply the difference between myself and Izuku. I need to make sure any of the class don't make a connection between us, so I made Izuku sloppy in some cases. I take a breath. So I forcefully slowed myself down as to not draw too much attention towards myself. My hits weren't as hard, my kicks weren't as fast. It's a pain to do it, but I have to do it. You ask if Izuku is more of a disguise than Horu. Like Horu is your true identity. All Might sends a confused glance towards me as I react. I'm sorry if this is getting personal, but this isn't healthy. You may be Horu, but you are still my student. His face seemed concerned as I analyzed him. Izuku is still part of me, however. Every time I put on my mask, I felt truly alive. Every time I put on my mask, I became someone else, or something else. I pause as I adopt a thinking pose. I found my true identity, and at some point Izuku became more of a mask than Horu. Besides, my name only brings bad memories. All Might looks worried at my explanation, but I'm getting tired of this conversation. I'm sorry, I must go. This isn't therapy. I let out a sigh before I stand up and walk towards the door. I see All Might begin to reach out to me before pulling back. When I reach the door, I let out another sigh before saying, I appreciate your worry, but it isn't needed. June 5, 2250. Your final exams are coming up. I hope you'll all be studying and training not only your quirk but your bodies, as there will also be a physical part of the exam. I hear a few members of the class deflate at this, and I let out a small smile at their reactions. Within 2 weeks the exams will take place. Prepare as you deem necessary and good luck. Holy crap, I'm screwed. I look over and see Kaminari and Mino with their arms up in defeat as they talk to everyone else. Both of them placed bottom of the class. Maybe if you listened, you wouldn't be in this situation. I hear Todoroki say, Todoroki, please don't insult them. I'm sure their moral is already low. I say to him, trying to get him to understand. Izuku. I look back to the two. You have to help us, you're top of the class. Please tutor us. I think it over before thinking of something, an opportunity. I'm not much of a teacher, but I'm sure Yaoyorozu will help explain it better than me. I see her blush from the compliment before agreeing and muttering something about the physical exam. I'm sure this will boost her confidence a small amount. Before long, Jiro and a few others had asked for her help in some areas. I let out a small smile at them asking before I walk to the front of the class and make an announcement. Now then, with Yaoyorozu already helping people study, I suggest we meet up somewhere for physical training. I see a few think about it before Kirishimi shouts out, You bet. I can't wait to see how the class press trains. It's gonna be so manly. His eyes start leaking at the thought, and most of the class agree to training. Good. Let's meet up at Dagoba Beach. From there I will help guide where people should focus. It's the least I could do as class president. I bring my hand towards my chin. Speaking of, I would like to talk to Vice President about our training if that's okay with you, Yaoyorozu. I see her nod with a small smile. I walk back to Rumi and hold her hand as I sit back down and finish talking to her. Why do you want to talk with her? I'm sure you could do this on your own. I could hear her whisper to me, getting a silent chuckle from me. That's not the point, Rumi. I could do this on my own, yes, but something has changed in her. I gently squeezed her hand as I spoke. Her confidence took a big hit because of the sports festival. She needs something like this to know what she belongs here. Okay. She mumbled to herself slightly. Is something wrong? You seem a little down. She let out a sigh. I'll tell you later, I just want to get my thoughts straight for a minute. I nodded my head, rubbing my thumb across her hand. That's okay, take all the time you need. When the day ended, everyone started waking back home, and I said goodbye to the group before meeting with Yaoyorozu in the class and talking about how we should help improve our classmates. I had already made a plan during the lesson as to how to help, but I left a few holes in it so Yaoyorozu could fill in the pieces. When I explained the plan, she looked at me wide-eyed. Wow. You really thought of everything. She looks down. If I'm being honest, I'm not quite sure why you even told me since you had it all planned out. Her eyes start to tear up as she tries to shield herself from me. I've started to feel quite useless lately in total honesty. I'm sorry to hear that. However, she looks back up. I believe that you have the knowledge and capability to lead this class like I do, so I think you should have a say in whatever plans I make, so say your mind and any changes can be easily made. I give her a soft smile as my hand rested on her shoulders. Are you sure? I'm not as smart or strong as you are. I nodded my head. Of course I'm sure. Besides, I'm not that strong. She let out a chuckle. Are you serious? Of course you are. You dealt with a Nomu designed to end all might of all people. I wish I could do something like that. I wasn't sure how to respond, but I had to try. I'm only like this because I'm quirkless Yayarozu. You see, I don't have some great power like everyone in the class, so I have a pretty big motivator to get strong. I smiled softly at her. I needed to run that extra mile, or read that extra book because I was lacking. I wouldn't be like this if I had a quirk. I paused, struggling to say what I was thinking. You have an amazing mind, Yayarozu, and something like that only comes from hard work. This mind can also do a lot more for you than you think, mentally and physically. Her eyes light up at my words. So tell me, how can we improve the plan? Without hesitation, she starts giving a few ideas, just the ones I was hoping she would say. When she finished, she said one last thing. You know, I'm starting to think you're exactly like Kendo is to 1B. I let out a smile and say, Are you calling me a big sister? I let out a chuckle as her face goes bright red. Wanna know? She takes a deep breath as I let out another chuckle at her reaction. Was gonna say you're like a big brother. You always help around and know exactly what to say to cheer people up. She gives a small smile. It's nice to have someone like you around. I give a small smile before talking back. Well, come on then, little sister. She lets out a quick laugh. I think it's time we both head home. I'm sure Rumi is starting to worry about me, and I'm sure the same with your family. I pick up my bag as I head out the door with Yayarozu following close behind. As we walk, we make small talk, chatting about school and friends. Once we get to a split in the road, she turns to me and says one last thing. Thank you, for everything. She turns around as I only stare at her retreating form. Once I make it back to my house, I find Rumi in the kitchen area looking for a small snack. She turns around and puts a hand on her hip and pouts before saying, You had me worried something bad happened to you. I stare in confusion before saying, You need to tell me what happened, Rumi? You've been acting different recently. More concerned than usual. Am I not allowed to be concerned for the person I love? She turns her head back towards the counter. I walk up to her and place a hand on hers. Of course you can be concerned, it's just you've never expressed it this much before. She doesn't respond. Look, I love you and I always will. But please tell me what is going on. I hear her sigh before she spoke up. It's something that happened on the internship? She paused, tears starting to sting her eyes, causing me to bring her closer and wrap my arms around her. One of Hop's sidekicks went to fight a villain, she never came back. My embrace tightens around her. I knew she was strong enough to beat me, and she still got beaten, and I just can't stop worrying about you, even though you're stronger than me and smarter, I just can't stop worrying about if that happened to you. Tears were streaming out her eyes, onto my chest. I pull away slightly, place one of my hands under her chin and bring her face up to mine. I can never promise you that I will always come back to you in one piece, and I definitely can't promise I will always come back alive. But I will always, and I mean always, come back to you. No matter what. I bring my hand up and pet her hair. No matter what. I move my hand again and brush some hair out of her way before placing a kiss on her lips, letting her emotions flow through me. All the worry, the sadness, the concern. It all flowed through our kiss. She slowly pulls away and places her head in my chest. How about tonight I stay with you? She looks back up again. No Vigilante tonight, only you. But people need you. I can't stop you from doing that. I know that. My eyes close for a second. But you will always come first? She slowly nods and pulls away. She grabs my hand and leads me towards the bed. Then I guess I should show my appreciation. She starts to lean in and nibble on my ear as her hands roam around my body. I place a hand on both her thighs and lift her up. Her legs wrap around my waist as I walk towards the bed and slowly set her down, leaving kisses along the way. And for the first night in years, I slept for the whole night. Well, most of it. Once I woke up, I could only wonder. June 17, 2250. How do you do this every day? Kirishima pleads as he lies on the floor panting. A few other also having trouble breathing on the floor nod, wondering the same thing. During the last 2 weeks the class have been meeting up for training and studying. We even managed to rope in Todoroki to join. During this time Kirishima and a few other wanted to up the training, so I have them run my own training regime. Just slightly toned down to fit their strength when it came to weights. Consistency. I begin. Yes, it started hard, it always starts off like that. But with consistency, doing it every day. It got easier. Kirishima's eyes start to water. That's so manly. His tears are streaming down his face at this point. Exhaustion seemingly disappeared. I gather the attention of the rest of the class and make one final announcement before ending the session. All right, everybody. Everyone's eyes gather towards me. Since the exams are in 2 days, take tomorrow as a day off and rest your bodies. Gotta make sure we're all at full strength on the day, right? I hear a few comments in agreement before I continue. Well, good job, everybody. As class president, I mark this the last training session for the final exams. I hope everyone has a good rest day. I give a few claps as Yaoyorozu joins me at the front and starts clapping with me. I hear her whisper to me another thing as the rest of the class clap. You know, you're quite the good teacher, considering you said that you weren't much of a teacher. That's because it's physical training. Either way, I could have taught them just fine. I simply figured you could do it better. I see her blush slightly at the compliment. I let out a chuckle and everyone grabs their bags and begins to leave. Some of the guys pat me on the shoulder as I walk past them to grab my own bag and make my way towards my own group. I'm glad you could join us, Todoroki, even if it was halfway through the 2 weeks. I send an appreciative glance at him. My old man wanted to train me himself, but I figured I would get more out of it with you in the class. His usual monotone voice greeted me. About your old man? I mutter towards him to not get the attention of the others, which Todoroki looks thankful for. Is he still training you the same as before? He's stopped being as tough as he used to. He's even allowing me to interact with my siblings more often, which has been good. A small smile is placed on his face. I place my hand on his back and give my own smile towards him. That's good, you deserve to be with your family. I hope you've also been meeting with your mother as well? He nods and says, yes, what you've done to me means a lot more than you realize. It meant more than anyone else could have ever done. He kept his eyes locked onto his bag. But can I ask you something? You said I deserve to be with my family, but why haven't you tried to meet with your mother? I let out a sigh. It's not as simple as that, Todoroki. I let myself deflate slightly. As much as I wished it was. She doesn't love me, I doubt she ever did. But your mother does love you, so that's more than enough reason to be around her. I give a few pats on his back before turning to the rest of the group and saying, all right guys, let's go. The new additions look towards us and nod. Yaoyorozu and Jiro. After training, both of them have been wanting to walk with us back home. Must be something to do with what I said to Yaoyorozu. I guess Jiro was her only friend, so she came along with her, which No only complained about. I let out another shout to Katsuki as he was gathering his bags, letting him know we were waiting for him. I walk towards Rumi and I lock my hand with hers, rubbing my thumb along her hand. Once Katsuki catches up, we begin walking back home, talking to each other. We all soon meet our separate ways one by one and split up to head back home. Rumi was still by side as I entered our home. I quickly take off my shirt, revealing my slightly sweaty body. I start walking towards the shower, Rumi following close behind. Once we had a shower, we quickly fell asleep, like turning of a light. June 19, 2250. After hours and hours of theoretical exams, they were finally over. Kaminari and Mina were both shouting their thanks to Yaoyorozu while everyone else was leaving the class. As we were heading to lunch, everyone was discussing the physical exam. What it could be. Who would we be against? And most importantly, how we would fare in the exams. As we were talking, I felt someone come up from behind me, so I swiftly bring my hand behind my head and catch an elbow. Promptly, I pull forward and place my other hand on the back of his head and bring it down to slam on the table. I stop myself mere centimeters from the surface and make eye contact with the guilty. Monama. His eyes widen as he realizes what situation he's in. What do you want? You think you're so much better than 1B, don't you? By now I've let go and he's already standing tall. We'll show you in the PHY dash. He's cut off as a hand strikes him at the back of his neck. As he falls, it revealing 1B's class president. Kendo. I stand up and bring my hand forward to shake hers. Thanks for taking care of that. It's okay. She gives a warm smile. I heard you're all talking about the physical exam. One of the upperclassmen told me it was robots. She bring a finger up to her chin and scratches while giving a sheepish grin. I guess it could be called cheating in a way, but any piece of information helps. I send a thanks before telling her. It is likely. However, with recent events it's possible they will change the exams to something more challenging, something that would get us all to think differently to one another depending on what we face. I shut my eyes as I thought, this exam exhausting my brain with every passing second. I could be wrong, but give it some thought and tell the rest of your class. She nods slightly before turning around and walking away, dragging Monama to her table. I let out a sigh at his attitude before turning back to my table and sharing what we talked about. After thinking about it more, the only way to make it more challenging would be either fighting the teachers or raising the passing grade. Either way, we'll all have to put more work in. Luckily for me, I've already planned for something like this. After lunch was over, we all met up at the observation deck where Aizawa was waiting for us. You've all done a good job so far, but now it's time for the practical. His tone stays monotone throughout his speech. Now some of you might have heard it will be robots. However, due to recent events, Nizu and the school board have decided on a different approach. Before he could continue, his scarf wriggles around and Nizu pops out. Yes, students. It is I, the principal. His voice gleaming in delight. For the final exam you shall be fighting the teachers on a 2 versus 1 fight. In this fight the teachers will be wearing weights designed by the support class to add on half their weight. Aizawa here has been observing each of you and has placed you in pairs he believes will give a challenge. He begins listing of the students who will be fighting together and what teacher they will be fighting against. Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki versus Aizawa. Kaminari and Mina versus Nizu. Ojiro and Ida versus Powerloader. Tiu and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm. Usajiyama and Shoji versus Snipe. Siro and Mineta versus Midnight. Yurika and Oyama versus 13. And the teams had been made, except for me and Katsuki. The only teacher left would be All Might. And finally, Izuku and Bakugo against. A booming laugh echoes as a figure lands in the space in front of us, cracking the concrete as he landed. Ha! I'm here. To fight. His smile turns threatening towards me and Katsuki. I see Katsuki take a step back and his eyes widen. I stare on emotionless. I was right. I sigh finds its place at my lips. I look over at Katsuki and tell him to meet me at the city map so we can plan for the exam. When I reach the map I take a quick scan for building around where we would enter and devise a quick plan. What have you got in mind? Katsuki's gruff voice pierced my ears as I turned to him and explained my plan. Knowing All Might, he gonna start off strong, trying to flaunt his power, try to intimidate us. So I believe he will start off with a powerful punch from the exit and send as much air pressure as he can towards us, most likely destroying a large chunk of the city. What we'll do first is hide somewhere before he can start. His first thought will be alleyways for places to search, however we will take a slightly different approach. I explain my plan to the last detail which Katsuki agrees to. I'm so glad he chose to change. I wouldn't want to deal with a person who would be the definition of explosive. That person likely wouldn't listen either. We make our way back to the observation deck after discussing our plan and wait for our match. One by one, we watched our classmates prevail against our teachers, using their own unique plan and training to get the teacher captured or escape. I gather my equipment when our names were spoken through the speaker, and met up with Katsuki at the gate. Remember the plan? He gives a quick nod. Good. The gates start to shake as they open, revealing the large city ahead of us. The plan will only took us so far. After that I must ask myself. A tornado of wind tore through the city, destroying the path it rode on. A figure started to appear in the smoke and started to let out a laugh, piercing the ears of anyone listening. I hope you're ready, heroes. He shouts out. The problem was, no one was near him. He kept walking forward, unaware of our stares. Confusion crosses his face as he looks around. I look over to Katsuki as I remember what I told him mere minutes ago. The moment the doors open, we head to the top of a building, preferably one with good structural support. Now it's time for part 2. I notice All Might enter through one of the alleys and motion for Katsuki to follow me as we jump across the buildings to place ourselves above him. We keep following him for a few minutes, making him impatient. I reach into my pockets and pull out 4 small devices. I look to Katsuki, who was placing another device at the opposite direction to All Might. A speaker. Once Katsuki was finished and turned back to me, I speak. All Might. The voice appears from the speaker, distorted. This is similar to what I did to Stain, however I am only using one this time. My voice causes him to pause and turn around, which was my cue to act. I threw the 4 devices at his feet, making a square around him. I press a small button on my gloves and electricity flies around him, shocking him in place. I think back again to what I said. Once he's been lured into an alleyway, you will place this device on the opposite direction he's walking. I hand him the speaker. This will gather his attention. I will then shock him and throw a smoke at his feet. Once you see the smoke, tack, I place a hand on my chin and try to aim for his stomach. It would be best to tire him out rather than knock him out from blows to the head. Do still hit him on the head a few times, but only when not using explosions. Katsuki drops down to the alleyway, a few meters in front of All Might. At this I throw a smoke at All Might's feet and Katsuki sets of an explosion, blowing him towards All Might at tremendous speeds. As he enters the smoke I hear another explosion and a grunt from All Might. The only visual response was the flash of light from his quirk. Soon enough Katsuki comes flying back out the smoke from the opposite side. I look on from the roof as the smoke starts to dissipate. The form appears, showing him on one knee. He pushes himself back up and starts the talk again. That was Pret Dash. Before he can continue I jump from the roof and land on his shoulders. I slither around him and use one of my staffs and lock it around his neck, attempting to choke him. Before he can rip me off, Katsuki comes flying in, releasing another explosion towards his midsection and flying away again to gain distance. All Might grunts in pain and reaches behind him to pull me off. Before he can I jump of him and grab my capture rope from both my forearms and wrap it around both his wrists and pull. Because of this, I end up standing on his back sideways, pulling both his arms back. He tries to pull his arms forward, making my muscles cry in pain as I keep trying to pull back. I thankfully don't have to hold on much longer as I see Katsuki fly up into the air. He places his hands above him and sets of an explosion, blasting himself towards us legs first. His foot digs itself into his face, pushing both of us back. Before All Might lands on me I jump back and roll to stop my fall. You two work well together. But I'm getting tired of this alleyway. He shouts as he pulls his fist upwards, intending to slam it into the floor. I shout to Katsuki to fly into the sky. I hear his explosion and moments later his fist slams into the ground, pushing me backwards into the main street from the force. I look to the building and see it start to collapse. Just as Katsuki was about to exit the alley, a part of the building next to us cracks off and crashes into him, throwing him off course. The blow could have knocked him out, but it won't keep him down for long. I need to stall until Katsuki is back to deal the big hits. The rest of the building collapsed on All Might, kicking up dust and smoke. After waiting only seconds, All Might bursts through the smoke, coming towards me with a left jab straight at me. I let my body fall backwards like how Ida bows, dodging the blow. I lift my left leg up and slam my heel into his chin. Not letting him breath, I spin around his arm, bringing myself upright. I bring a right hook into his stomach, hitting his injury. He groans in pain while I keep leaving quick punches around his stomach. Every punch he threw, I would dodge and place a few swift punches of my own. I notice a flash of light in the distance and quickly ducked to the ground and grabbed his right leg and pulled it back as hard as I could. As his leg started to budge, I hear a distinct explosion in the distance, and before long, Katsuki appears and slams his feet into his back. All Might was thrown off balance and slams into the ground multiple meters away. When Katsuki lands next to me, I say my thoughts. "Took you long enough?" I hear him grunt before replying. "What's our next move?" I think for a moment before replying. I think we've done enough damage that we should be able to capture him, do what we talked about before the exam. I see him nod as he blasts himself around All Might. Once he's in position, I remind myself of the plan. "Katsuki, when I say we've done enough damage, aim for his legs. Keep him off balance. I will try and restrict his arms, and if I see the opportunity, I'll use the cuffs given to us." This fight just got a lot more complicated. If you see an opportunity, keep hitting him. I start to run towards him while Katsuki comes from behind and kicks the back of his legs, causing them to buckle and bend. Before he can get back up, I reach for a small device and throw it right in front of him and press a button. Like the beginning of the exam, electricity shocks him for a few seconds, and once it stops, I jump onto his left arm and bring it to the ground. Once his back hits the ground, using swift movements, I jab my fingers along certain pressure points along his arm. His right arm swings across his body and grabs me before throwing me to the side. As I'm in the air, I stabilize and land on my feet. I look back to All Might and see Katsuki letting of a flash bang straight into his eyes. Due to All Might's reflexes, he swings his right arm out, hitting Katsuki in the chest, swatting him away. He brings himself up, cradling his left arm. I take a deep breath. This is taking too long. Either me or Katsuki will need to subdue one or two more of his limbs for the other to place the cuffs. Thankfully, his left arm is already out of commission. However, his right is still just as powerful. I use my left hand to grip the sheath of my katana and bring it forwards for my right to grip the handle. Once I placed a firm grip, I moved my right leg just further than my left and bent down. I tensed my legs to get ready and burst forward in a show of speed. Before he could react, I was upon him, using the blade to place small cuts along his body while using the blunt side to deal brunt force to his body. I run around him and cut the tendon to his right leg, making him fall. In a blind panic, he rushes his right hand into the ground, pushing me away. Katsuki comes through, blasting by him while grabbing his left leg, throwing him off balance. He tumbles to the ground as I run towards him and jump onto his right arm and place the cuff onto him. I see Katsuki grabbing his left and bringing it closer to me. "Come on. You're centimeters away. Get him. Ring. Ring." The practical for Izuku and Katsuki is over. You both pass. I look down and see both of All Might's hands placed in the cuffs. I let out a sigh and move closer to Katsuki, placing a hand on his back. That was close. I see him nod in agreement. "Do you know how much time we had left?" he asks me. We had 30 minutes for the exam. The fight took around 20 minutes, I think. So not long. If we don't pass, I doubt anyone did. I let out a chuckle at him. "Let's get out of here. Let the robots take All Might to the rest of the teachers." I start to walk with him before I remember something. "Go on without me. I need to look for any equipment I left on the ground." I see him chuckle at my misfortune before nodding and walking to the exit. I walk back to All Might and start to talk to him. "I hope you enjoyed the show. That was quite impressive. I took quite a lot of damage from you too, and it definitely hurt more than I was expecting." "Yeah, I'm sure it did hurt more, 'cause I slipped you something a few hours ago." He looked shocked at what I said before I continued. "You see, I already figured out we would be fighting the teachers and how our partners would be chosen. I simply had to rule out who I could be fighting until I reached you. When I did, I broke into the staff room when no one was around and slipped a simple drug I've been cooking up into a certain liquid that only you have because of your stomach." His eyes are wide at what I've said. "The thing about this drug is that in short doses all it does is act as a pain relief. But in a large dose, it actually causes your pain receptors to feel sensitive. Meaning any pain you felt was amplified to a certain degree. That's why I told Katsuki we did enough damage quite early on, and it's why I tried to disable your arm even though you have enough muscle to essentially ignore what would have happened naturally." I take a pause as I take in his shock. "Don't worry, I've modified it slightly so there shouldn't be any dangerous side effects nor addiction. I made sure of it. I start to walk away to gather my equipment and watch as the robots wheel him away. My emotionless face stares into the space All Might left in as I stare into the objects in my hand. I think I've just had an idea for some more capture technology. This fight has definitely made me realize I need it. I start to walk to the observation deck and greet my classmates. They each send their form of congratulations as I find a way to a seat and start to relax. Each of them give both me and Katsuki space, probably thinking we're exhausted after fighting. As I close my eyes, I can only wonder one thing. June 20th, 2250. Very well done, all of you passed the physical exam. Although it was close for some, you all did a great job against the teachers. Aizawa congratulated the class with a rare show of emotion. You should all know that the next step will be a training camp at an undisclosed location. The class cheer in excitement, which causes Aizawa to use his quirk to sit them all down. Izuku, he says, gathering my attention. Nizu has wished to talk with you about the training camp. The class murmur about what I could be needed for, until they remember I'm quirkless and the camp is for training quirks. It's a good cover-up if that's what it's used for. I walk through the halls until I reach a door and knock. After a few seconds I hear a slight "come in." Come through the door. I slide the door open to reveal Nizu sat at his desk with a game of chess on top of the table. What did you ask me for, Nizu? It's about the training camp. He takes a quick pause, moving his attention away from his computer and onto the chessboard. With recent attacks we believe that the training ground could be hit. However, I also want you to investigate some more about the league. They've been dark for a while now and it's likely they'll attack soon. He shakes his head. Would you like to play a game as we discuss? It will help take my mind away from it all. I give a small nod before taking the seat in front of him and motion for him to start. He places his paw on one of the figures before moving it. Have you received any news on your inside man, Dokuo? I move a figure in retaliation as I keep my eyes focused on the board. Sadly, no. I imagine with the amount of attention the league has it must be difficult for him to meet with me. We both move some more figures. Nizu takes a deep breath before replying. What are your ideas as to what we should do? I move one of the pieces before replying. With recent developments he will be doing a different attack method. Instead of using quantity he will use quality. Nizu moves a figure as I do the same. Sacrificing his hundreds of thugs for maybe less than a group of 10. That is troubling. He moves a piece. I want you to be there, but this information on the league, without it could lead to more injured or worse. It all depends on how desperate you need me to find this information. I move my piece. The lives of the students could be at stake, but if you're not there with them, I fear a worse outcome could arise. I nod as he moves another figure. I agree. I move a piece. Perhaps bring along another teacher, someone you trust to not leak any locations. He moves another piece. But it can't be All Might. It's clear that he is their main objective, and with him there, it would only paint a bigger target on our backs. He nods as I move another figure. Or perhaps you could swap the location. He goes to grab a figure and freezes. If we were in a different location then it could throw off where they need to go. He hums before moving his figurine. You might just be right. I move one of the figureheads. I'll also bring an extra teacher just in case. Nizu concludes his statement. Either way, I start. I feel as if this moment will be the beginning of the end and we'll soon enter the endgame. Nizu moves another piece at this conclusion. I agree, we'll soon enter a fight in which All Might will fight all for one. That will be the battle to determine our future. I move one more piece before saying, checkmate. Nizu looks down at the board before smiling and saying, that was quite a match. He places a paw in front of me, which I move to grab, shaking his hand. I can't wait for a rematch. I give a smile and walk back to my class. Guys, since we all need to collect stuff for camp, right? Why not go shopping together? Mina shouts to the class. I see a few of them nod. How about this? Let's meet up at Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. Mina starts to shake in excitement. It's gonna be so much fun. Her arms shoot in the air as a large smile is placed on her face. I look over to Rumi and see her nod to me. I guess I'm going. June 23, 2250. I hope you're nearly ready? I look round the corner as I ask the question. Don't rush me. Rumi shouts back to me. I sigh and look at the time. Only 5 minutes till we need to leave. Come on. We'll miss the train. She skips round the corner wearing a pair of blue jeans with a black belt wrapped around the waist, while a baggy blue shirt sat on her chest. Beautiful. I keep staring before she says, Come on, we'll be late. My eye twitches slightly before I poke my fingers into her forehead and walk out the door. I hear her let out a laugh as she tries to catch up to me, wrapping her arm around mine as she reaches me. After a few minutes of walking, we finally reach the station and board our train with a few minutes to spare. Hey! A voice call out to us. I thought I'd see you two on the train. We turn our head to see our friend, Katsuki. I walk over to him and give him a fist bump. I never got to say good job after our fight with All Might, you know. I hear him mumble something. Thanks. Although his punches hit like a truck. I let out a laugh. That's why I train a lot in dodging. I turn back to Rumi as the two make small talk while I check my phone about where we'll all be meeting up. Okay, you two, Yayarozu said we'll be meeting at the entrance of the shopping mall. Apparently they are hard to miss. After several minutes on the train and walking to the shopping mall, we arrive. You've got to be kidding me. I hear Katsuki say. I know you said it was hard to miss, but this is ridiculous. I could only nod as I look at Kaminari, who's been trying to catch a dog. A large dog. Probably has some kind of gigantification quirk. I think he's trying to pet it, but the dog clearly wants nothing to do with him. How long has he been trying to do this? Since I sent the text. I turn to see Yayarozu and the rest. I shake my head. I'll deal with this. I see her send a small thanks as I turn back around. I shake my head as I move towards the dog's path. Now that I'm up close, it looks like a pit bull, mostly dark gray with a white belly. The only problem is that it's almost twice my size. I sigh as it starts to charge towards me. As it gets close to me, I move to the side and watch as it runs past me. I stretch my hand out as it runs by, grabbing Kaminari by the collar. Calm yourself, Kaminari. I give him a small glare as he shrinks. Do you want to pet the dog? I see him give a small nod as I sigh again. I motion for him to follow me as I walk slowly to the big dog. I move closer and closer as I show my back towards it, trying to keep as least threatening as possible. I keep walking backwards, and once I'm a meter away, I place an open hand behind me and wait for a few seconds. My eyes were looking away, and after a few seconds I feel a nose place itself on my palm. I slowly move my hand up and start to pat its head. It still seems slightly scared of us. I turn around slowly and face the dog and start to scratch its head. There you go, I place my other hand on its neck and start to rub its neck, looking for a collar. After searching, I find none. Must be a stray. Are you alone? It licks me as I look it over and discover it's a boy. I motion for Kaminari to move closer. I see him almost bouncing in joy. I gently grab his hand and move it closer to the dog. I hear him growl slightly as his hand approaches. I make a shushing sound to try and calm him, which works, and place his hand on his head. Slowly, I warn Kaminari. As he pats, I start to question him. Now, why were you running after a scared stray? Sorry about that. I always thought the pit bull breed looked like a seal, and since it's big, I guess I got a bit excited. He sheepishly scratches his chin. He pulls his hand back and begins to walk away. You do realize how dangerous that could have been, right? I see him nod as he walks away. I turn back to the dog and say to him, Idiot, am I right? I hear him bark in agreement and licks my head. I keep scratching his head before pulling back and walking back to the group before hearing some steps behind me. I look back and see him right behind me. Why are you following me? He bends down and starts to lick my head again. It's a good thing my hair is already untamed. Are you gonna follow me around? He barks in agreement. I sigh and start thinking. Do you want a name? He barks again. I think again on what to name him. How about Oki? It means big in Japanese. Very fitting for a dog almost twice my size. I see him start to smile as he licks my face again. I guess that your name now, Oki. I walk away as he stays by my side. The class looks shocked that I've somehow tamed him. I shrug as we all walk into the mall. So what does everyone need? The class start to chatter as we all start to split up. I end up with Rumi and she mentions she needs some clothes. You can go on without me, I need to check something out in the waits shop. I see her smile as I focus on the crowd. Oki looks confused as I look on. Someone bad is here. When he makes himself known, listen to every word I say to the dot. I hear him bark as we walk to a more secluded area. Once I reach an area with little people, I tell Oki to sit and wait. I walk to a nearby store and look for any snacks for him to eat. After finding a small pack of treats, I walk back out and wait, giving a few treats to Oki. After waiting a few minutes, an arm wraps around my shoulder and the person starts speaking. "Oh, you're Izuku." His voice croaks out. The excitement sounds real, but I know better. Let's cut to the chase. Shigaraki, what do you want? I hear Oki start to growl. I look at him and see his head covered by a dark hoodie. I shout out to Oki before he can do something. Stay, Oki. Even I know that you could end some people before I stop you, so start talking. What do you want? His eyes stare down at me as he starts talking. How about we take a seat? This could take a while. He moves his hand around my neck, leaving a few fingers off so I don't disintegrate. I take a seat on a nearby bench and wait for him to talk. Why is nobody talking about me? Our group? People seem to only talk about the hero Ender, and it's pissing me off. I take a breath before replying. So that's what this is about. The child is sad he's not getting any attention. I laugh to myself before continuing. It's because the hero Ender has ideals. You go around causing destruction because you want to. While Stain had a story, he ended heroes for a reason. A reason that people could somewhat understand because he based heroes of a standard, one of all might. His grip tightened at my jab at him before he starts humming in thought. I see now, it's All Might's fault. His eyes go wide as I stare at him in disbelief. He's the reason people are able to smile in such times. His grip around my neck starts to tighten. I'll show this society, I'll show it how weak they really are. Before he can carry on, I grip onto two of his fingers and start to pull them away. I think it's time you stop. As I'm pulling him away, I see Rumi approaching us, causing me to stop. I can't let her get hurt because of me. Hey, what do you think you're doing? She gets his attention. She still doesn't know who it is from his hood. Don't worry, I was just leaving. He releases his grip on my neck and walks away. And if you try to follow me, you won't like what comes next. I bring my hand to my neck and rub, trying to relieve some pressure. I walk over to Oki and give him a scratch underneath his chin. Thank you for staying calm. His tail wags behind him. That was Shigaraki. Call the police. Rumi looks shocked and grabs her phone before failing the cops. As she dials, I can only think of one thing. June 24th, 2250. That's everything. After that he left and threatened me if I followed him. I relay what happened to the people in front of me. I see, you did a good job staying calm. Detective Naomasa said. Sorry for keeping you for so long, can't help but get as much info as possible, right? I give a nod as he guides me out the building. I greet Oki, who waited for me in the alley. I give a quick scratch on his chin and walk away with him by my side. I don't think they'll let you on the train if you're that big. I hear him bark as I say this and turn to him. To my amusement, he starts to shrink back to a regular-size pit bull. I kneel down to his size and say, that's more like it. I start to think, I'll have to stop by the support department for a collar. Doubt any shop will sell one that shrinks and grows. I also have some equipment I'd like to request. I pull out my phone and give Nizu a quick call. Hello Nizu, it's Izuku. I need some support equipment done soon. It's fairly simple, just a collar for a dog. A pit bull. The thing is, he can grow. As in a gigantification quirk. I hear him over the phone. It should be simple to make, maybe similar material to whatever empty lady wears. Yes, that should be quite simple for Power Loader to make. Is there anything else you would like to request while we're talking? Yeah, but I can tell it to Power Loader myself. I'll only need it when we're all back from camp. I see. Well, thanks for giving a call. I hope you stop by soon for a chess match. I enjoy playing you. Same, and thanks for this, by the way. I wasn't sure you'd pick up at such late hours, so thank you. It's no problem. I actually only survive on a couple hours of sleep each night, so I only go to bed near the morning. I see. Well, goodbye. I hear him say his goodbye as I hung up the phone. I look over to Oki and see him wagging his tail at the news. I motion for him to follow as I walk away, and after a few minutes walking we board the train. I pull him onto my lap and watch as he slowly falls asleep, giving him one more pat on the head as he falls into a slumber. Once we reach our destination, I pick him up and carry him back home. I don't have a dog bed yet. As I consider my options, I walk towards my own bed before deciding to place him on my bed and cuddling up to him. Rumi must be at her place. It's a shame, I bet she'd like sleeping with Oki, he's surprisingly comfortable. After a few hours of sleep, I feel a tongue on my face and open my eyes to Oki licking my face. I look over to the alarm clock and see it's a few minutes until it goes off. I'm gonna need to get you some food, huh? I place my hand in his neck and give a small scratch before getting up and changing into some casual clothes. Since it was still the weekend, I won't have school to worry about for another day. Oki was by my side as I walked to the pet shop and bought a bag of dog food. Since I have no experience with dogs, I let him sniff out his own bag before buying it. Before I go to the counter, I see him walk over to the leads section and walk over with him. You want a lead, buddy? He barks loudly before I reply to him. Hey, keep an indoor voice, only bark loud when in danger. So, do you want a lead? He lets out another bark much quieter. I give him a small treat and watch as he roams around looking at different leads. I watch as he stops moving and looks at one before turning to me and wagging his tail. I look at what he picked before letting out a laugh. You really want to seem intimidating, don't you, huh? It definitely helps that you're a pit bull. I look over the lead. Well, it wasn't so much as a lead, but more of a metal chain around 2 meters long. I like your style. After we bought everything, I give him a quick meal outside the shop and start walking to the train for UA. Time to pick up the collar. After even more traveling, we finally reach UA. As you said, we used the same material as MT Lady's costume and wrote Oki's name on it. Power Loader explained. I'm also told that you had a few support item ideas for me to produce if you do wish to tell. Thanks for this. One support item is for capture. After fighting All Might, I've realized how little amounts of capture items I had, and after thinking, I think I've got an idea of what to choose. There is also another design I want to show you. Hopefully it will help for things I don't remember well or didn't see in any encounters. I reach for a notebook in my pocket and show him both designs. Most of the designs have already been finished, I just need you to make it and fix any problems you may find on the way. You've put a lot of thought into this. Both are simple to make in theory, but this is a first for me. He looks back to me. Don't worry though, your instructions are clear and they'll be done once you get back from your training camp. I give my thanks and walk down the halls to Recovery Girl's office. Since Oki's a stray, I need to get him checked on, and I trust Recovery Girl. After the checkup is finished, she gives him a quick shot he was missing and we finish up our meeting. As I said, he already had some vaccines and shots, which mean he did have previous owners. I look over to Oki and hear him whimper. Based on his reaction, it wasn't a happy ending. Thanks for this. I know animals aren't your profession, but I trust you. She give a small nod. Well, goodbye then, we need to head back home. Yes, before you leave, there's something I wish to speak with you about. I look back, narrowing my eyes in confusion. Would it be alright if I take some of your blood? There is something different about you. No normal quirkless person could have reached your level. Perhaps it's the reason you have become so strong, and it could give me some answers about your biology. I give her nod after thinking and roll up my sleeve and let her take some blood. Thank you for this and goodbye. Hopefully the next time you see me won't be about either of your healths. She lets out a chuckle while scratching Oki's chin. Let's hope so. I give a small smile. Goodbye. I walk out the door after seeing her give a small nod. I turn to Oki and ask, what do you want to do then, big guy? June 26, 2250. How come you get to bring all your equipment? Mina whines at me. Since I'm quirkless, I can't strengthen my quirk, so Nisa let me bring my weapons to gain experience and training with them. I see Mina nod at my explanation before I shout to the rest of the class. Alright everyone on the bus. I want to leave before Manama gets here. I hear some of the class chuckle before piling into the bus and driving away. I pull out a pair of earbuds and hand one to Rumi before relaxing in my seat. Sadly, I couldn't take Oki, so I left him with Recovery Girl. They got along well and she said she was happy to, so I'm sure they'll get on fine. He's a smart dog, he'll probably end up helping her in the nursery more than she realizes. After a couple hours of driving, we arrive at a cliff face. I look out the window and find a small car with tinted windows. The class walk out as I take a slow stroll to the door. I peer out and watch as the wild pussycats make their entrance. I look towards Aizawa and chuckle in my mind. So that's his plan. I walk behind the bus without anyone noticing and let the scene play out. Can't always ruin his fun. So why did we stop at this cliff if the camp's all the way over there? Uraraka asks cluelessly. I'm afraid we both know the answer to that. Ribbit? That can't be right. Sato says. How sweet. He's in denial. Shiro lets out a small but nervous laugh. Let's get back to the bus. Quick, let's go. His panic starts to slowly show. Kaminari nods and starts to move back. It's currently 9:30 in the morning. If you're quick, you'll reach the camp by noon. Mandalay's smile causes the rest of the class to start running back to the bus. Before they can reach it, Pixie Bob jumps in front of them with one hand on the ground. You should have known, students. The training camp has already begun. Aizawa's voice pierces through the panicked crowd as Pixie Bob's hand lets out a subtle blue glow, and before anyone can react, the ground jumps up and flings everyone over the edge and into the forest. She leans over the edge and shouts, "Good luck, everyone." She leans back and stares at her hands before whispering to herself, "This is gonna be so fun." I move to the top of the bus and hang my legs over the edge before making myself known. "You bet it'll be fun." Her along with the rest stare towards my voice. And I can't wait for it to begin. My voice stays monotone as little emotion shows. How did Tadash? Don't bother asking, he probably already knew it was going to happen the moment he opened his eyes to the cliff face. Aizawa's voice cuts off Pixie Bob. Well, go on then, join your class. I jump off the bus and walk towards the edge and leap over, landing on the ground as gracefully as a cat. Alright class, I bet you're all hungry. Let's move. I start to command the class into attack positions, and before we charge I have one last thought. A couple weeks later. Tell me what you know about the League of Villains. Another fist was placed onto his victim. Said victim had gray hair and a broken pair of circular glasses sat on his nose. Bruises were starting to appear on his face along with a burn from a cigarette a couple seconds ago. He wore a light purple suit, and amongst the villains he is known as Jiren. His voice becomes panicked as he speaks. I can't tell you, it's confidential informati dash. Before he could continue, a knife was slammed through his thigh, causing him to scream. Do you think I care? A pair of raging red eyes glares at him, causing him to shake even more. The figure grabs hold of his wrist and applies pressure. Now then, tell me what you know about the League and where they are. June 28, 2250. Training had begun. Everyone was working hard with their quirks, pushing through their limits. I, however, was constantly sparring against one of our teachers, only being able to use one weapon. Not even my fists could be used. I was currently using the bow staff as I've had little time to train with it. Aizawa comes rushing at me and throws a right jab. Before it lands, I move my staff sideways to block it and use the other side to swing into his abdomen, using the momentum of his punch to help move it. Aizawa, however, moves his right knee up to avoid taking the hit. He jumps up from his left leg still on the ground and tries to roundhouse kick me. I lean back and watch as the kick flies over my head. Taking advantage of him still facing the other way, I land a quick blow to his side and swing the staff around my body and hit it against his legs, hoping to knock him off balance. Aizawa jumps before it can land and moves away to gain some space. Once far away enough, he gets into fighting position. I hold the staff in a narrow grip and start spinning it while running at him. Once I'm close, I swing it for his head, causing him to duck. I continue spinning it and try to slam it into his right ankle before swinging it the opposite way and head for his left ankle. Aizawa, not seeing this, had already lifted his right and my staff slammed into his left. I hear him grunt as I pull away my staff and try to slam it down onto his head. He moves to my right and tries to slam his leg into my gut. I let it hit and wrap my arm around his legs. Still holding the staff, I swing it diagonally, trying to hit his neck. Aizawa, whose leg I was still holding, couldn't dodge and took the hit. He reaches up his left and grabs the staff before trying to jab me with his left. I let go off the staff with my right and move the staff up to block the blow. As his fist hits the staff, I use my left leg to swipe his own, causing him to fall in the floor. Yield. I hold my staff facing towards him on the ground. Aizawa, who had already lost to me on multiple occasions, took the loss with ease. I reach my hand towards him and help pull him up. You're getting better. You must have been practicing on your own for a while? Only little. I haven't had much time to practice as much as I would have liked. Well, you can go back to your usual training. If you want some weights, just ask. His voice gets even more tired as he talks before slithering into his sleeping bag. I nod and walk into the forest and go through my basic regiment. As I continue, I see footprints leading somewhere. Becoming suspicious, I follow them, which leads me to a cliff overlooking the camp. As I walk, I find a little boy sat on the edge. It's you, Kota, right? I make myself know, causing him to jump in place. You were with the pussycats when we met. I'm Izuku? Yes, so what? He glares at me. I don't want anything to do with you heroes. Hate covers his voice as he talks. I stop a few meters away and think back. There was something about this boy that I've been thinking about since I saw him, and I now had the chance to ask. Your parents, they were the water hose heroes, correct? His eyes widen before shouting. Let me guess, Mandalay opened her big mouth? No, she doesn't even know I'm here talking to you right now. I just read the news a lot, and put the pieces together. I move over to sit next to him. I'm sorry for your loss. His eyes widen in shock. Wadash, aren't you gonna tell me I should be proud of what they did? 'Cause I'm not. If quirks never existed, then my parents would have never left me. So it's just not heroes or villains. It's quirks. This could be unhealthy, and what I say could lead him to becoming a villain. I thought over my words carefully, making sure I don't lead him to the wrong answer. No, you have every right to be angry. His eyes widen a little more. But you shouldn't be angry at them. They gave up their life to a cause not many people truly understand. That cause was to protect people, to protect you. If they never jumped in, even more people would be lying with your parents right now. I take a pause. So you shouldn't feel pride that they died, you should feel pride that they protected people? Tears sting his eyes as I kept talking. What do you know about this? My parents left me alone, and all people can care about is training their stupid quirks. He glares at me as hard as he could, a few stray drops falling down his cheeks. You know, I'm actually quirkless? His eyes widen again. My own mother neglected me, my father was never around, and everyone I loved had left me. I could have turned out just like you, or worse, a villain, I suppose. You still have people that love you, that care for you. Never forget that. I place my hand on top of his head, seeing him calm down. Your parents loved you, and they always will. Tears start streaming down his eyes as he wraps his arms around me in a tight hug. I keep my hand on his head and use the other to rub his back. The moment he let go, I started talking again. Do you want to stay up here? Or go back to your aunt? He thinks for a moment and says, Can we stay here for a few minutes? His voice is quiet. Of course, Kota. We sit back down for a few minutes as Kota asks questions about me. I answer the best I can without revealing I'm a vigilante, and he asks one last question. You said you could have become like me, or a villain, why didn't you? I think for a moment before replying. I've always wanted to save people, and after some time I guess I found a purpose, something to keep fighting for, someone to keep fighting for. I had very few people growing up that cared for me, but they were the reason I never fell completely into darkness. I think of Rumi and Haru as I speak. Where would I be without her? But most importantly, everyone I met when I was training. I would have never gotten to this point in time if they didn't teach me. They never gave up on me, so I guess I couldn't give up on myself either. Anyway, I think it's time we head back to your aunt. I see him nod and stand up with me. I pull Kota up to my shoulders and start walking back to camp, telling short stories to get a laugh out of him. I'm glad I talked with him today. I worry that if I hadn't, his future would have been damaged. Later in the day. Okay, class. Let's get cooking. The second day of training had been concluded and it was time to rest. The pussycats had given us the food, but we were the ones to cook it. I got a lot of groans in response, but they all listened, each taking a position on one of the many tables, working together to make something edible for the night. Once everything had been cooked, I look around and spot Kota. He was standing in the background alone. Last night all he did was glare at us, but today he looked conflicted. Confused even. I motion for him to join me and eat. He hesitated before moving over to us. Rumi looks at me confused. I give her a quick explanation as he walks over, although the rest of the group didn't hear me. Hey Kota, do you want a bowl? I can't promise you'll like it though. I ask him with a small chuckle. I see him nod and pour him his own bowl. What's with the kid? Katsuki grunts out. Todoroki looks at me expectantly. He's Mandalay's cousin's son. Just trying to make him feel welcomed? Katsuki lets out another grunt, accepting my answer and going back to his food. Yaoyorozu starts talking to Kota, asking questions about him. Jiro joined in a few time along with myself and Rumi. Shoto and Katsuki mostly stayed quiet unless Kota asked them a question. Todoroki pulled me to the side as everyone was speaking. Why did you bring the kid over? He whispered to me, an intense look on his face. I already told you why, Todoroki. Why are you asking again? I looked at him strangely, wondering what was up with him. Tell me the real reason. You disappeared yesterday during training. It was to meet him, right? I let out a sigh, nodding my head. Yes, it was. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. He's been through some tough times, and I'll be honest, he reminded me of myself. I leaned back, looking at Kota as he talked with my friends. He was so full of pain and anger that he started hating quirks in itself and pushed those that cared for him away. I went through something similar after I lost a friend. I blamed myself because of my quirklessness, and I pushed away what friends I did have. I let out a sigh. I just don't want him to turn out like me. I stared at the boy with a blank look in my eyes. I understand. Todoroki spoke. But if you ask me if there was another you in the world, it would be a 10 times better place than now. I let out a laugh. Thanks, Todoroki, but I didn't mean it like that. My eyes were fixed on the food below me. What I meant to say was, I didn't want him to go through what I did. As they continued to talk, I could only think of one thing. A couple weeks later. July 7th, 2250. My hands were placed on my knees as I keep breathing. I kept huffing until I see a fist come towards me. I move slightly back and jab my fist into a pressure point on their bicep and watch as he grunts in pain. I go for another jab to their stomach and watch as their body seemingly stretches sideways, dodging the punch. As he goes back into place, he uses the momentum to swing his leg towards me. I jump back and catch my breath. Come on, kid, he shouts. Show me what you got. I look towards him. Tiger, one of the pussycats. He was the definition of muscle man, kind of like All Might. However, Tiger wore similar clothes to the other cats, along with what I think is makeup. He charges towards me again. When he gets halfway, I move my right leg just in front and bend down slightly. I burst forward in a show of speed, catching him off guard. I place a fist in his gut before he can dodge. He lifts slightly in the air and I follow up with a roundhouse kick to his head. As he hits the ground, he shouts, "Swap." I look over to Aizawa and see him charging at me. I curse under my breath and prepare. They have been doing this for close to an hour, fighting me non-stop and switching whenever I'm close to finishing them. If they yelled the word swap, I would swap who I was fighting. The whole point of this exercise was that I would be fighting non-stop, while they had breaks between fights. I was dripping with sweat at the continued onslaught of attacks, only able to catch my breath when they backed off. After another half hour, they start to lose their breath while I'm just hanging on. I'm taking a few more hits and sporting a few bruises. Before one would start charging, I focused all my attention on them. I would ignore any sweat dripping down my nose, any animals that enter my vision, any classmates who rolled into our area. Nothing would break my focus. It got to the point where I would move based on instinct alone, a technique that allowed me to focus less on my physical state and more on what was in front of me. After another hour, they were sweating just as much as I was, but I was close to collapsing. I know I go out every night, but I always have a small few minutes in between fights and I'm never fighting for almost 2.5 hours straight. Every part of my body ached, screaming at me for a moment of rest. That's enough. Tiger shouts out. I let my legs collapse as I sit on the ground, grabbing a towel that was thrown at me and wipe away any sweat on my face. I see Kota run up towards me, giving me a wide grin as he approaches. "Whoa, are you sure you're quirkless?" I let out a chuckle and assure him I am. After talking for a few minutes, I feel my heart start to calm down and the sweat start to slow. I stand up and start to stretch before waiting for the rest of the class to be finished. "All right, everyone, after dinner we will be doing a test of courage. Once it's nighttime we will begin," Mandalay says to everyone. This got the class hyped up for after dinner. After an hour of eating and relaxing in the hot springs, the test of courage was finally here. This will be a test of your courage. One class will be stationed along the path in various positions and scare anyone who walks across them. The other class will be the ones to walk the path and try not to piss their pants. Tiger shouts to the class, roaring in laughter as he does. Everyone will be in pairs, so come here and pick a partner with this lotto. Pixie Bob shouts out. People start moving in and grabbing a ticket with a number on it. The person with the same number would be their partner. I dip my hand into the box and pick a slip before reading it to myself. 7. I look around and spot my partner and walk up to them. It would seem we are partners, Kirishima. I move my hand forward in a fist. His own collides with mine in a bump. I know, right, it's gonna be Sue Manley. I give him a small grin as we step in line and wait for Class B to get in position. Once the first few teams had entered, I start to smell something. Something burning. I look towards the rest of my class and see them catch on as I turn to the closest teacher and shout to the class. "We're being attacked." I hear them talk to themselves before something they say catches my attention. "Where's Kota?" Mandalay asks. "I know where he is, I know where Kota is." Before she can reply, I start to run. I dodge any trees as I run, and before I know it I'm at the start of the slope. I run up and spot Kota. Before I sigh in relief, I notice a hulking figure standing a few meters away from him. His arm seems to bulge as he reaches above him. I start to sprint, putting every bit of strength into speed. Just as he starts to swing down, I grab Kota and move out the way. As I land, I feel the shockwave of the punch. "It's you, you were on the list." I stay silent, observing him. Short blonde hair, crazy grin, large scar across his left eye. My mind flickers to a certain memory as I remember who is in front of me. Muscular. I reach to my side and pull out the 2 short sticks and place my thumbs over each button. His quirk is tricky, but like any quirk, it has a weakness. If I remember correctly, he can augment his muscles, so much that they come out of his skin. Once they do, I'll have to weaken them as much as possible. And what better way to weaken a muscle than with electricity? He lunges towards me as I jump around him, still holding Kota. I place him on the floor and motion him to move away. I look back to where Muscular landed and watch as he grows in size. By the way, you wouldn't happen to know where Rumi Yusujiyama or Fumikage Tokoyami would be, do you? I feel my blood slightly boil at the mention of their names. What do you want with them? My hate was barely being constrained in my voice. That is quite the voice for a hero. He lunges at me again and slams his fist into the ground. I move slightly around him and jab the end of one of my sticks into his abdomen and press the button, sending thousands of volts through him. I send the other stick into the base of his neck and press the button again, shocking him further. Like any muscle, when introduced to electricity, it seizes out of control, turning it almost useless. And by the time my batons run out of juice, he will only be a bag of meat. You will tell me what I want to know. I let the threat linger in the air. His eyes widen at my actions. I won't tell you anything, and I couldn't care less about what they wanted with them. I was only doing this to get some action. I move the baton from the base of his neck to the bottom of his chin and send a shock, making him fall to the ground. I see his eyes flicker as his consciousness starts to fade. I send one last hit to the side of his head to make sure he stays down and move to Kota. I get down on my knees and place him on my back before starting to run back to camp. On the way back we run into Aizawa, so I hand Kota to him and run back into the forest after exchanging info. I reach Mandalay and tell her the message for her to relay. All students, Eraserhead has granted you all the use of your quirks in self-defense. The villains are also after 2 students, Yusujiyama and Tokoyami. Please avoid fighting if you can. As I start to run back into the forest, I see one of the villains running at me. She has a muscular figure with red hair and big lips. Magna. She swings a large piece of rock down towards me, causing me to move to the side and slam my foot into her side. Before I continue, a lizard man steps in and tries to stab me with a bundle of blades. I move to the side again and wait for it to hit the ground before slamming the sole of my foot into the blades. I watch as they break apart and uppercut the lizard before it could calm itself. I start running back into the forest and soon, I'm tackled to the ground by something and watch as a shadow swipes into the tree above me. I look down and find Shoji, whose limb seems to be bleeding. It's Dark Shadow. Tokoyami saw me get injured and lost control. He explains. He lets out a small grunt at his injury. I see. I stand up and start to walk towards the shadow beast. I'll calm him down. If things get messy, make a run for it to Todoroki and Bakugo. I hear it screech at my arrival while I hear Tokoyami yelling to try and calm Dark Shadow down, while also telling me to move out the way. As I approach, I only think of one thing: Dark Shadow. My anger is laced on my tongue as I shout up to him. It's time you calm down. I'm taking a shot here. Nizu once told me that his instincts were telling him to run. If Dark Shadow is as much of an animal as Nizu, he should hopefully recognize me as someone not to fight. I keep my glare up as he starts to slowly approach. I see Shoji in the corner of my eye, ready to jump in. Dark Shadow raises his fist up and I see Shoji ready his legs, about to jump towards me. I raise my hand to stop him and wait for it to land. A feint. Mere inches away, his fist slams into the ground in front of me. I feel a small growl escape my throat. Calm down. I look him in the eye. I can't back down now. I reach my hand up and place it on the Shadow's forehead. It's okay, you're safe now. My voice tones down as he shrinks. He continues to downsize as I keep patting his head, slowly getting more and more impatient. Thank you, Izuku. Tokoyami says. I was terrified I might hurt you or Shoji, but you're different. I've never seen Dark Shadow back down like that. I start to walk away, already looking around to see what direction we should move in. Remember this, Tokoyami. The only reason he goes out of control is because you're trying to repress him when you feel certain emotion. You need to talk to each other, to work with each other. I see him nod, so I get Shoji's attention, walking back to the two boys. Alright, we need to find the others. They're after Tokoyami and Rumi, so let's go. As we run further into the forest, we start to hear explosions and run towards them. That must be Bakugo. Shoji shouted out. He's probably fighting, so get ready to help. When we arrive, I see both Shoto and Katsuki riding a man in a stray jacket above the ground, using his teeth to stay up. Tokoyami, take him out. I order and watch as Dark Shadow appears and dashes towards the man. He surrounds him and breaks off any teeth, knocking him out quickly in the process. It's good to see you. I look to Katsuki. You heard the message, I assume? I see him nod. Good. Now then, Rumi went in before you, so let's stay on the path and find her. I order and start to move along. They all start to follow and soon we are running along the path. After a minute or so we start to enter a light pink mist. I take a small sniff of the air and stop. Careful, it's some kind of knockout gas. We start walking along the path until we meet Uraraka and Tsu, except there was someone else. A girl around our age. I look to Tsu and see her hanging from her hair while Uraraka was on top of the girl. I turn to see Shoji shouting towards them. Hey, are you okay? I see everyone turn their eyes towards us and watch as the girl jumps up out of Uraraka's hold. That's a shame, I was hoping for some more fun. A blush forms on her face as she murmurs something to herself and runs away into the forest. Don't chase her, it's not worth it. I stop Uraraka before she tries. Have either of you seen Rumi? They're after her and Tokoyami, so we've been trying to look for her while keeping him safe. What do you mean keeping him safe? Tokoyami isn't with you. I feel my blood turn cold as I look around, spotting that he wasn't with us here. I hear a branch creak slightly and turn towards the noise in an instant. I see a man wearing a top hat with a white mask that has a black design. He has a plain black suit on with an orange shirt along with a cane. Compress, he's only been known for theft and robbery so far. I'm afraid that would be me. He gets the attention of the group. You see, Sleight of hand is one of my specialties and I've already caught the other. He moves his hand to show two small marble-looking balls. I feel my eyes widen. No, how did they catch her? Shoto sends a block of ice towards him before anyone can speak. Compress dodged around it, blocking our view of him. We see him peek around the ice and start talking again. Well, this has been fun, but I think it's time for me to leave. He starts to turn around and runs along the top of the trees. Quick Uraraka, you need to float me Shoji and Shoto. Shoji will act as wings. Tsuyu will use your tongue to swing us towards him. Katsuki, you will stay here and help protect them from any villains. Uraraka has lost some blood and Tsu is injured. Keep them safe. I order quickly. I can't lose my classmates. I can't lose her. I can't fail her. Uraraka floats us up a few meters with Shoji hanging onto us. Tsu wraps her tongue around us and starts to spin before flinging us towards him. The air whipped around us as we gained speed, the image of Compress getting closer and closer with every second that passed. Just when we're about hit him, I feel our gravity come back and we slam into his back. I feel him start to disappear under us, so I look up and see three figure. One had a full black suit with gray highlights along it. Must be Twice, another low-ranking villain. Another had dark hair with scars along his face and body. This one is unknown. Third was the girl from earlier. I look down and see Compress had disappeared. I hear a noise and look up to see a raging blue wave of flames was coming at me. I jump to the side with Shoji and see he burned his arm. Shoto sends a block of ice towards them, throwing some in the air. The girl starts running towards me with a knife and crazed grin on her face. Hey, I'm Toga, you must be Izuku, right? I bet you'd be so much cuter if you were covered in blood. Her voice sounds childish as she swings her knife down at me, causing me to move to the side and throw my leg up, kicking her in the chin. This throws her multiple meters away, so I look over to Shoto and see him fighting Twice. With a moment to look around, I look back to the scarred man and see him talking to Compress. He rustles in his pocket and looks confused. Come on. Let's go. Shoji shouts, showing the marbles in his hand. We start running away, the news that we had gotten them putting me at ease, until a purple mist appears before us. It's been 5 minutes since the alarm, let's go. Twice dives into the portal while Toga prepares to follow but stays. I see the scarred man complain about something and move towards us. But Compress stops him and shouts out to everyone. You see, the thing about magic is misdirection. If I'm flaunting something, it's because there's something I don't want you to see. The marbles explode open, revealing some of Shoto's ice. He must have gotten it when he first attacked. He moves his mask to the side and opens his mouth, revealing 2 marbles. Before he can continue talking, a blast of energy hits him in the face, causing him to spit them out. Yuyama. We all start to rush towards them, but before I could continue, a knife throw by Toga appears in front of me, causing me to slow down and stop moving to avoid getting hit. Shoto and Shoji keep running, however, and Shoji grasps onto one of the marbles and rolls to the ground. As Shoto approaches, another hand appears and takes away the marble before he can. He tumbles to the ground roughly and Compress releases them. Rumi appears in front of his hand. My eyes go wide. I can't lose her. Izuku. Her voice mumbled out as I kept trying to close the distance. Reach her, Izuku. He backs up slowly into the portal as I sprint towards her, but just before my hand grasps her, I'm shut down. I landed harshly on the ground with nothing to grab onto. I failed. My legs turned numb as I let out a scream of pain into the air. My fist slammed down into the ground. Hatred surround me as I keep throwing my fist into the ground, the solid rock cracking under each hit. I hear footsteps coming near me while a hand clasps onto me shoulder. Our classmates approach us, looking at me in concern. I keep slamming my fist into the ground, tearing my skin away piece by piece. A hand grabs my hand and wraps their arms around me, pulling me up from the ground. My eyes catch a small glimpse of blonde hair, but I lose focus. I quickly pushed the body away and fell back onto the ground, landing on my knees. I lost. How could I lose her? I feel my anger subdue but still linger as I stood back up, glaring at the ground. Only one question was in my mind. December 19, 2249. The snow tapped against their shoulders with no clear sign of slowing down, blocking their view.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.